Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, my fellow Concordians. Welcome to Wanderer's Guide to Esterra, a Concord live recorded podcast. Episode 6, Winds of the World, Winter 2023, the beginning of the broken year. It's pain. This is the second biggest Winds of the World we've had, next to the prior one that we had, that I mostly covered on this channel. It's a doozy. It's a big boy. I'm going to go through it with a couple of other people, but I'll get to that in a second. As a reminder, we have a week left, roughly, until day 1 of Winter Summit. Yeah, the groans are real. Character submissions have closed. If you have not done that, you're going to get given 10 keys and sent away, and nothing else. I don't know when tickets goes. I'm not quite privy to that information at this time. But if you haven't bought your ticket and you have submitted your character, get your ticket bought, get everything done. Please get it done. Make things a little easier for the Concord team, if you can. Other things to note. I have a YouTube channel now. It is youtube.com/Guide. I've uploaded almost every single episode of this I have files for thus far, bar one, which I tried to upload last night, and it was being a pain in the ass. So I'm probably going to upload that either today or tomorrow. This episode will also be going up on that channel ASAP. There is a link to the YouTube channel on this Twitch's page. It should be there. If it's not, I'm sure someone will tell me and I will fix that. Otherwise, go through the posts on the Concord Facebook page. You will find one of my recent-ish posts. You will find a link to the YouTube channel there. If stay subscribed for stuff. I plan to do pre-recorded content now that I kind of have that available to me. Don't know what form that's quite going to take. I got a couple of different things bubbling around in my head, but the options now, in my mind, are more open now that I finally stopped fuck out and I've gotten the YouTube channel done. Right, I also did a guest streamed on a content maker or content creator over in the UK for Empire, being Hefty Yeti. An absolutely amazing guy. Incredible person. Loved being on that program. At some point I will have him on here on Wanderer's Guide, probably between this summit and the next, to do some stuff. So yeah, there's Concord stuff going around a little bit here. But for now, that is all from me and the sort of major little developments here. Also, if you like this stuff and you want to have the little notification ding, even though I put out little posts for this anyway, the follow. It's a way to show support. With that, we're gonna. I would very much dearly like to introduce my two guests here. We have Josh and Sinclair of varying realms and differing opinions. Welcome, guys.
Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Josh, who the fuck are you?
So I'm Josh Steffens. I've been LARPing for the last 10 years or so here in Perth. I play Adel Perdita from Andash. Artisan mage.
I'm Sinclair. I've been LARPing for, I want to say, about 5 years, maybe less or more. Can't remember.
I apologize.
Good. I play Gallard Grey, not a Sir, Bordavarian.
I'm glad you said it because I was about to.
Current Brigadier of the one of the Bordavarian armies. All-rounder, helpful guy. That's me.
Lovely to have you both on, genuinely.
Thank you for having us.
Okay, so also as a note, for those of you that are watching and are in chat, if there's any little like tech issues or whatever, just let me know. Let us know in chat. I'll do my best to fix them up.
Did you switch it over? Is the main question.
Oh right, yes.
I believe it is still on the.
Yes. Boom. Good pickup. Okay.
I apologize. The mother called.
Oh, good.
Everything's fine.
All right. So, wins the world. Yuck.
It's not that bad. It's much worse.
It's literally all of it is bad, but like 4 or 5 things which get offset by other bad things.
No. I would say there's only one not so bad thing, and that is literally the bridge debate.
I disagree.
I'm not familiar with the bridge debate, but
Bridge Club.
We'll get there.
Okay. So the idea of how we're basically going to do this is we're going to sort of play a little game of catch here. We're just going to toss the rock to each other, read off a article, both flavor and game information, chinwag about it. If anyone's got any points or questions to raise in the chat, whack them in there. We will address it and we will move on. When we get to roughly halfway through, Josh, what particular article was that? It was the bell tolls, right?
Yes. Black bell tolls for ye.
Excellent.
Page 22.
Yep.
Exactly halfway.
Yep. So when we get to there, we'll take a quick 10-ish minute break or so, and then we'll roll on back and we'll continue through. So.
Are we going to do the intro part? Or the actual articles?
The preamble.
I don't see why not.
Okay.
That being said, do we have any remarks beyond what we've said thus far? Do we have any remarks we want to say now before we crack in?
It could be worse.
I agree.
Could be worse. Could be better.
Absolutely could be better.
Actually, I do have a remark. I really do like the differentiation between game information and in-character information. And I'm loving that sort of separation between the two to kind of go, this is the backstory, and you can read one without the other, but they make most sense together.
Yeah. It is nice to have again all that flavor because it kind of immerses you into the world, and then game information of the what's the brass tacks that I need to know outside of character. As well as for example, like for the war reports, like if you fought there, what happened roughly? Well, what would you have experienced?
Yeah, exactly.
It's also worth noting, from my observations of the Winds of the World from my first summit, which was Summer Summit 2021, like, I've been very impressed with Skittle's like writing ability, and he's only gotten better. Admittedly, the Winds have also gotten longer.
Yes.
But he's like, it seems like he's given himself a bit more room to sort of play around with it. It's so good. It's really, really good.
He's definitely a good writer, and the second war report is one that I definitely felt that.
That one. Yeah, that one hit harder than I thought.
It was so good.
All right. Yeah. Is there anything else?
We're in for a summit.
Yeah.
Bad way.
We're in for a summit.
We're in for a summit.
Yeah, I have nothing to say beyond what was just said. I entirely agree. Honestly, that was going to be what I was going to raise anyway. Yeah. Yes, so any volunteers?
I'll do the preamble because I feel like it's going to be trite if I read out my own war report.
But you're gonna have you read your own, to be honest.
Rip.
It's appropriate.
Either or, I don't mind. I will do it if you want me to. I'll do both then.
Well, I'll tell you what. When we have, okay, Josh, you start us off. Sinclair, then you can do the thing that is related to you, and I'll take it, and then we'll do the thing.
Easy.
All right. Take us away, Ozo Lapidita.
The winds of the world, winter 223. Under the baking summer sun, Esterra rages against itself. With magic and steel, coin and deceit, the imperial powers of southern Esterra seek to unseat each other with bloody consequences. Weakness is beginning to show in the sword arms and hearts of the people. Nations are beginning to crumble and fall to infighting. The strong are beginning to buckle under the weight of their successors. All watch the Concord, eager to see if the winds of the world will strip of its dignity and strength. This past season has been a difficult one for the Concord. While there have been some shining moments of heroism, by and large it has been a slow grind towards survival and victory. Many battles were fought to a standstill in favor of Concordian defenders, and many endeavors yielded unexpected or strange maladies, magical effects, and conflicts appeared across the Concord. 100 petty fires in need of putting out. But in all of this, unity can be found. Valley folk hold the line in Mukarem. Bordavarian soldiers outfitted with Iron Valley steel defend the baronies, and Andashi warriors spend their summer in high mountain climbs. Mercenaries from across the Concord descend on Loronamere to earn their keep in the criminal conflict of the Docklands War, a strange form of Concordian unity. There are those who move against the Concord from within and without. As the rains begin to fall and life returns to the land, we all question if the Concord can continue to stand firm. The future is in your hands.
Alright. Shoulder to shoulder with the fallen. The war in Rizinderholz. During the summer summit, Concordian heroes ran themselves ragged, pursuing Brother Ash's war beasts. These creatures were destined to rampage through the streets of Eisen, sating their primal rage with slaughter and savagery. With skill and endurance, the beasts were driven off, and Eisen was saved. As winter turned to spring, the Concord prepared for a long season of conflict, as the beast mage would not be so easily turned aside. To answer Ash, two armies of the Concord stood to arms. Eisen overflowed with Bordavarian soldiers, and as the Bordavarian Ironhides anchored the Concordian defense in the east. For the Bordavarians, the campaign would be one of strange contrasts. The days would be spent at rest in the township of Eisen, enjoying taverns and training with the effective iron will of the Ritters at the Eisen College of War. But the nights was full of darkened dread as long lines of billmongers and rangers make their way out into the woods, taking up defensive positions to hold the line against Zergtal hunters, crawling warbeasts, and the forest itself. Not all return to Eisen alive, but Dawn does promise relief, a warm bed, and a temporary home. It is Bordavarian sorties that were responsible for one of the strangest discoveries of the war. During a battle in the full moon of March, a line of billmongers led by Sir Gallard Grey clashed with a raiding group of Zergtal hunters in an open glade of squat standing stones. When the battle was done, they found that they were not among standing stones, but graves. Hundreds of simple, eroded, and nearly identical graves spreading out from this glade to the next. While it is not common for hamlets to be swallowed up by the wheel and lost, a graveyard of this size with no abbey or town hall in sight is an oddity to say the least. Scallard's report is a haunted one, speaking of simple carvings and Drummondite names more than 200 years old, as well as something darker in the graven glade. Layfolk Bordovarians were often far too direct and jovial for the standoffish wielders, while the people of Eisen were shut off and cold to the prideful Ironhides. This did not shift over much throughout the whole campaign, with regular disagreements in the taverns of Eisen. However, as the first winter rains fell, and Eisen and the Ironhides prepared to march to their next war front, the people of Eisen emerged in droves. They handed the departing soldiers circles of willow wood woven by the children of Eisen, a simple adornment that spoke volumes again. Bordovar had marched north into the woods they feared to assist the baronies. And while their people were very different, both can appreciate sacrifice and courage. The common soldiers of Bordovar marched away knowing that they may not have made friends, but they had certainly made comrades. Far in the west, the Legion of the Black Heart Bear claimed the hamlet of Kresenberg, deep in the Raven's Reach wilds. Cut off from supplies, surrounded by the Zerktal, and defending their homeland drew heroism from the Legion. Kresenberg was reinforced with palisades, stores of arms and alchemy, and hidden hunters' hides. From Kresenberg, the Black Hearts struck out at Brother Ash, disrupting forward camps and his harbinger stands, massive trees adorned with arcane trophies and heretical signs. The fighting against Ash was a paranoid one. Both the Concordian forces and the Zerktal were loath to commit the bulk of their strength, and the fight often fell to small bands of fighters. Ambush turned to skirmish, turned to rout through the darkened woods of the Raven's Reach wilds. Both sides struggled to keep the predations of the Raven's Reach denizens at bay. The Concord by sheltering in the walls of Kresenberg, and the Zerktal through bewitchment. Among all of this, General Lavinia Fisher led the Legion from her headquarters in Kresenberg. The hamlet turned border fort anchored at the center and west of the Concordian line and did so remarkably well. Like their Bordovarian allies in the east, the Legion maintained a balanced defense, with assaults a carefully weighed choice. Many long nights in Kresenberg Town Hall were spent with General Fisher and her officers making hard choices with little information. With the summit looming and Risenholtz returning to a sodden woodland, the Zerktal withdrew. Silently and swiftly they were gone, and so were the Legion, returning to the rest in Wolstad. But in Wolstad they found no peace. Many of those that fled their homes were welcomed in Wolstad, and with news of Brother Ash's defeat and on the winds, the camps were full of plans for setting new harvests and rebuilding lost homes. There was even rumor that there were Concordian funds on the way. But the Ritters of the Legion had other plans. Refugees from Wolstad were taken sometimes willingly, but often not, to the Legion camp. The fit were told that they will not be returning home, that they will be marching north and taken into the service of the Greenweald as soldiers. They were told that resisting is a crime. The people of Wolstad watched in awe as the most vulnerable among them were taken away on a day of victory, the sigil of the Black Heart Bear whipping in the autumn breeze. Game information. The defense of Risenholtz against Brother Ash went well for the Concord, with low casualties for both the Bordovarian Ironhides and the Legion of the Black Heart Bear. Brother Ash, on the other hand, was firmly defeated. The forces of the Zerktal routed north, crossing the border into Valoran. I'm gonna keep watching that and hold firm the coming winter. Characters who elected to have participated in the campaign could have very varied experiences. Those who defended Eisen would have the mixed experience of deadly conflict and homely surroundings. Those who defended Kresenberg would have tales of a camp under siege, destroying harbinger stands, ambushing, and being ambushed. Bordovarian characters, particularly folk, could represent their attendants with woven circles of thin branches. Local conscription in the Greenwood allowed the Legion of the Black Heart Bear to recoup some of its losses, but produced significant anti-military sentiment in Wolstad. If your character lives in Wolfstead, it is likely that they witnessed the Legion's roundup or perhaps knows someone who did. While the concept of Frodilich drives wielders to trust in times of need, it was a difficult sell during a day of victory. Any Greenwood investment may take the special downtime Wander the Graven Glade in the coming season. Doing so reflects a personal pilgrimage to uncover the secrets of the graveyard present there, perhaps seeking the name of known families and stones, the mysteries of the past. Regardless, characters who take this downtime action will receive additional information and be counted as pursuing their standard downtime income, independent action / petition, etc. It is likely that the more characters who wander the Graven Glade, the greater mysteries will be revealed.
Fuck.
Oh.
So, obvious things to note. Beat the Zerkatal. Yes, Kokomonk, you are correct. At least we beat the Zerkatal.
We did beat the Zerkatal.
Yeah, great. So I knew the conscription thing was happening in Greenfield. I knew that was going to happen. I underestimated. I guess I thought it would have been written from the perspective of like, no, Greenwielders understand this is something that needs to happen. Like they'd be fine with it, right? Surely.
That's what I thought. And then, yeah.
Nope. So it seems like no matter what realm it is, conscription is just going to be bad.
Yeah.
Which, all right, fine. We know that now. From a mechanic standpoint, at the very least. But
well, they did say that, like the Affordlich does drive them to trust in times of need. But it's, a case of it's like, but we did just win. Is this a time of need?
True.
Is kind of the way I'm reading it.
Fair point.
Yeah.
Absolute fair point.
Timing is everything, but the timing was not on point.
Yeah. I guess, if anything, the rest of the Winds of the World would actually be a way to sell this difficult sell. You know? While you're not in need, the rest of the Concord is.
Yeah.
Might be a way to look at it.
Yeah, this is true. So that's a thing. So let's address an obvious point. He's not a knight. It was an incorrect. It was that was a typo. He's not a knight.
So I believe it is so referring to the fact that I am a general, is how I am taking it.
Okay. Let's hope everyone else takes it that way too.
Yeah, we'll also ignore like that Gallad is spelled 2 L's as well. We're not one.
Yes. Yeah.
But that's
it's fine.
Yeah.
That is fine. Yeah.
Yeah.
So we did it.
Yeah.
Tall left.
Yay.
And the Great Glade is yes, graveyard. That's what we're gonna call it.
Yep.
A graveyard.
Because that's what it technically is.
Sure. If any of our viewers or your viewers are planning to go to Concord and you're curious, ask Gallad and he might tell you. It's a site.
Yeah, you heard it here, folks. Heard it here, folks. First, folks, go find Gallad and pester him for information.
Yeah, it's not like I'm going to be busy at all. But yeah, so breakdown. Its summary is, we did it. We beat back the Zerkatal. Minimum casualties. Ash is a dick.
A crafty dick.
Yeah, we uncovered a somewhat lost. Yeah, true. They quote unquote left. The Graven Glade is a thing. And conscription for the Greenfield does not seem to have been received terribly well.
At the particular time, yeah. I definitely think, like, victory and then that at the same time probably is maybe what's caused a bit more of a morale hit than maybe would have been at the baseline, because like I agree entirely from what I've heard from Green Wielders that are like I've had titled positions and like have an idea of what the morale level of the wielders were, and it was ridiculously good.
Right.
So it was a case of like maybe baseline. What was it? Because it wasn't out and out in conscription. It was like conditional conscription. That's what it was.
Oh yeah.
So-
It wasn't get everyone. It was get those that are capable.
Yeah.
Right.
I think combining, like, I think if it was just that and we didn't have that battle happening at all, that probably would have been a lot more okay. But because, and I think, yeah, exactly what you said, is because we had the victory against the Zerkatal and then the conscription kicked in, probably made it a lot worse.
Yeah.
You know, which is gonna happen. We can't necessarily predict victories and losses in this sense.
It can always be rolled back, you know.
Yep.
Um,
Champions do get to choose conscription procedures, so
fair enough.
Yep. There's not much to necessarily say that I can think more myself on this one, because there's things later that present information.
Yeah, this one's pretty straightforward.
Okay.
On that though, actually, I have noticed a lot of the this current Wins the World does have, you know, it'll present something and then that'll be referenced again few events later.
Yep.
So, you know, just because you don't think it's had the effect you thought it might still have that effect.
Yep. I do know the what are they called? Harbinger stands do get mentioned later.
Yes.
But we'll get that later.
Yes, we will.
Yes. Very well.
Give me a moment. I am just pulling up the wins in a more proper fashion so I can go through the next part myself.
Fair enough.
So, to be fair, we are now getting into the spiciest.
Yes.
like
Spicier.
Like when you look at the three war reports, it is kind of like that. It's the first one's like relatively went well. Shit got weird, but went well, and then it gets into the this is where things go down here.
Yeah. Also, like, of course, I'm the one that's gonna read this one. Okay. All right.
The tribe one. Yeah.
Oh, okay. A part of me is like, should I be one? Should I read the other, like the Mukarem one? And then it occurred to me, no, I'm sure it'll work out that Josh will read that one. So either of us reading it would be appropriate.
Yeah.
Alright. Okay. Lifeblood of the Hateful Sun. The War in the Tribelands. Velendar watched the blood roll down the sands, cooking in the midday sun. There was so much of it, and it was so red against the orange grit. It was beautiful in a way. The final blood of rain brought through early sacrifice of the holy. She tried to laugh, but her chest was weak. Sorry about funny and a pain in the ass. Sorry.
I was just say tech issues.
It's fine. It's workable. All her glory spilling out onto the ground. It wasn't even a bad wound. An arrow through the shoulder. She had seen tawny bouts with worse strikes. But this place had a way of things. This Andashian land was hungry, blood of the righteous. And so the young squire bled onto the ground, dying from a hole in the shoulder. She supposed that she minded minded a great deal about this, but it felt so hard to muster up indignant rage. It felt hard to muster up much of anything. All around on the dunes and valleys, there were many like her. Some were already gone, their wounds so extreme that they barely laid upon the soil before they were consumed by its thirst. Many others in the slow death, hungry sand, watching blood that should not flow forth seep from them, like the promises they failed to keep. She promised her sister that she would come back for her, to take her to live in a noble's house. She had promised her mentor that her servitude was not dying for Bordevar, but living for it. She had told herself that she would be a knight, in the style of the Warden, leading Bordevar into the future through the flames. Instead, she was here, bleeding to death, resting against more gold than she could ever hold in her hands. The blinding fortress she leant against was like that of a barbarian keep, save for its bulbous central tower and tall corner spires, all made from gold, burning in the summer sun. It hurt your eyes to even look at it, and had a habit of starting fires of any scrub foolish enough to bathe in its fiery reflection. From a modern perspective, saying any scrubs that dare to bathe in its reflection is actually really funny.
The tower boomed. Get good.
It boomed. Get wrecked. You are a dying human. This seems foolish. A hollow voice boomed a hollow voice to Velander. To the squire's right. At the time... Oh, for God's sake. This time she did laugh. The blood on her teeth. The blood in her teeth as one fell from her jaw. Guess I am. Not everyone competes their valors. She giggled. Was that funny? A tall soldier of gold and bronze stood next to her. Blood across its armored form. The guardians of the blinding fortress were strange beings, identical in their form and domineering in their presence. They patrolled their walls and slew the Zerkatal when they flowed against them. When struck down, they simply became part of the soil, flung like molten metal. Remember, the struggle is divine. Your struggle is the mark of a golden soul. It boomed down at her. She didn't move. The golden figure knelt and stared blankly at the young woman's fading eyes. Human? Don't you understand? The struggle is divine. Silence. Human? There was no response, as the sand drank deep her scarlet ichor, and the squire breathed shallowly her last mortality. Breathed shallowly, God's sake.
Last final.
Yeah, and the squire breathed shallow her final mortality. The warriors stood, and returned to its patrol. Perhaps it is not so foolish. Fuck. I'm just gonna give myself a quick mental break from that one. That's really good.
Yeah.
That's delicious. Well done, Skittles. Well done.
It definitely makes you just kind of hate what happened.
Yep.
A little bit.
Alright.
It in a weird way, just before we continue,
Yep.
it was good that it was from a Bordervarian's perspective.
Oh yeah. Especially a Squire.
Because after last summit and leading up to this one, and probably at this summit, of course, the Andash are going to be furious. Because they've suffered it the most, but this way it's no, everyone's affected, and
yeah.
Kind of refreshes.
We'll get to that.
We will get to that.
Again, things are referenced later.
Okay. The first banner of Bordevar. Those who made the miracle against the Onyx aristocracy stood against Sister Oak, the war chief of the Zerkatal, in the northeast of the Tribelands, among the sands of the Tanabar Sea. Knights of Bordevar intended to throw Oak to the ground, finishing a battle that started 2 years ago. Oh god, it has been a while, hasn't it? The will of the Spears turned this battlefield into a slaughterhouse. That's correct. Divine magics woven by the Concord's priests called forth blood and gold in equal measure. A gold and brass fortress, blessed by panoply, erupted from the sands and blinded all who witnessed it with its majesty. The land hungered for blood and death, causing simple wounds to be fatal and spurning the abilities of surgeons and healers alike. Concordian forces arrayed were a motley. The Knights of the First Banner are some of the Concord's greatest heroes, names like Sir Ferendel, Just, Countessa Quinn Khan, I'm gonna guess?
Quick Arm.
That's one of the weirdest Bordervari names I've ever come across. That one takes the cake. And Lord Artemis Greyheart. But above all of them is Sir Amelia the Warden, Banneret of the First Banner, Master of House Avalon, and Bringer of the Miracle. With a righteous bloodlust and steel-clad violence, the Master of House Avalon made the Tribelands a site of her rage. The First Banner was joined by over 1,000 mercenaries from across the Concord, and a common sight for the Andashi in recent years. By season's end, the First Banner was once again scarred, but unbroken. The Knights of Bordevar once again proved that they are willing to kill and to die in the name of the Concord. The losses are severe, but glorious. In exchange, Sister Oak's army was shattered to the northeast, in broken warbands. The Zerkatal raiders crossed into Villicus and kept fleeing. The furthest scouts of the Andashi reported that the Zerkatal warriors are gone from Villicus, as well as returning to Serramento and Valoranhurst. Sister Oak's location is unfortunately unknown. The war leader of the Zerkatal was last seen at Abkuldar, but has since been lost. Hands. Bitch. Victory to the banner. Victory to Andash. Victory to the Concord. Game information. Yay. Concordian forces successfully successfully combined divine magic and mercenary might and sheer violence to defeat Sister Oak, routing her army and shattering them. The stragglers of the Zerkatal fighters retreated into the surrounding countryside. The Zerkatal hold villagers, with Zerkatal villagers and roving bands hiding out there, but no military might that worships the teachings of the ancient Zerkatal remains on the sands of Andash. Characters who elected to take part in the campaign will have haunting stories, like those from scripture, harsh battles under a baking desert sun, golden soldiers of panoply standing shoulder to shoulder with Bordavarian knights, the lifeblood of friend, of ally and foe alike, sing into the sands despite the force of magic and bench. The following military investments has suffered heavy losses and are considered damaged: Baron Carkillion the Monster, Hunt Marshal Erete Carrick, Vendetta, Tarn Pare, I'm gonna guess, Allura Darcy, Wolf Wero, Juchanon of Baelag's Holdfast. My apologies for butchering the names. And there is another one here. Raul El Obregon and Foz Al Murajil.
So,
Brother. Damn it.
there is a couple
and
more
Ash
now.
Elenkar, Sir Amelia the Warden, Hunts Marshal Han. And that's all of them. So if that was your character's name in there, guess what? Gotta get that fixed. All characters who fought in the Tribelands alongside a military investment will find that they have a traumatic wound in their character bag. The rivers of blood that flowed under the sands of Andash, sands of the Tribelands, made combat even more dangerous this past season. And these wounds will fucking Jesus. And these wounds are a reflection, will reflect persistent injuries sustained during the campaign that have been enduring in their resistance to healing, frequently reopening or becoming infected. Hopefully the skilled doctors of passage will be able to offer respite. The Concord once again has control of the Tribelands. With that comes a lot of difficult decisions and tribulations to make now that Sister Oak has been removed. Whilst also looking to their future. Kind of paraphrasing that one a little bit, but yeah. So, we won at a pretty damn big cost. Rivers of Blood being what it is. People coming back with traumatic wounds is brutal, but interesting from a flavor perspective.
I'm not sure if it's new. I haven't heard of anyone having traumatic wounds in their bag from participating in previous military engagements.
I think it's particularly because it's Rivers of Blood.
Yeah.
Yes.
Which would make a lot of sense.
This one was nasty.
And that is quite a lot more military investments than I thought were involved. But if I'm not mistaken, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. That's maybe a quarter of an army in just military investments helping out in that battle, which is not insignificant in the grand scheme of things. And that's all assuming everyone who went there was, this is my mechanics brain talking. That's assuming they're all tier 1, which I'm pretty sure they wouldn't all be. I've heard things going on with military investments and getting involved with the larger groups. There's less Andashi military investments than I would have thought. Just from the name, I can see some Greenweald, quite a few Bordevar.
Yeah, I'd say most of them are either investments that, again, tied because characters were in charge of the warfront, as well as the General Guild.
Yes.
I guess
Right.
it's worth noting as well that this may not have been all of the military investments supporting it. This so might not be all exactly. This might just be the ones, because I know there's a lot of there's like dice rolling and decision making kind of behind the scenes. So it may just be these ones got messed up and the other ones didn't. Maybe.
Right, but everyone who went is going to have traumatic wounds by the look of it. Because these are the investments that suffered losses and are damaged, but all characters who fought alongside a military investment will find they have a traumatic wound. So I'm curious about that, because you know what, might bring it up later.
Yeah,
but I don't think it's important now.
I think there's too much to say on this one. I mean, we won. It was brutal and bloody and painful, but we won. Zerkatal's still around, so it's definitely something we could pursue and just throw a little more at him and just completely wipe him out. We don't know where Oak is, which is
a little dangerous.
A little bit. I have a feeling she's just gone with the other Zerkatal, and she's just there. Or she's approached and gone past, or journeyed to and past the Blood Spines, which we'll get to. It'd be horrifying if she has.
I can't remember what the territory is. I'll recommend a sec. I'm gonna go on the wiki and get the map up.
Steripedia. What is it that you're going to kind of look for? Just how far they might have gone?
No, it's because there's a territory right next to the tribe lands that is no longer contested. Like no.
Right.
So, and I'm just trying to remember myself what it is.
I believe that one you're talking about is next to Mukarem rather than the tribe lands.
No, it's up by the tribe lands.
Oh, okay.
Also, keep in mind, you probably want to look at the new maps that were put up on the Facebook page.
Yes.
Yeah, the one on the wiki isn't completely updated, but it's not completely out of date.
Okay.
Oh no, the one on the wiki, at least the image one I found is up to date. It is, what is it called? Velacrez is no longer occupied. So yeah.
Oh, fair point. Thank you, chat. Characters have had traumatic wounds from downtime before. Don't go scanning on your own. That's fair.
That is true.
Okay. Yep. All right.
The map isn't loading for me. Oh well. I get that from the Facebook page.
Okay.
But yeah, so they've fled north. Then the tribe lands is now free of major military might, but they're still roaming bands. I wouldn't be surprised if the war chamber or a senator decides to, ask for mercenaries to go and clean up the rest of the tribe lands, because that's kind of a thing that could be done while also recuperating. Maybe, I'm not sure. I feel like staying in town and defending a few towns and reporting movements is a thing.
It's definitely something, like, as someone that's very much looking at being Tribland Senator, like, that's definitely something that's popped into my head of, like, that's, okay, whether I do or not, definitely something I'm going to put forward of, like, let's grab a couple forces, let's grab some military investments, and just go, like, hey, could you do us a favor? Could you, like, just clean that up, just so it's gone and done and we don't have to worry about it. Because otherwise, that's a staging ground that they could then launch other things from. Maybe not military forces per se, but definitely magical might of some kind.
Oh yeah, I saw that. I see that more as a less that extreme and more a inhibiting repair efforts.
Yeah.
You know? It's like, I thought they're dead, but they're still around. But
Yeah, it's also a staging area where they could send out like spies and sort of anarchic elements of like disruption and such.
yeah, I get
So
it.
it's worth mopping up a bit. Yeah, like at this point for that war, we're in mopping up stage.
Yeah, definitely.
It feels nice to not have the Tribelands be at war anymore. That feels good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That the region you're talking about that's not owned is Villikers.
Yeah.
So Villikers is the region above the Tribelands.
Yeah, and then there is the one below Mukarim, which is the Kalandri as well.
Yes. Which I don't know what's going on there.
Yeah, in a weird way, I'm like, sorry to we're sidetracking from the winds now. It's the west side is looking very ripe to possibly start claiming more territories, which I feel like is a trap.
Well, yeah, I think we'll get to that in a bit, or very soon, because the next one kind of puts any of those ideas on the back burner.
Yep. And with that, Josh, go ahead.
So, strangers in a strange land, the war in Mukarem. Nazafeza burned. This much was known before the summer summit had met its end. The warlord of Corvarius, Louis El Corvarius Al Frakar, emerged from Majid's shadow and has proven himself a master of lightning strikes. Arriving at Nazafeza before a reasonable defense could be rallied by the war chamber, the Pathfinders in Mukarem rallied their tools to open a conflux to repulse Louis' vanguard, but found the portal remained silent. When given the impossible balancing act of Eisen against Nazafeza, the war chamber chose the Greenweald over Mukarem, so the Pathfinders fled. Louis' forces rampaged through Nazafeza, burning much of it and stealing the rest. The House of Trade and Faith, Nazafeza's largest structure, was collapsed by catapult fire, and many of its people attempted to flee away into the plains and beaches, only to be cut down or captured. In the face of such violence, the vast majority of people of Nazafeza surrendered. They were herded to the shore where they camped under guard while they watched the forces of Majid steal and loot in front of them. 2 weeks into the sack of Nazafeza, relief arrived. Shy of 40,000 Nat Valley folk warriors, their round shields held over their sunburnt bodies, arrived after the longest march from the east. Exhausted and out of place, the Concordian relief busied itself in removing this blasted tick from its hide, but they found Nazafeza arrayed against them. Protecting the sheltered cove, a wide array of barricades, hasty ramparts, and rubble strongpoints held the burnt foreign warriors at bay. Louis appeared intent on defending their prisoners and reducing Nazafeza to rubble if that's what was required. The Battle of Nazafeza that followed was a dragged-out affair of bloody house-to-house fighting, routs crushed with violent brutality and a gritted endurance of both sides. The elite indebted of Louis' army clashed with Iron Valley Huskars, scimitar against axe. Summiters brawled with Apravano Marines in the surf, drowning each other with their bare hands. Archers sniped each other from both sides, the ruins and death around them acting as hunting hides against their human prey. After 2 months of battle, it seemed the valley would be beaten. The forces from the north held most of the city's important wells, leaving the valley parched and undersupplied. As losses began to mount, relief was found on the western horizon as dozens of sails appeared. The Golden Fleet had come. Word was shuffled along the line not to fear, that the Senate had secured the Golden Fleet's allegiance, and that this would be the final blow required to break the siege. But what followed was less of a violent assault than an orderly retreat. Launches shuffled back and forth from the fleet anchored off the coast, ferrying people of Nazafeza captured in the assault away. Louis's forces then rallied for their own evacuation, a relaxed affair that would take them home after a very successful campaigning season. But no evacuation came. With their valuable human cargo retrieved, the fleet led by the sloop of war known as the Questing Hawk ran off west, back to Benathia. Instead, Louis's army was forced into a violent breakout action. This night-born assault was a bloody one, responsible for nearly 100 of the casualties suffered by the Twin Blade Raiders. But the Valley's Own was beaten and undersupplied at this point. They were more than eager to simply occupy the ruins and balm their wounds after nearly 3 months of constant battle. In the ruins of Nazafeza, they would find many dead, some their own, some Louis, and some the people of Nazafeza. It appears that supplies ran short inside the crude defenses, and it was hardly likely that Louis's troops were going to go hungry. Those final occupants of the prisoner camp were dead, well before the Golden Fleet arrived. The following months were made up of constant patrols north of the ruins along the border. The Valley's Own set up camps ranging from the western coast into the east of the Tanabar Sea. The sight of sweltering Easterners holding the line, sunburnt and sweat-drenched, became common. For their part, the forces of Aprivano continued to probe and strike, cautious in their assaults, but proving a continued strength. As the summer broke and autumn loomed, life had returned to Nazafeza. Nearly 100 people who successfully escaped the assault huddled in the patched ruins of the House of Trade and Faith. They tended to wells to assist travelers, tried to retrieve valuables from the ruins, and facilitated Concordian surveyors who were marking out the bay for a hopeful trade port. The Valley's Own marched east eventually, returning home with the summer season complete, nearly 1,000 less than when they arrived. They tell stories of a small courtyard in the ruins, the walls clad with round shields carved from Windholm timber, the ground adorned with old families' blades thrust home, and a single piece of arkstone wedged in the ground. Carved into this stone are the more than 900 names who never came home. Game information. Mukarem has been defended, but at great cost. The Valley's Own, unsupported by mercenaries or magic, suffers nearly twice as many losses as Louis El Covarius's forces, and only barely managed to hold the line, forcing the attacking troops out of Mukarem. Nazafeza has also been reduced to a shadow of its former self. Almost all of its population is either dead or captured. The parts of the town not destroyed in the original assault were damaged during the prolonged fighting, and all of its wealth has been looted. It is barely worth keeping on a map at this point, but lacking any other large settlements in Mukarem, it remains by default. The following investments have been damaged in the fighting: Takar al-Andash, his ley line; Italo Etzi el-Andash, herb garden; Alisis el-Mukarem, herb garden. Characters who elected to take part in the campaign will have stories of violent combat at close quarters among the ruins of Nazafeza, facing off against the crazed indebted, Red Scorpion skirmishers, and Aprivano Marines. They would also have stories of long months watching for lightning strike assaults across the sands. It is a story that emphasizes the human cost of warfare, of sacrifice and grit. The reconstruction effort, if there is any, will be one that concerns the whole Concord. The threat from Aprivano still looms, but it's taken on a vastly different shape and style in recent months. as political machinations continued despite the active conflict to the south. And that's everything from Mukarem.
So, I got a couple questions. Because this is... And maybe one of y'all could answer this, whether Chad or either of you. So the force that attacked Nasafeza,
Yes.
was this... Am I remembering the name correctly? Is this the guy that was put up as the contact for the Golden Fleet?
No.
No,
Okay.
this was Majid.
Okay, so this is one of Majid's lieutenants.
Yeah.
The forces. Okay, cool. Okay, because like the name sounded a little similar, so I'm like, who? So has the Golden Fleet pulled like a double move here? But
No.
So
okay, all good.
the Twin Blade Confederacy is 3 major fleet captains, and correct me if I'm wrong here.
Yeah.
But it's 3 major fleet captains. Essentially, you kind of have to treat them as 3 separate entities in alliance with one another. My understanding from reading this is that the Golden Fleet is one of them, and they have been the most amicable.
Yeah, however, apparently from also this, it's the Golden Fleet was meant to help us. They kind of did and didn't. They pulled a fast one on both us and Majid's forces.
Well, I'm not sure if they necessarily pulled a fast one, or if the money never got to them.
They took Andashi captives, and then they ran. And they took all the treasure.
The Andashi captives were ransomed back to the Concord for a certain amount of vaults.
Oh, is that what that is?
Yes, that's my understanding.
Okay, because I knew about the captives thing, but I didn't know it was this. Like, this was the reason.
Yeah, I just read Hart here ask about the vault, and I'm like, what are you talking about? And now,
Yeah, I kind of think that's what this is referring to. Or it was a case of that is them pulling the fast one. We paid them to recover the captives, and then they've just kept them themselves. But it sounds like this has... Louis was left, so I'm not sure if Louis was the leader of, or just one of the 2 ICs of one of the other fleets.
Yeah, I think he was the 2IC?
2IC.
Because
if he wasn't the 2IC, it sounds like a coup has just been successfully led against him.
Like, I guess for me, it's one of those things of, like, you can blame, but, like, if it's Apravano, Majid's involved. I have screamed that enough times to know that Majid was in Apravano.
Yep. I mean, yeah. I'm with you. Absolutely.
Okay.
Cool. So this is Majid doing Majid things. Golden Fleet rocked up later than they were meant to. Bunch of shit went down, and then that's where the captive get back Andashi people's ransom thing happened at Summit. Okay, that explains that a lot.
Yeah,
that's kind of my understanding.
Although my
check the Senate motions from last Summit. I will do that quickly.
What did I say? My whole thing is our relationship with the Golden Fleet can be summarized as they're a pirate.
Yeah, pretty much.
I like rereading this and hearing the whole thing of like the Valley Zone being like, yeah, the Golden Fleet's here, and then Majid's forces also being like, yeah, the Golden Fleet's here, and the Golden Fleet just being like, I'm gonna take your money, gonna take your prisoners, and I'm gonna leave. It's kind of like, okay, that's a very pirate move. And very like a weirdly neutral but also betrayal play.
Yeah.
Because if the Golden Fleet was meant to help fight on either side and didn't do it for either, but at least for us, got our prisoners out, which is
yeah.
Here it is.
Yeah.
Senator of Mugarem and Senator for Bolsterley, 6 vaults to pay for the evacuation of civilians from the threatened city of Mazafeza, granted to the Senator of Mugarem. Failed on first raising, passed on second. So that might be what this is. Yeah, it was the evacuation of civilians.
Okay,
so they were evacuated, but they weren't given back.
Yeah. I state again. We were
That's
dealing
a
with
very
a pirate.
Yeah.
We were dealing with a pirate. Like, it is
I feel like, unfortunately, the only real solution here is pay them to get it back because they are pirates. They want money.
Although
Because
I feel like the real solution was we shouldn't have done twin blades to begin with.
As an Andashi that has a particularly burning eternal, hotter than the actual sun hatred for Twin Blade, I agree entirely.
I'm only a little bit aware of what's going on. I've, heard quite a bit. It seems like one of them is amicable. They're all infighting, and it's kind of a situation where, we could get allies with one by helping them stuff over the other two.
That being said, it does get slightly worse.
It does.
Later.
Now, it is an interesting point because we're going to get there, and I will sort of, spoiler alert. The Twin Blade Triumvirate has disbanded. And what I'm curious about is, did the disbanding happen before this evacuation or after?
Or
I think it was in the midst.
Yeah.
I think it was in the midst because
Because it'd be very interesting. Because if this happened whilst Diabolus was and the Golden Fleet was still a part of the Triumvirate, it would make sense. It would they'd act in this manner particularly because we don't want to piss off Majid. We still want to act like pirates. We still want to act like we're a part of this. Or if this was afterwards and Golden, and they're just pirates. Both make sense.
I have a feeling that, as I said before, the best solution here is swallow our pride, realize this is what we get for trusting pirates.
Yeah.
We pay their ransom for our people back. And, fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice, shame on you,
Yeah.
As much as I hate the idea of just the Concord losing even more money, we're very much, this wins the world is, we're not at full strength trying to fight against impossible odds. It's, we've whittled down our enemies to be in the same position we're in. Now it's who can rebuild faster.
Yeah. It's definitely them.
Yes, so we're gonna need to do some, and there's a lot of, Mukarem is not doing well, and,
that'll also be explained later.
That will be explained later. So I think it's going to be a very interesting summit, indeed.
Yeah, Andash, just as an overall thing, Andash this coming summit has got so much game just from the Winds of the World. That's not even counting the stuff that's going to pop up at game.
Yes.
I
do need to make my braid.
Skittles, stop. Skittles, Mitch, Concord team, stop picking on us. Leave us alone. We're just little guys.
Okay, no. To be fair, they only picked on you because everyone made the decisions around Andash.
Yes. I'll point out though, this decision is, and this whole thing is an issue of, we were put in between a rock and a hard place. It was pick Greenwild or pick Greenwild? It was pick the Valley or pick
Andash.
Greenwild or Nazafeza. Those were the choices.
Oh yeah, that was for
the major conflux.
Conflux, yeah.
And unfortunately, I feel as if had Nazafeza been picked, we would have a similar situation of huge death and destruction in Greenwild.
Zinderholtz, yeah.
Zinderholtz. So it was one of those damned if you do, damned if you don't.
I mean, in a weird way, we had two armies there. I feel like the armies would have suffered, but we probably still wouldn't have been too it still wouldn't have necessarily too bad.
True.
I will say the reason, at least the reason why I voted for the green-wheeled conflux was purely how to achieve victory for the
Yes.
and Ash one. I was like, no, we can't do it. Not with the realms fighting. For that conflux, you could not do. I was not confident.
Fair enough. It does seem like more of a maybe not less damned if you do, damned if you don't, but the payoff was complete destruction of one enemy in exchange for destruction of a city. Which does mean we've got one less front to fight on, because now we're not dealing with was it Brother Ash?
Yeah.
It's a consequences exist.
There is another layer I'd sort of put here, as much as I might catch a little a smidge of flack for this.
Oh no.
The correct choice was made in what was supported. I can't believe I'm saying this as an Andashi. Protecting Resunderhold.
Speaking as a tactician.
Yes, purely speaking. Yeah, very much speaking from a tactical point of view. Protecting Resunderholds was the better move, because that's one region, whereas Andash has the two. The Rivers of Blood was an extreme way of helping the Tribelands, but I have a feeling it probably did a lot more for us than maybe more so. No, I would say that. I would say more than we're willing to admit, because the fallout has been so bad. Yes, that's pretty much it. It's just protecting Resunderholds and putting more forces there, more powerful forces as it were, was the smarter move.
I would point out all of the major downsides and sacrifices that have been made by the Concord have come at the result of significant major boons.
Yeah.
We have completely regained the Tribelands. We completely destroyed one of the enemies from one of our fronts.
Yeah.
And not only were the Tribelands, was Sister Oak kicked out of Tribelands, she also fled out of the region she was in, for the most part. So yes, there have been major and significant dangers and damage caused.
Sorry, I'm just reading the chat fucking statement of Skittles sipping from his cup. Player tears.
But I do think it is significant enough to be, as much as we took, we gave.
Yeah.
So it's we gained big, but lost big as well. So I wouldn't consider this a win, but I wouldn't consider it a loss.
It comes out as a wash.
It comes out as a wash.
Yeah.
To quote Hatia, Rivers of Blood cost too much. It did. It helped, but it still was a pretty hefty cost.
Yeah. Had it not been there, I would hazard a guess that Sister Oak would have simply retreated to Villicers.
Yeah.
Instead of all the way past Villicers.
Yeah.
So I would almost consider that to be the result of that. But we need to learn our actions have consequences.
Yeah.
And just because it says it'll do one thing mechanically, make sure you read its fluff, because the fluff is a mechanic.
Yeah.
Yep.
Flavor is more mechanic than you think.
Mm-hmm. It's also, I think, having the updates to all the ceremonies flavor-wise, I think definitely now makes that more of a prevalent thing, because I know in the past there's been things of like information we really should have known, and there was no reason why it's like you'll find out in game. Like knowing all the Eternals and Heralds, we should have just known that.
I think that is part of the game is getting, the baseline was put down, and those things are being put forward. They are being created.
Yeah.
It's a little bit of I don't want to say catch up or oversight, because I feel like it was always there. It just wasn't polished enough to the standard wanted to released.
Yeah, it has been corrected, and corrected well, I would say. Like, all the information is there, and it's now, as you say, much more polished. So, meh.
Yep.
But yeah, I coming back to Lablands Sitch though.
Yes.
And the Mukarem thing, I should say.
That's a
But yeah, I got nothing more to say on this. Well, actually, there is one thing I could say. It's a little bit petty. Get fucked, Stone and Ashy.
oh!
I
You. Get out of my school!
Not in your school, bitch. Sorcerer. I need to learn your shit.
Man, I'm glad I'm just modifying. I'm just racist.
Shut up, Beetle.
Only we can talk about each other like that. You don't get this.
I'm modifying. I don't care to begin with.
God, I would love if that's a thing. Like Stone and Sanandachi, constantly rib each other, but in the sense of like siblings.
Yes.
Oh.
All right.
It'd be better than what we have right now.
Oh yeah, we'll get to that later though.
Alright. Next up, I believe, is the shark.
Yeah.
Alright.
Alrighty.
Hit it.
Drown or be drowned. The war in Lorona. Some would have called it a cunning trap. Others would call it expert littoral maneuvering. A small population might call it outnumbering your enemies and using divine magic to force them into foolish movements. It was likely a combination of all three that defeated the shark in Lorona once again. Prior to the summer summit, the army of the shark had crossed into Lorona, fording the Fiorenza River, overwhelming the defenses there and establishing forward camps west of Strada Mineral that runs from Mivara to Lorona. The Elsevier raided themselves for a siege, arming weapons of war and looking to march on Legend City. In response, the two fleets of Lorona, Liberty's Fist and the People's Gift, sped across the Bay of Promised Gold and gathered about the mouth of the Fiorenza River. Lighter craft of Liberty's Fist sailed upriver in contested landings at the ruined riverfront mansions. As they have nearly every season since they fought for their independence, Lorona Marines and Bravos fought down gaudy corridors of palatial summer homes, flanking their foes from overgrown hedgerows, and culminating in a chaotic battle on Lake Isabella. For their part, the heavier ships of the People's Gift held Bay and Rivermouth. The new admiral, Jean-Luc Dupont, while unsure on the decks of a ship, knew his way around a battlefield and its logistical needs. The People's Gift formed an armored blockade that robbed the Elsevier of their seaward retreat while also supplying Lorona troops in the west. Admiral Dupont gained a reputation as an understanding but stern taskmaster with a veteran's wisdom to contrast Admiral Bonvelle's dashing heroics and political ambush. With their retreat cut off, the forces of the Shark looked north and east. They sought to level Legend City, and that was still their intent. Were it not for the fortress in the way. Crafted from gold and brass, manned by strange automatons infused with the spirit of the most hardened customs enforcer, the Fool's Gold Fortress of Lorona stood firm. It was adorned with strange marks, glowed green in the dark, and appeared to be melting. But for when it mattered, it stood firm. Between all three forces, the Elsevier were pressed. By summer's end, the Shark had staged a brutal breakout action, pushing past a thin line of Marines holding the northern-western flank, retreating back up past the northern headwaters of the Fiorenza, back into Mancanta Terra. When both sides encountered when both sides counted the dead, it was clear that Loronomere had given far better than they had any right to. The dead of the Elsevier, adorned in seal hides, the furs of the valley, and the leathers of the bales, were more than double the losses of Loronomere. Army of the Shark in Mankatia Terra is still more than a match for any Concordian army, but for now they are repulsed. Game information. The Loronomere fleets engaged in a daring action to repulse the Ilsphere from Loronomere once again. Supported by the Fool's Gold Fortress, they defeated a dangerous army and saw it routed over the Fioranza, back to Mankatia Terra. The fighting was cutthroat and chaotic, with Marines and sailors acting as soldiers. Characters who elected to have taken part in the campaign will tell stories of the wild fighting in the ruined mansions of the river country, risky sailing on the Fioranza River, and the strange fortress in the northeast. More information on Loronomere Fool's Gold Fortress can be found below in Fortress of Profitable Malady.
Mm-hmm. I think this one in particular is one of the only... I can't see anything bad here. There's some concern with a, almost uranium-like glow from a gold fortress.
I mean, I would describe it as I would describe it as a really bad melty cake.
Yes.
Not good. Yellow cake, if anything.
The Golden Fortress decided... Yeah, the Golden Fortress is looking pretty green.
Yes. And this is sort of where I was talking before or earlier about how I feel as if the potential, the weirdness going on is the fact that it was performed multiple times in the same summit, as opposed to Rivers of Blood, because this wasn't in the same area as Rivers of Blood. It might be seen as a, taxing of doing too much from one sphere, perhaps. But this would kind of be the second instance I've seen, personally, of doing a ceremony multiple times at a decently high magnitude, having weird effects the more you do it.
Yeah.
But I don't have much to talk about here. It sounds like this was one of the few really good successes.
Yeah, so worth noting, we've got up against the Elsevier in terms of fleets a couple times. I guess this is kind of the second time, sort of. We've kicked their ass both times.
Although it is concerning to hear that although we've repelled them, the shark is still far bigger than any Concordian army.
Yeah, that's kind of a pretty significant thing. It's like we've routed the Elsevier several times, and I have a sneaking suspicion it's because we keep getting lucky, and at some point that luck's gonna run out.
I think the luck ran out in Mukarem. Let's be honest.
No, I'm saying particularly against the Elsevier. Against other forces, we're kind of wibbling back and forth. Against the Elsevier, we've been pretty consistent.
Yeah, I'd be curious to... I'm not sure it's necessarily luck, because I do know that against the first major fleet battle, it was more a case of, do we have a navy spare to deal with it? Because it was essentially a giant barge with 10,000 Elsevier on it, and a fleet defending it. So it was a case of they pulled the fleet away from the barge, then attacked the barge itself. So it was dangerous in army power, but not naval power?
Yeah.
This is the case of, alright, now we've dealt with the army power by sending our navy at it, I guess.
Yep. But yeah, overall, this is a victory. Also worth noting, this is the flip side of Nasafeza, where Nasafeza we lost twice as much as the enemy, but still had victory. Whereas this, the enemy lost twice as much, and we had victory. The difference is, Nasifeza was brutal and absolutely. Yeah, I mean, just brutal. Brutal is really just a word.
Yep.
But against the shark, not as brutal, but if anything, more terrifying because it's still there.
Yeah. We can't just keep repeating the same tactic. We'll need to come up with a new solution, I think. But that's a war chamber issue.
God damn it,
I'm
Sinclair.
not in the war chamber.
The calculators in the war chamber don't call this a win. Something's going wrong.
Yeah. Should we continue then?
Yes, absolutely.
Oh, gee, we got the civil service report.
Yep. All right. So, oh boy. Okay. Where's the damn thing?
This is quite a long list.
Yep. So if anything, we'll break this one up as well a little bit.
Yeah.
So I'll handle the civil service. Josh, you take the treasury, and then Sinclair, you can take the I believe it's the diplomatic section.
And then you'll finish off with the quartermaster report.
Yep.
Cool.
Easy.
Sounds good.
All right. Concordian Civil Service Report. The following titles are up for election and or grabbies for the coming summit. Senator of Bolsterley by Romic tradition. Senator of Lorenemere by Romic tradition. Senator of Mukarem by Romic tradition. Baronite of Rezinderholz by tradition. Senator of the Tribelands by tradition. Senator of Wayland by tradition. Senator of Windholm by tradition. Champion of the Valley by tradition. Champion of the King. Champion of the Band. All the champions, basically. You know, they always are.
Yeah.
And I believe... Interesting note, it appears that the senators will be elected in the Saturday afternoon. However, the distinction is the champions will be decided Saturday evening. So they may not be done at the same time necessarily, which is odd, because I think for some Romic traditions that doesn't work, because it's all done at the same time.
Also, I'm not gonna lie, it doesn't really work for the champions because war chamber is in the...
Yeah, no, so I reckon ignore that one. That like weird difference.
To be fair though, they'll be elected when they're elected. Like,
Yep.
Oh, I know why it might be Eve. Because Valley Folk Realmic tradition needs to be nighttime for the monster hunt.
The wielder, you mean?
Greenwood? Yeah.
Yeah. So it.
Oh yeah, that might be it. Yeah.
Talk to your ego.
Talk to your local ego. And I will say, I don't think it's the monster hunt. I believe it's for the their electing of senator. They do that at night, or it's best done at night. I believe that's what it is.
Okay.
Anyway, yeah, all the high priest positions. High priest of Cerbitas, high priest of Stalia, high priest of Arcadian.
Wow.
And that's it. The other ones aren't listed.
Interesting.
All right.
They must do it. Oh, okay.
Okay.
I don't go to church, so yeah.
Unless it's they elect 3 high priests. What? It might be they elect 3 high priests one summit, and then they elect the new ones the next summit for the other 3.
Yeah, that might be it.
That would make sense.
We might get some angry comments about that from people who actually know.
Then they can.
They can correct. They can correct.
Yeah, they can correct they can correct in the comments and shit. That's fine. Absolutely do that. Ambassador to the Dendar Nations. They're gonna have a time. Minister of Foreign Affairs. High Historian. Actually, hang on. Hold on a minute. I have not done my entire due diligence here. Sunday morning, we'll be electing all three of the church positions of the high priest will all be elected on Sunday. Saturday evening, by Senate vote for the Dendarian ambassador. Saturday evening, by Senator vote for the Minister of Foreign Affairs. Yeah, no, stop this, you bastard. Here we go. All right. High Historian, I imagine, will be Saturday as well. Yes, it is. Mm-hmm. Admiral of Liberty's Fist will be done by Lone tradition on Saturday. Admiral of the People's Gift, I believe, would be the same. Yes. Important note. Liberty's Fist. Any Loronamarian can go for it, except for Leonardo Bonneville. Any Loronamarian except Jean-Luc Depont may run for Admiral of the People's Gift. Yep, that sounds normal. Head Surgeon of the Passage Field Hospital. Any citizen. Yep, Saturday again. Senate Treasurer. Saturday again. Groundskeeper of Rickenstyre, I'm going to guess.
Rickenstyre, yeah.
Thank you. Any Greenwielder or Bordavarian commoner. Important distinction.
We will get to that later.
We will, but it's interesting that they are making distinct of Bordavarian commoner.
Yeah.
And will be decided, because it says special, it'll be decided when it's decided. We'll get to that.
We'll get to that. There's a section for it.
Captain of the Watch. Any citizen. Saturday evening by senator nomination and magistrates election.
Or magistrate vote.
Yes, sorry, misspoke. But yeah, senators will put forward an individual to be captain of the Passage Guard, basically, or Passage Watch, and it is our law officers that will choose who.
I will also say there is one that is not. There is a title that is not up there at the moment. That is Spy Master.
It's right. Huh. Yeah.
That is an interesting point.
I want to say it's Senate.
Archmage isn't there either, actually.
Is Archmage winter?
Yeah. No. Yeah, it's winter.
Oh, there you go.
Odd. Alright, whatever.
Alright. I do know that Archmage is happening, so...
Yeah, it absolutely is. So, no, that's odd. Alright. The Civil Service wishes for it to be noted that the following titles are currently being held. Is currently being... I believe this is meant to say withheld, more so.
Yes.
Ambassador to the Twin Blade Confederacy is being withheld as the entity known as the Twin Blade Confederacy has ceased to exist. Ha 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 ha.
Who would have thought pirates can't work together?
Funny
I mean, they have for a while, which is weird.
Yeah.
Okay, deed to the Sinclair. Help me out here. How do you pronounce this? Because I've seen different spellings.
Ledour. Lake Ledour.
Okay. Lake Ledour quarry is being held until the veto vote held by the church completes. Basically, the church has to decide whether or not they're going to apply their majority, the majority vote. Or sorry, what the hell is the greater vote? Yeah, the greater vote to apply to overturn it, and that'll decide whether or not it'll go up for public auction or decision by Bordavarian tradition. Yeah, so that's the thing. Treasury report. I'm kind of glad I'm not reading this. A little.
This one isn't that. Well, yeah, it's bad news bears. So, the Concordian Treasury wishes to report the following. The Concordian Treasury at the beginning of the Summer Summit is expected to be valued at 30%. Yeah. This including senator such as the current expenditure to support the Concordian efforts is 64 volts, 4 locks. Current tax income from Concordian regions is valued at 53 volts, 22 locks, 5 keys. Pierre's due will either be 4 volts, 1 key, or 3 volts, depending on the results of the relevant church motions on the first night of the summit. Due to this veto, Pierre's due will not be paid out until the second day of the summit. The position of treasurer to the Senate is due for re-election to this summit by Senate election. So, important to note, just the quick maths here, we're spending 11 volts more than we're gaining. Oh, apparently sound is cutting out a little bit.
Yeah, I think my laptop's being a little weird. I'm trying to fix that. Continue.
Yes, so we currently have 33 volts, 19 locks in the piggy bank. We're spending 11 volts per summit, plus whatever Pierre's due is. So it'll be, we've got 2.5 summits to make more money or cut spending.
I mean, like, again,
yeah, so, you know, I think there are ways to do it. Something like a road might have helped. It has been confirmed to have, it would have offset quite a decent chunk of this. But we're quickly running into money is an issue. But we're down 11 volts every summer at this moment. 14 to 13 volts, depending on 14 to 15 volts, depending, you know, give or take some locks. So it is going to turn into quite an interesting situation.
Yeah. I do have rumors that the hospital may be defunded by the head doctor.
I've heard lots of opinions.
Depending on who gets head doctor.
Yes, we'll see how it goes. And we'll have to, you know, that'll involve whatever it involves, I think.
Yes.
But that is it for Treasury Report. So, Sinclair, up to you.
Yes. Yes. My apologies. Concordian Diplomatic Service Report. The Concordian Diplomatic Service wishes to report the following. The Concord is at war with the Honor aristocracy, the Ilsevere, and the Zerktal. Go figure. Members of these nations are not citizens of the Concord and are not bound or affected by its laws. Hostile actions, lest they be irredeemable, cruel, or outside the scope of warfare, are permitted. Trade with these nations is not permitted. Recent dispersal of the Twin Blade Confederacy in Fleet, the Kingdom of the Bales, and the Trade Principality of Aprovano has raised many questions about the states of these new nations with the Concord. It is likely that these decisions will be posed to the Senate. The Concord is neutral with the Idrian Cabal, the Golden Fleet, and the fealties of Drummond. Trade with these nations is barely present, but ships have passed each other without issue upon the sea. Trade with these nations is permitted. The Concord previously had treaties with the Golden Fleet while they were a part of the Twin Blade Confederacy. It is assumed these treaties are still in effect. The Concord is uneasy with the Hukari, the Dendar nations, and the Ardabazani Empire, the Kingdom of the Bales, and the Principality of Aprovano. While not outwardly hostile, these nations are either standoffish towards the Concord due to diplomatic concerns or some other reason. Trade with these nations is permitted. As diplomatic tensions worsen, the Ardabazani ports are currently refusing entry to Concordian ships across the empire. The Concord was previously at war with the Trade Principality of Aprovano and the Kingdom of the Bales when they were a part of the Twin Blade Confederacy. It remains unclear what the future of these Blade will be. The Concord currently maintains 2 embassies. The embassy to the Twin Blade Confederacy is currently in holding as the Concord reestablishes it. This embassy was based in the religion in Lorimer. The embassy to Dandar nations is based in the old town.
Back to you.
Our good gracious host.
Ooh.
Oh no.
Oh no. He's disappeared.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Hey, I was muted. Yeah, the tech issue should be fine now. It's just lagging out a bit. Right, Concordian Quartermaster's report. The War Chamber's Officer of Supplies wishes to report the following. Liberty's Fist has seen its maximum strength raised to 7,500 sailors and marines. That's pretty damn cool. The Desert Whisperers is undergoing reinforcement and will have a maximum strength 7,500 soldiers at the Summer Summit. I don't know if that's also meant to be winter.
No, that will be summer.
Okay, cool.
So it's being reinforced this summit, as decided last summit, so it's still building, and next summit it'll have all its soldiers.
Okay, cool. The fortifications between Wayland and Royal Bordevar are still under construction and are expected to be completed by the Winter Summit of 2024. We have one more year of keeping this thing safe.
Yes.
Yeah, we'll see how well that goes.
Yeah, oof.
Yep.
And now we come to... Go ahead.
A broken blade summons the future.
If that
the
doesn't...
Twin Blade
Go ahead.
Confederacy.
Now, if that title doesn't sound like an anime episode, I will eat my hat.
Alright, time to make this not anime.
Yeah, it does, right? That totally does.
That's how we can raise money.
I'll make an edible hat.
To see it. Yeah, we'll pay to see it. So
There may be some robot voices coming through, by the way.
Okay.
Into chat, just mentioning audio stuff again.
Okay.
Okay. Right, so, to begin. Beyond the Concord's awareness, but exacerbated by its presence, a dispute has waged for the past 2 years. Debts, revenge, obligation, and greed have tied the Twin Blade Confederacy together for 30 years, but it appears that is no longer. Whilst the Concordian Foreign Service is still scrambling to catch up with the events over summer, what is known is as follows. Early in November, a large Baelite army led by Aaron Morgan entered Apravano and remained there for some time. What was thought to be the cause for a delegation of leaders of all 3 factions of the Twin Blade was in fact a political disaster. Details are still to be revealed, but a standoff between the Golden Fleet, captained by Ophelia Diablos, and the Adanji fleet, loyal to Majid, nearly brought the city to ruin. When tensions broke, the Baelite army departed from Apravano aboard the Golden Fleet, leaving silence in the wake. The Golden Fleet was next sighted by private sailors off the Cape of Vidania, tacking east at full speed and at greater than full size. The fleet was added to with trading cogs, sloops, and even a stolen Elsevier barge. Its sudden arrival was such a concern that an alarm was sounded in Leronomere and the port was closed. But the fleet crossed the bay and made landfall at the Bay of the Caliban, where Baal Filtiori meets Baal Locra. The fleet offloaded its passengers and then left. Brave Concordian sailors making the journey eastward, around the Cape of Wales, told tales of great amounts of movement along the coast, quickly established port settlements, armed warbands on the coast, and watchers on the walls. All of this under the green banner of a crowned tree. None can say if these returned Baelites have fought with the Elsevier that still occupy Bael Lokra, but it is likely this is the case. Over to the west, things were little better. Following the standoff with the Adanji fleet and Apravano, the entire western coast of Esterra was similar to a kicked wasp's nest. Ships sailed in all directions under new banners and old. Reports of more than a few acts of piracy from both sides were heard in every tavern, but there were thoughts that Apravano would sail across the strait and lay siege to Benathia, putting an end to Ophelia Diablos' independence. But by autumn's arrival, the prophesied war was still unseen. Banners had become normalized, and the west of Esterra was changed like the tides. The Golden Fleet has returned to flying its own shining gold banners, these pennants flying proudly from the port of Benathia on the Guardian and atop the masts of their many vessels. Apravano has affected itself with a banner of red and gold, stylized as a sunset over water, and even the Adanji fleet has returned to flying its own banner, a blue moon over red and gold. While the port of Apravano remains closed to Concordian ships that value their lives and goods, intermediaries have told that the region is styling itself as the Trade Principality of Apravano, and lays claim to the territory of Aguinaldo in addition to Corvarius. The Twin-Blade Confederacy is no longer. In its place, there are 3 that were once one. Some are celebrating this development as a victory for the Concord. Others fear that we have traded one blade to our throat or 3 in our back. Only time will tell. The game information.
Before you get to that, I'm
Yes.
just going to quickly deal with this thing. I know exactly what this robotic voice is. I did not mute the channel for my voiceover software, so it doesn't come through stream. Which is weird, because I thought I had that muted. I will very quickly do that. Pay me a second. Come on.
Fair enough. Well, just look at the map then, to talk about what's my area. Essentially, I can't see where... Oh, no, I can. If you look way up north, the Zyteri is there. In the very top left, or northwest, that looks to be the... Adanji fleet. The Principality is just underneath, with the red above gold, which is Aguinaldo and Corvarius. So Corvarius is bordered 25 lands. And that little island just off the coast of Mukarem and Kalandri is gold fleet.
And then you have the Bales. You know what the Bales is far south of the
Yes, just under, bordering Bolsterly. So what happened is
that one's still
it is that is where they have gone to. Because that is Bale. They crossed and made landfall at the Bay of the Callan, Bale Fields, Bale Lokra. They offloaded passengers and left.
I think Bale Lokra, but they landed right on the
Yes, so I'd say if they fought deals here that occupy Lokra, it's likely that is the case. So, yes, it seems as if some sort of diplomatic tensions broke down, and everyone came back to Baal Lokra, perhaps to defend. So there may perhaps be a reading between the lines here, an opportunity to ally with the Baal Lokra and deal with Baal Filtorii to kick out the Elsevier there. You know, go from Bolsoli down to Filtorii, help out Baal Lokra, gain an ally, and lose an enemy on our border.
What, trusting more pirates? Damn.
Are the Bulls pirates? The Baelites?
They were one of the remnants
No.
of the Twin Blade. Were they not?
No, they were doing a Baelite army led by Iron Morgan and Pravano was staying in
just staying
the Twin Blade Confederacy, but it doesn't sound like this. It sounds like they're all separate, and that the Golden Fleet, the Adanji Fleet, and the Pravano are all there. The Glades, and then the Baelites have come in.
Yeah.
So,
Luke.
Okay, yep. Should be fixed now.
It's a quite big shift in the political landscape that should be treated with volatility, but
Yes.
But also potential exploitation isn't quite the word, but you know. It could be done.
Right?
Sorry, just chat. Luke successfully casted silence. It's funny. Alright, go ahead.
So the game information is the Twin Blade Confederacy has broken down along faction lines. In its place is the Trade Principality of Apravano in Corvarius and Aguinaldo, the Golden Fleet on the Guardian, and the Kingdom of the Baals in Baal Lokra. So yes, you're right, the Kingdom of the Baals. And then there's also that one way up north that has a different... Where's Baal Lokra? Oh, okay, interesting. I'm not sure if that's... That doesn't seem to be matching the map, or I'm looking at it wrong. A vast many decisions will need to be made across the Concord in regards to this development, and the Concordian Foreign Service Report and Civil Service Report reflects a lot of these changes. So, essentially this is the explanation to help explain what was going on in Nazafeza with the Golden Fleet just coming in and leaving.
Pretty much.
You know, stuff's going on with them. There's been enough upset in the with the pirates that they're no longer allied. But why that's the case is anyone's guess. I think that'll be quite a major plot point for the politically minded come this next summit.
Yep.
I do have something I want to kind of raise on that because I think it's kind of interesting. Is of the three, Captain Diabolus has been very, you know, quote unquote, wanting and willing to trade with the Concord. Majid al-Majid has been very, like, really just not saying anything. And he's very much like a pay me to do things and I will do things. Going off my information. Alabaster Morgan has been very vocal about give me back what I own. Give me back my land. Basically. So I have a feeling this is Dubus was doing something that the other two didn't like, especially Morgan, and this has all just come to a head. Like, we have, by trading with the Golden Fleet, we have exacerbated it. And made them break apart. I think that's what it, what it seems to be to me. Is through nothing more than a bit of trade and some nice words, we've broken the Twin Blade.
Right. But that has caused we're now, instead of dealing with one faction, we're dealing with three. So, which, it comes with its pros and cons. They're no longer necessarily beholden to each other, but they also be more beholden to
Others.
other things.
Yeah. I think a benefit of is like, in theory now, we may only really only fight them one time, or if we do fight them, say 2 or even all 3 of them, we're fighting them at a third of what had been their maximum power when they were united. I'd say it's much like a lot of things in this Winds of the World. There's good and there's bad.
Yeah.
But all I'll say for my current character personally, this just takes me from 1 target instead now it's 3.
Right.
So I have I have 3 separate factions to kill rather than just 1. Yeah, Twin Blade is broken. Yay? Question mark.
We'll find out. That's
Indeed.
That's not my job.
Alright.
Yeah.
Let's continue on.
Lie and Knives in the Capital. All characters, the Senate. Gossip abounded throughout the Concord as the events of the Summer Summit 222 gained grandeur and mystery with each retelling. Some said that more than half the war chamber was made up of assassins. Others said that criminal gangs controlled the exchange. Even more said that the Concordian heroes were possessed by spirits that lured them to commit acts of great violence. Regardless of truth, the civil service scrambled to control rumor, recruit magistrates, and bring the heart of the Concord back under control. As the Winter Summit approaches, notice after notice can be found on taverns and way stations all around the capital. New programs, new titles, and new opportunities. The Civil Service is pulling all of its available tools together in an attempt to present a strong face of law and order before the image of the Concordian hero is irrevertibly besmirched. Irretrievably. Firstly, whatever the word is. Firstly, the civil service will match wages for any senatorial bodyguard up to the value of 2 locks per summit, as long as the senator prove that their bodyguard has been with them throughout the summit. Mercenaries across the Concord see the enterprise as a perfect opportunity to line their coffers, while as many more curse the increased difficulty of getting closer to a senator. Secondly, the magistrates of Passage declare that they will be dispersing some of their powers during the summit to officers of the Passage Watch. A captain of the watch is to be chosen by the magistrates by application. This captain will receive a stipend and the dispensation to recruit deputies, investigate crimes, and assist magistrates with law enforcement during summit. Finally, the title of Health Guardian has been embroiled in a series of disputes due to its perceived illegitimacy. Questions from the magistrates, constitutional experts, and even church have called the title to be stricken before it enters use. Game information. Senators who are interested in applying to the bodyguard stipend are instructed to attend the hub on the first and last days of summit, first to register their bodyguard and then to receive the funds. The title of Captain of the Watch has been created. Characters interested in the title will be nominated by senators on the first night of the summit, with magistrates selecting the winner. The Captain of the Watch will serve a 1-year term and will have a wide variety of powers, including the ability to deputize officers of the Watch. The Health Guardian title, created at the end of last summit, has been responsible for a considerable amount of confusion and concern from the community and Concord team due to its similarity to OOC, out of character, health practices, and clarity of use at game. With this in mind, the Concord team has elected to not include in the game. So yeah, that one's that's just kind of a general like,
Yeah.
Or at least the first half of it is choices of consequences. We have some people may be giving the Concord a bad face, and then afterwards it's just a retelling of new titles and the reason for removal of a title.
Yes. I'll point out, this isn't the first time I've seen a voted on decision by the players removed or not allowed in the game due to essentially the intent of the game not being to include that.
Yeah.
There was a decision voted for in the Shard Circle that, you know, everyone voted for. It went through, and it was vetoed by the game list for out of character reasons, just because it didn't match what the vision of the game was. So I think
I will say I have no idea what the Health Guardian title was meant to do.
my understanding was they were the one who could enact quarantines and kill people based on, you know, you are infected, you must die, sort of.
And
thing.
there's no way to get rid of it aside from
Yep.
Very much the problem we're dealing with in terms of blasts, right? Yeah.
Yes, but creating it as a essentially a carte blanche title of, we want this to be a thing that one person is allowed to do, and that was decided against because I don't know, they have their reasons. They are there.
Yes.
But talking about the bodyguard stuff. I'm curious where anyone who is familiar with the events of last month would be aware why bodyguards are now being promoted. Those who aren't aware, a senator was assassinated.
And many more assassination plots are, I'm sure, in the works.
Yes. And this is essentially a tacit approval of assassination as a valid thing to do at game, and seems to me as a more meta way of encouraging counterplay to that rather than removing it entirely.
Question. Has it been confirmed in game that the assassination happened?
For what? Westwood?
Yeah.
Not as far as I know.
Because I don't believe it has.
As far as I'm aware, it's a case of, we know that the senator has gone missing.
Yeah.
Assassination is, you know, one of the rumors that 100% are justifiable. You know, senators don't just go missing.
Yeah, I'm just making sure that it is made clear that it has not been confirmed outwardly that this was an assassination, but that is one of the strong rumors going around and reasons to have the bodyguard situation in it.
It has. I believe it has been confirmed out of character.
Oh yeah,
but in the world of Concord, the only thing we know of is he is missing.
Yes. Yep.
Again, out of character, I know for a fact there are several assassination plots in the works as well. So bodyguards are very much required.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
Shall I proceed with a more mundane missive?
Sure.
Very well.
What?
A more mundane missive. The foreign. I guess it's not even civil service. It's just the foreign service. Sounds a little weird, but I bet it's accurate. Not all who would visit Passage we read that, right? The Panoply Spirit thing?
Yeah.
Okay, so cool. So the Debt Reaper has been talked about. Excellent, okay. Not all who would visit Passage are Panoply Spirits out to balance the scales, or Concordian heroes seeking their destiny. Passage has grown in notoriety over last years, as the Concord in general and the summits in particular have become more widely known. Over the summer, a steady trickle of Dendarian ships docked in Laronia Laronia offloading goods far away from the faraway Esterran nation. For the faraway Esterran nation, sorry. Notably, Bloodglass and Sun's Iron, and taking on local supplies of alcohol, crystal mana, bastards, and herbs, bastards. Trade was visible, but not particularly notable, given the overall of local trade through the port to the port. More notable was the garish trireme, which disgorged its armored and alcoholic cargo. Hold on. Yeah, it's armored and alcoholic cargo onto the port. That is... It's a way to phrase that.
Mm-hmm.
Plemnius Argos, a renowned adventurer of Camaris, has arrived in the Ronemere and made it clear that it is his intention to head to Passage and attend the summit. Plemnius is well known up the east coast of Esterra as a colourful character prone to displays of wealth and power in equal measure. Regardless of the particulars of his plan, Plemnius has made it clear he intends to meet with the ambassador to the Dendar nations in the afternoon of summit's second day, Sunday. Cool. A small, well-garbed and well-protected delegation has made its way from Wayland Township to the Concord Premier Tailing House in the Cloakmakers Guild, and the Cloakmakers Guild has sent representatives to the summit with information they will not share with those they pass on the road, but given their speed and intensity, it is likely that they intend to arrive on the summit's first eve. Whilst they have kept their work closed to the well-tailored chest, they have made it clear they wish meetings with the senators of Wayland and Bolsterley. Wow. That's,
You still have game information, my guy.
I know! 2 sets of notable mortal attendees are making their way to Passage this summit, as far as the civil service is aware.
Yeah, so I guess I'm pretty sure that's referring to the fact that heralds might just pop in and say hi.
Yeah, I know, but still. As far as the civil service is aware, the listed title holders should be prepared to receive them, and any characters with an interest in either the Cloakmakers Guild or the Dendari nations should make efforts to contact them during their time at the summit. So, we have a rich, alcoholic, flamboyant adventurer coming to Concord from Dendar.
No. 2 separate things, I believe.
He wants to talk with the Dendari ambassador, but he is a adventurer of Camaros?
I think we have an adventurer and a tailor coming?
Yeah,
we have
leader of a tailor house. So a guild, a head of a guild.
So we have the adventurer who's come from
Dendar. Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, we have a rich alcoholic adventurer coming from there, and then we also have the Cloakmakers Guild rolling up for some reason.
Yeah.
My funny thing is, like, it's the Cloakmakers Guild, but they're going to essentially they're going to Iron Valley and Wayland, and I'm like, weird. I thought they would have absolutely gunned it for Laronemere first.
Well, it depends what their purpose is. It could be a cover. Then not telling anyone what's happening.
Oh, I wonder. Because there's only
all sorts of things.
it's one other thing I would say that both Waterfar and Iron Valley have connecting them, and it's the Boar clan and the Steambolts.
That's a separate.
I know, but I wonder if this is maybe connected
Camaros
to it.
is in Dendar. There is a Dendar.
Yeah. Like it even says in the thing mentioning him, like, from the Dendar. So, and he's coming in a trireme. Like, if he's not Dendari, he's got good taste. Woof. So, this ain't bad. At least for the first part. This actually could be okay. My only concern is priests. For obvious reasons.
Priest's not showing up. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, yeah. It's a problem we've had for like the past 2 years. So.
Yeah.
Well, look. It's not my job until someone makes it my job, which they undoubtedly will.
Beyond that, this could actually be really good. As long as we don't have priests putting their foot in their mouths unnecessarily, to make that very clear.
As long as the ambassador is also not one of the priests that is going to problem, then we should be fine.
The other part of it is the fact that it's mentioning the word bravado means, like, look, we have a lot of very outwardly spoken, passionate people with very big personalities at Concord. Or at Passage, I should say. I could see some duels happening for fun.
Yeah. Priests do, in fact, be too gun-ho.
The Cloakmakers Guild... Yeah, the Cloakmakers Guild thing is weird. Because have we ever had a mention of the Cloakmakers Guild before in a Winds of the World capacity?
My memory.
Okay.
Not that I'm aware of.
So this is going to be new. It's going to be interesting. I'm very interested.
Yeah, one's...
Because, like, Cloakmakers Guild, like, fashion? Interesting. Let's see what it's got.
Yeah, this feels like it's either a fashion thing, or this is some kind of, like, hey, we have sneaky secret information patterns.
Yeah.
I will say it's going to be interesting if it's a Cloakmakers Guild. It's like, we set up shop and possibly we might be getting some more money to the Concord. I doubt that's going to be that easy, but look, curveballs.
Alright, I love the name of the next article, but it's not for me to read. Go ahead, Josh.
The Meddling of Wizards. All characters, Shard Circle. To be a mage is to wield the immense power of the arcane, but for many members of the Shard Circle, it feels more like they would wield the immense power of the bureaucrat. Unfortunately, this summer has been little different. The Andashi School of Gifts, led by the outspoken Azura del Solis, once again has delved into the art of alchemy. In the past, the Spire of Alchemy has worked to create potions to treat Blatherstrike, and once again, it worked to cure one of the Concord's ailments. Leechbane is responsible for two things: a new defense against severe leeches, based off of an blood tonic, and for causing a school-wide conflict over leech, spelt with an A, versus leech, spelt with an E. Thankfully, the conflict is over before an embarrassing grammar mistake can sweep the Concord. Meanwhile, the grand powers of the Arcline have been conjured within the Greenwield. By aligning ley lines across the Concord and fueling the focus through the machinations of the Arcline, the Shard Circle have empowered ley lines of Resinderholtz in particular, granting the owners of these investments a great boon. Finally, Magi from the Concord flock to Passage as the Winter Summit nears, for it has been 2 years since the last Shard Circle tournament was called, and the Shard Circle Cup needs new names added to its form. A chance made to prove their intellect, cunning, and mettle, as well as make a considerable amount of money. Game information. Iron Blood Tonic has now been replaced with Leechbane. Any characters who knew Iron Blood Tonic now know Leechbane. Any other character with the Alchemist skill can learn Leechbane in the normal fashion. The mechanical effects of Leechbane, your bleed out time is increased by 1 minute until the next day, and your body naturally repels ill-severe leeches. This is a tonic. The roleplay effects are you feel introspective, as if now is the time to consider what you are. You oppose others' opinions on all things. They are wrong. It is a little more expensive as a potion, from what I've been told, from previous Iron Blood Tonic. It does exactly what Iron Blood Tonic did, which is the rank of Deathless, essentially, the increased bleed out by a minute, but now it helps against Illsphere. The arc line has been aligned to empower ley lines in Resinderholtz to a minor amount, bringing each ley line in Resinderholtz 3 additional crystal mana this season. The Shard Circle tournament is being held this summit. Mages will be able to sign up for the cost of 1 crystal mana during the first night of the summit inside the Shard Circle. The first event will be the following morning. There are 3 events in total. And that is everything from the game information there. So, I understand there are only 2 mages here in the chat, and you're not privy to being a mage, Sinclair?
I am not, but I will be yelling at them at Summit.
So, for those who are mages, the previous Shard Circle tournament involved a dodgeball-esque magic casting competition, a 1,000-word essay, and a scavenger hunt for various items throughout the Concord. The main change is the cost of crystal mana, which is an interesting cost. I'm not sure where that crystal mana is going to go, but it might go towards the arc line. The arc line is something that the Archmage has power over, but it is voted on, where it can be aligned to one of the realms, regions in the Concord, and can do several effects depending on how much mana is put into it. One of the minor effects is to increase ley line production. But there are other things. I know the Shard Circle has been trying to get the information to make the best decision, just pure economics and numbers standpoint. But it is one of the things. And yeah, the Iron Blood Tonic is cool. It's an interesting way to add a new effect without making a completely new potion.
I will say, again, Pathfinder's report was also released Wednesday, I believe. We're looking at, we're probably going to need some Leechbane for the Monday conflict.
Yep. One of the things to note is previously, when the School of Gifts, because it is the schools of magic that can make things like Leechbane, one of the things that they can actually do is, in the War Chamber, previously there has been Blaze Sap Striker, which is kind of like a Greek fire, and the Blaster Strike cure.
Alisar's Antidote.
Alisar's Antidote. So, I don't know about Alisar's Antidote, but I know that Blaze Sap Striker, in addition to being an artisan item, also had effects in the War Chamber and unlocked new options. To essentially, it cost a significant more amount of resources, but would allow it to be an upgrade to current naval fleets. I wouldn't be surprised if there is a similar effect from Leechbane, such that, perhaps one of the Concordian armies can be upgraded to outfit a bunch of the soldiers with Leechbane, which will help them take less casualties against Ilsevere or something. So I think that could be quite cool. But that's something for the War Chamber to know.
I think it must also be kind of a case-by-case basis, because we have Alisar's already, and that didn't happen with Alisar's. It's also worth noting, it also didn't happen with the Pathfinder's Gambit, but at the same time, I'm glad it wasn't.
Yes.
Because, no.
Yes, that would be quite interesting. But yeah, I don't know. That's kind of all my thoughts on this part.
Apologies, I may have sparked a big debate in chat.
Yeah, well, here's the thing, chat. As a mage, I actually agree with him. Partially, so...
Again, my main thing, both sides have their problems in terms of non-majors and majors. It can't... So that's the thing with the whole ST things to change the name. From my understanding, it was also so majors keep saying, because majors have been the only ones to tell me that
it's a habit thing.
It's one of the things like I've only heard majors who attended Shard Circle trying to spread that change. Thus, it's a change Shard Circle did.
So it's I think that comes from as a player. It's essentially it did confuse a bunch of people, including the majors who went there and are involved with it. It's been a sort of, we've been saying one word for over a year, and suddenly the STs have gone, actually, we're calling it this now. Call it this. And we go, oh, okay.
I guess my thing is, like, again, as someone who doesn't attend Shard Circle, I've only heard it from majors. No one else has, no one outside of maybe Shard Circle STs know it's changed. To summarize this so we don't get into a big debate about this now, both sides have something to blame in terms of community.
Yep.
Shard Circle does need to work on it. We also need to work on it as non-majors. Again, big debate
I think
later.
It is a little bit, I will point out, it is a little hard when you have been using a term and everyone now knows what that term means to then be told, don't use that anymore, and then going, oh, okay, well, now when I talk to someone, I need to clarify that I say this, it means this, when the name has been changed, but it's hard to do that in character without sticking your hand above your head and going, this was a decision by STs, just roll with it.
Yeah.
Which is essentially what has happened. I
think what also adds to it that maybe doesn't help is if this had been a choice of the Shard Circle by players first and foremost, and I would 100% agree it's Shard Circle's fault. The fact that it came from an ST, and that was mostly people's thing of like, well, an ST said it's a thing, so it is probably a thing, so we took it on.
Yeah. It's just a bit of communication that it just needs to be, as much as it took a year to explain to everyone what one word was, we now need to say it's actually this word now, and there's no easy way other than, the ST has only told the Shard Circle, and only those who are at the Shard Circle on a specific night.
Yeah. And again, that's at least that's from me, because you would think if it was just a simple name change, as like an outer character thing, there would be a big announcement about it.
Yeah, it's about the church.
But again, the first time I heard about it was literally from some of my friends who are playing mages who attend Shard Circle. That was it. Yeah. And so, as someone who doesn't attend Shard Circle, I'm like, oh, you guys changed the name for you guys changed the name for something that, again, we're used to calling the Null. Yeah. And then, and is also connected heavily to the religious side of the Concord.
Yeah,
That's a pretty big thing. Probably should announce it.
look, that is a complaint that I would suggest you bring up with the orgs or STs as opposed to players.
Again,
it's not being driven by the players.
For the longest time, I thought it was a player/shard circle thing because I only heard it from mages.
Yeah. It's one of those things. So unfortunately, and I say this to a lot of people whenever I talk to them, with the shard circle, a lot of the information and the reason that the shard circle looks secretive is because there is quite a lot of dense lore that's only relevant to the shard circle, and you only find out once you go into the shard circle, do your own research in looking at all the information that is given. It's not a case of trying to be secretive, it's a case of getting you up to speed takes 4 hours, then we need to explain why we're doing what we're about to do, and then we need to go do it in the next 20 minutes.
Yeah, I will say, I guess it's one of those things of, I felt it a few times as, again, not being someone who can go into the shard circle.
Yeah.
The shard circle can be very closed off, and I get it's hard to not have that happen considering you have to use magic to get in.
Yeah.
But then, because I think there was one thing, there was a big shard circle assassination event, and it specified only mages, and I'm like, if it's in the shard circle, sure, that makes sense. But if it's just nowhere mages meeting up somewhere in the world, why not invite people outside of, so then people can actually understand?
I believe it was in the shard circle.
Then that's fine.
It was not.
That's how
it was in the It was the grounds of the School of Gifts.
Ah, okay. Which
Then,
is also open only to mages generally.
Is it? Okay.
Anyway,
yes and no. Yeah.
Anyway.
No, all things considered, that was probably worth talking about in a public-ish forum such as this to sort of, hey, shit gets fucky at Summit sometimes.
Yeah.
It's
it's good to point out, but also we do have we're barely halfway through the wins. And
we're almost halfway. We're almost halfway.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
So
next,
if anything, we'll save those debates for maybe at the end of the wins, if we're still
possibly.
Yep. We'll see how things are blowing at that point.
Yep. See where the wind takes us.
All right. In the land of plenty, Tribelands/Andash. Obregon, despite its newness and its history, truly forms the heart of the new Andashi peoples. The City of Spires is a place of plazas, switchback stairs, cafes, and trading houses. A lower mayor of the desert, if less than half. The Tribelands was given for sacrifice 2 years ago. There's no question that Obregon would be held. Money from the Senate, merchants, well-meaning priests, and the powerful Janissaries Guild have increased the wealth of the city, despite its looming destruction and arcane maladies. But now, these maladies have been pushed from the wall. The curse of Brother Ash, the army of Sister Oak, and the conquering of the Zerkatal have been cut down. For the first time in 2 years, the entire tribe falls under the control of the Andashi people. Of course, this is somewhat a burden as much damage and looting has been done, but the Andashi know how to search through the ashes for something of worth. This would be no different to that. They found opportunity in the dawn of a conquered night. A powerful fortress of gold rises from the sands of the Tanabar Sea. Not only does this stop raiders from flanking Concordian forces in the north, but also draws pilgrims up from the south. Many merchants, socialites, and ambitious hopefuls visit the golden fortress of Panoply from Obregon. It is only the priests that find much welcome. Those who call themselves Del Panoply are granted a meeting with the enigmatic commander of the fortress. What transpires within is surely of them and them alone. The city is overflowing with architects, trade princeps, and magi who would see the considerable wealth stored there, but to put to good use. Specifically, put to their good use. While this amount of competitive disagreement is good for business, it is bad for progress. Plans, proposals, prospects, and policies begin to pile up at the councils of government and the Andashi School of Gifts. None are resting on their laurels, but there may be a bit of sorting to be done. Finally, the main archaeological expedition away, the Kodori Temple, is being met with small breakthrough after small breakthrough. Delvers leagues across the tribelands are gathering up any scrap of information like diamonds, fretting over maps of new chambers and trying to decode the mysteries of the temple complex. The first delvers of ancient artifacts are being retrieved and categorized, while the next stages of excavation are looming. If one is focused on watching the dawn and the horizon, Tribelands is a good place to be. Game information. There will be a number of decisions and construction opportunities for the Tribelands at this coming summit, as large amounts of the region have only just re-entered Concordian control. These will be available for the Champion of Andash, the Center of the Tribelands, and the Headmaster of the Andashi School of Gifts. Andashi priests of Panoply will find additional information in their character bag relating to the meeting with the commander of the Fool's Gold Fortress in the Tribelands. If you decide that your character is unlikely to have attended this meeting, it can be discarded. The continued dig at Kodori Temple has begun to yield results. Characters who assisted with the dig will receive the first parts of this bounty in their character bags in the form of minerals, magical items, and information, chosen randomly, with Andashi Delvers receiving additional rewards. There will be some items from Kodori Temple available for public auction. There will be continued decisions for the Kodori Temple excavation for the Senator of the Tribelands, the Headmaster of the Andashi School of Gifts, and any Andashi Delvers based in Tribelands.
I'm going to say this only as a joke, and it should be taken as a joke. Get fucked, Rizil.
What?
You left at the wrong time, buddy.
Oh, okay.
I
was wondering where that was coming from.
No. It purely dude, if you had just stayed in Andash a little bit longer, you could have gone to this.
That's a bit mean. Look.
That's why I'm saying, purely a joke. Purely a joke, and nothing more.
Yeah. Look, there are quite a few Andashi who are aware of this. It was something given to the Tribeland Senator last summit that did involve, similar to the wandering through the graves, a downtime action. There was a similar downtime action unlocked for a bunch of Andashi at the game, at last summit. It is essentially just tomb raiding. But there was quite a lot of resources put forward to it. There was, as far as I'm aware, quite a bit of effort put into this. And it's nice to be able to see that. I think it will be quite interesting to see what the information and bounty is.
Yeah.
I'm particularly interested in seeing what magical items there are, as artisan focused as I am. And I'll note that when it comes to magical items, this is just as an artisan perspective, there's previously been loot from battlefields, which consisted of magical items. The latest changes to artisans, prior to last summit, meant that only artisans who know that recipe are able to bond it to someone.
Yes.
Which does mean that if it's a weird artisan item, or magical item no one actually knows about, the only way to get it bonded is go chat to our auctioneer, who you can pay quite a bit of money for.
Mm-hmm.
Oh wow. Okay.
Yeah.
So,
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah. So there is a mechanic if you do get one that bond. But also there are other options. You can try and find an artisan who has that recipe. And I would spruik myself, but this isn't the place.
Yeah, I'm interested, to see if these are going to be magic items that in the appendix,
Existing.
or if these are entirely new, like
Yes.
weird things.
I would also be quite interested. Someone asked, did we go on the depth? My investment did. It had a focus on doing that. So yes, I'm not sure if you were at all.
No.
If you got involved. No.
No. This would be something. So, from a character perspective, this actually would have been something my character would have had some experience doing, as he has delved into a Andashi ruin once before and made out pretty damn well. However, pretty much every summit thus far, bar like I think one thing, I've not been super involved in Andash stuff.
It was a little bit last minute. If you spent quite a bit of time in the shard circle, you might have been missed just because you weren't able to be found.
That makes sense.
And I don't think that's a particularly down, particularly like as many people as I know were approached, but it was very much a case of you're on Dashi, come here, you're on Dashi, come here, and just grab everyone.
Yeah, it may have just been I was somewhere else at the time and just wasn't
possible.
Grabbed, which is again, it's fine. Like I'm not worried about not having gone on this ultimately, because meh. But this is still really, really cool. Yeah, I'm very interested to see what comes out of this, especially with what's going to be going up on the auction.
Yeah, I think that'll be quite interesting. So I feel as if what's in character bags might be a good taste of what will go on the auction, if anything. Ooh.
Don't worry, I'm still here. I'm just. I mean, I didn't do any delving whatsoever.
No.
Yeah. I feel as if the potential on this has been kind of fixed. With This Wins the World being, you can take this special downtime action in the next season. So it's kind of been, I guess, brought preemptively fixed. A bunch of Dashi might not have even known that this was happening, not through any fault of their own, which I think that's what's being referred to in the comments as crappy but valid, as the reason for missing it. At the same time,
oh no, they're referring to me. No, they're referring to me. I'm like, I wasn't involved with it because I really couldn't be found. Crappy reason, but valid.
Yeah.
No, you're right. But
yeah,
and yes, I am Enigma.
At the same time, a lot of things do happen at the game, and you're not going to be involved with everything.
Yeah, that's just how it is.
So it's just
Yeah.
It sounds like that will be possible to continue in future, potentially.
Quite possibly.
So
now I guess
there's more to be uncovered.
Yeah, there's another layer to really look at this as well, because theories abound on what this temple was devoted to. Is probably devoted to the witch. Could have been devoted to something else. What I'm curious at is not just what possible new and strange artisan items come out of here, but what if they're going to randomly choose artisan items, or if they're going to specifically choose particular items as to be an indicator of what this temple actually is and what it did.
Yes, I get what you mean. Some might be... Yep. I get you.
So, for example, there are items for both mages and spellcasters that do weird things with blood, and replenishing hit points when doing weird blood things. There are a couple of magic items that are themselves seemingly very vicious and maybe made for torture-esque reasons. Yeah, there's a lot of interesting things of like that could be a further hint.
Yeah.
And it's Skittles, so I wouldn't put it past him to do that exact thing.
Fair enough. Yeah.
All right.
Well,
Now we could be reading the next one, then breaking. Or are we breaking now?
I believe breaking now might be
All right, I've no problem with
Yes.
the idea.
that. Okay, so
And we have so much to get through.
I think we've gone
This is the
through.
halfway point.
Yeah, I think we've gotten through the big ones. I think the rest of the ones that are here are not as big.
Yes.
We're in kind of a rhythm now, so we're gonna pull the e-brake on this thing. I'm gonna mute stream, gonna mute the mic. We will be back in 10 minutes ish. I will type in chat when we. But yeah, please go stretch your legs, drink some water, blink your eyeballs, and make a snack.
Yep.
And we will see you soon.
See you in a bit.
See you in a bit.
Okay, welcome back, everybody. We're here. We've returned.
Yes.
Greetings.
Yeah.
All that. Welcome back.
Right, get the music. And I will check one other thing real quick. Oh, good. My laptop is holding. It holds like a mighty Bordavarian phalanx.
Nice.
All right. Pull this back up. All right. We are back in with the Black Bell Tolls for Ye. The Tribelands and Ash. You have the heart to look beyond the dawn, to consider the darkness to come, and to fear the darkness beneath. Then you will know that all is not well in the Tribelands. No shit. Over the summer, the sands of the Tribelands drank deep of the blood of friend and foe alike. In the Rivers of Blood ceremony performed by the Bordavarians. Light of Lumos sect caused wounds of any kind in the region to bleed profusely and dangerously throughout the summer. Whilst not impossible to treat, it was difficult to cross the battlefields. Both the Zerkatal and the soldiers of the Concord died in greater numbers before, with wounds impossible to staunch with limited supplies. It is likely that without this enchantment, Sister Oak would have been defeated, but not shattered. Her army would have fled north in good order rather than a fractured mess. Well, that's good. But the hungry Sains were not picky for what hearts they stopped. Construction accidents in Obregon claimed more lives than ever before. Nomads scratching their arms on brambles whilst traveling find themselves bedridden. Delvers abandon their work wholesale as the risks are simply too great. As the enchantment fades, the people of Andash question if it was worth it. Oak is defeated and an army routed, but loved ones are lost by Bordavarian magic without their consent. Above all of this is a dark presence, a looming malevolence in the north, hidden. Oh god, okay. Within the brambles and valleys of the true wilds is a vast flat salt plains, cruelly formed black iron barbs the size of wagons, scattered across it, growing in number until they form an impenetrable ring of bloody spines. Within this ring stands a tower, as tall as any within Obregon, made of the same black iron. Open windows moaning in the wind, as if the architecture itself laments its form. Those adventurers who have ventured to the tower in the true wilds have trouble remembering what it looks like, or what is within it, and what it did to them. This strange enchantment of unknowing has clouded the tower from sight until now. Something has shifted over the summer, and the tower, its plain and darkening shadow is perceivable now. Be it the spirit of the Andashi people, blood of the Berserktal, or perhaps the light of Lumos, it matters not. The tower in the wilds reaches out into the mind of some Andashi who call the Triblands home. Dreams cloud their sleep, and images of the place that cannot be remembered wedge themselves in their waking hours, like a barb. Hope, blood, and dreams. Such life in the Triblands. Game information. The presence of the Rivers of Blood enchantment has supported Concordian efforts to defeat Sister Oak this season, and has also done damage to the first banner of Bordervarm that fought in the region. But it has also taken its toll from the civilians of the region. Whilst not always deadly, the enchantment is one of the most dangerous in the Concord. Nosebleeding to many surgeons, having worked around the clock to save lives. Andashi surgeons based in the Triblands tell stories of long nights in impromptu wards, tending to injuries and similar maladies. Some characters who are based in the Triblands will find that they have a traumatic wound in their character bag. The Rivers of Blood ceremony that flow under the sands of the Triblands have made life even more dangerous this season. And these wounds reflect persistent injuries sustained during the time over the summit. The summer that have been enduring in their resistance to healing, frequently returning, becoming infected. That's weird. Hopefully, the skilled doctors of passage will be able to offer respite. The presence of the tower in the wilds is being felt more than ever. Before the previous tower's enchantment against memory has held it shrouded in mystery, but something appears to have changed. The tower can now be spoken about openly. Although anyone who approaches to the plane of barbs cannot remember what transpires there. Some characters based in the Triblands will receive additional information in their character packs to reflect the influence of the tower in the wilds. There will be an important decision for all Andashi to the tower in the wilds this summit. Oh boy. So yeah, that's scary.
As far as I'm aware, this is brand new.
So the tower has been a thing for some time. I've known about it for a while.
Okay.
But as it says, the ones that have experienced it haven't really been able to talk about it. The only time I've heard them talk about it was once in the Sharp Circle. Only once. No other time. So I've known about this tower for a while. Yeah, I've known about this tower for a while. And I have my suspicions that existed before anyway.
Right.
Yeah.
I think the tower existing has been quite hidden, and there hasn't been a lot of information in character.
No, not a lot at all. Except for those that know.
Yeah. So I'd treat that part of this section more as a teasers for game. However, it's going to be interesting seeing the traumatic wounds of those who weren't in the fighting.
It is worth noting, is some Andashi in the Triblands, not all. And I have a feeling these are just going to be like normal traumatic wounds. These aren't going to be anything specky.
There might be flavor to them, you know.
Sure.
But I agree. It'll be interesting to see how many is some, though.
Yeah.
You know, is it going to be a majority or is it going to be a minority of, you know, people just also there going to the hospital first thing game in?
I'm also kind of curious on how it's going to go with, if you get a traumatic wound, will you also have one of these, like, with dream information things? Because it could be handy, because I have a feeling this is... I have a very, very, very strong feeling that the tower is to do with the witch. So it could be, especially what we've learnt about the witch through the High Historian, it could be you get information because you have received pain.
Right.
Which would make sense.
Okay. Fair enough.
It could also just be like, nah, Sam and Dashi are getting a wound, and then this like random other set of people are going to get dreams. Some of them are also people that have wounds, some of them aren't. It could be entirely random. I am hoping for dream information and not wound, personally, but I also wouldn't be opposed to the wound because I get to add a second traumatic wound to my belt.
Oh yeah.
Which would be, I like, in terms of resources and like character health, not great. There. So, like,
Look,
hospital roleplay is fun.
Yeah.
It'll be more fun if it gets well funded.
Look, well, that is an incorrect thing that I haven't heard of as being part of this Wins of the World.
True.
I will say, of all of the articles in this Wins of the World, and there's a lot of bangers in this one, I think I like this one most, just because I'm a sucker for a good mystery.
Yeah.
And this is really good.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay.
Well, alright then.
Oh boy.
The next section. More Mukaram.
This is, yeah.
Poor goats.
No goats were harmed during this event.
No goats were harmed during this event. So, if the darkness of 1,000 suns, the sounds of hard-baked soil, followed by the slap of sandals, broke the still summer's day. Hidalgo was always doing this, running away from the rest of the herd. Fury's mother said that he had a nomadic heart. Fury just thought the old buck was senile. He leapt on the old goat, which let out a defiant, choked brah before the pair of them landed in the dirt, scrabbling for privacy. As Fury stood a moment later, his wayward goat bundled up in his arms, he spotted a strange scene. Ahead of him, quite a bit away, was a man in a strange, sleeveless, white and gold robe. He had long grey hair swirling around him in a tempest. There were strange red stones around him, nearly as tall as he was. It felt like all the wind in the world was rushing to meet him, fluttering past Fury and Hidalgo. There was tearing noise, like a sail splitting its seams, and a line of inky blackness spread from the figure into the sky, further than Fury could see. The wind began to rip up and into it, threatening to pull Hidalgo from Fury's grasp. The goat continued to bleat and bleat, terrified. Slowly, the line turned, revealing itself to be an infinitely thin circle in profile, slowly revealing its massive form to the world. Fury could see clumps of earth, spare twigs, and prairie mice shooting up towards it like arrows. He couldn't hear anything, not even Hidalgo, over an all-encompassing roar somewhere between a tornado and the chime of a massive bell. The roaring disc hung in the air high above, shading the space in an eerie full-night darkness, with daylight visible on the horizon all around. In In its harsh darkness, Fury could see glowing orbs dancing in the space. And then Hidalgo, the aged goat, sped upwards and free of his arms. Crackling spiderwebs of nothingness beyond darkness crept in from the edges as the disc's roar grew in pitch to a deafening scream. In moments, the disc was purely nothing. It simply couldn't be looked at. The land around it covered in darkness. And then it was gone. Swept back into the world. The undarkness of the creation was gone. With a bleating wah, Hidalgo dropped to the ground. Fury rushed to pick up the goat and see if it was alive. It was, and aside from a twitching shudder, it appeared uninjured. The two ran as fast as their old bones and young feet could carry them. Around them, colour swept across the plain. Grasses returned to their pale summer yellow, then a vibrant spring green, and began to grow and twirl in on themselves, forming hands, perfect circles, and words. But still they ran. The sand grew cold and frosted over in parts, before melting and sizzling off. Still they ran. The man was gone now, along with his red stones, but there is no telling what he left behind. In accordance with their agreement, the Idrian Cabal has completed an experiment in Central Concord. Rumours abound on what it accomplished, if anything, but firm answers are rare. The Idrian Cabal retains a settlement near the site where they are continuing to explore the effects of whatever they did. Wanderers who have approached the site report strange terrain where the plants shift in unfelt winds. Colours appear too vibrant and strange buildings within its bounds, that there 1 minute and gone the next. Game information? None.
I do love how it's just the game information. Nothing at all.
Yes. There's nothing game related to come from this.
Go ahead.
So...
The size
No,
of
it doesn't. So I'm in character. I am out of character. I enjoy this sort of exploration of the unknown and discovery of things. And ultimately, this hasn't caused any danger. It's just scaring the locals. But at the same time, anyone who's not a mage doesn't like what mages do in Concord, as it is. Despite a lot of things happening that, as we were saying before, the Shut Circle does things, and getting you up to speed takes like 4 hours just to give you the 6. So it's a case of it being done out of malice or secrecy, and more a case of, I've got 20 minutes to get my thing done before it's completely screwed. It would take 4 hours to get you up to speed. Ask me later if you really can. I've got to go. And then it comes back to follow up on that. So, when it comes to this, I think questions definitely are going to get asked. We just don't know enough about what's going on. It's a case of we just need more info, I think.
Yeah, a couple points of particular interest, I think, is number one, like plants spontaneously growing and like forming shapes, like actually like forming noticeable things that aren't just plants is super interesting.
Yeah.
There's also the whole like seeing buildings that seem to just appear, or structures, sorry, to just be there and then vanish.
Yeah, if I would compare this to anything, I would say Fae. Rather than, if I were to try and describe it, it sounds like a Fae realm, essentially, has been partially opened.
Sure. I mean, I definitely think they've opened a portal into, that dimension where the spheres reside. It's absolutely where they've gone.
I think we don't know enough to actually even make that assumption. Because I had that thought, but we don't actually know anything. So making that assumption isn't.
To be honest, from what I've heard, the senator fucked up. Just the senator. It sounds like most people are against it, or at least like in Andash, most people are against it.
Well, yes and no. So there were people who weren't against it. The main thing is it's the nomads.
It's pretty telling though when your ego advises against doing something.
I did hear about that, and I didn't know that at the time. But that's kind of going to be revealed later. There is more context, though, that wasn't directly shared with everyone, specifically about the Idrian Cabal. And it's, again, one of those things where it was shared with the Shard Circle by the STs, but it wasn't put in the Winds in the World. But it is one of those things that, it's like where the War Chamber to be told relevant information.
Yeah, true.
The Shard Circle was told relevant information. One of the things with the Idrian Cabal is they only ever offer something once. So they kind of go in and don't... They have a reputation of only supporting or offering out a hand to empires they see as actually worthy. And everyone who's ever sort of dealt with them has always come out ahead. Whether that's just really good marketing or not is a thing. But there is other info given around, and, perhaps there is a case of the egos are still players. They are privy to more information, definitely, than a lot of players.
True.
But there straight up just might be information not getting handed around on purpose.
True.
So there is more to do with this than just it looks scary, but Rivers of Blood did more damage. So,
Damage that we know of.
I think the difference is we know what Rivers of Blood. The reason why people are concerned with the Idrian Cabal is we have no idea what to do.
So we kind of do, but I'm not sure that it's
no. The question is, did the Idrian Cabal say what they were doing? Because that doesn't mean we know what they're doing. That means that's what we've been told. That's what we have been told. We have no idea what they're doing.
Right. We just need to confirm or deny, basically. that they are doing what they said.
All they have said is a communication magic experiment.
Yeah. Or mass.
And the problem there, though, is experiment. And also, if that's all they told the Concord, we have no idea what they're doing.
Yeah.
I
would point out the issue there is less necessarily what they're doing and just our misunderstanding or not knowing enough information. We can't really make a assumption without the information. There's straight up just not enough information for us to act on.
Well, I guess for me, what I've heard from, again, those directly involved, but mainly from Andash, other players I do know from Andash, is the Idrian Cabal have seemed pretty standoffish. They are pretty much a organization group, whatever you want to call them, that looks down on us. So, in a weird way, they just gave us the banner and we said, yeah, sure.
Yeah, they're very haughty and very slippery from the interaction thus far.
So,
yeah, I think, sure. But again, we don't have enough information.
That is right.
And that's kind of where a lot of the uncertainty is coming from. So a lot of this can quite rightly be a gamble, and we still have yet to see if it'll pay off.
Yeah, I would. Yeah, that is a whole kettle of fish.
Yeah.
That's at least 2 kettles of fish.
Yeah. But let's not make enemies with the giant cabal of, like, super deadly mages. Is also on there. Should we go to the next bit then?
Real quick, do you want to address a quick thing? So to be clear, yes, the Idrian Cabal representative in the was in the Senate Hall. I have heard apparently people got like barred from talking to them by members of the Shard Circle. I don't entirely know why. But no, like this man speaking as a mage, and someone that was there was, someone that talked to them and was witness to a good portion of the conversations that happened. Even overheard information and discussions between the representative and Westwind. So, if there was anything more, I don't know. I
am one of those people. I did directly talk to their ambassador. So, I am speaking from a place of actually knowing this.
There's a lot with this one.
There is a lot with this one. That I don't think it's appropriate necessarily to spill all the beans. Yet.
No. And it wasn't implying anywhere as such.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's all I wanted to point out with that one. All right. Yeah, let's whip on over to the next one.
All right. So, Sunder the Binding, Andash. We were promised an Andash where sun and moon were 2 sides of the same coin. But we find a reality where the coin is all that matters. Our homes are offered as sacrifices to foreign heretics, while senators cannot even follow through on their promises to us. Our shrines are given up without a fight, while wealth flows into the cities and towns. The divine and the mortal were moved to save Nazafeza and the tribeland, while our children were told to abandon their way of life. The Concord does not care for those who wander, so we shall care for ourselves. We were promised an Andash where the sun and moon were 2 sides of the same coin, so we will melt down the coin and sunder our moon from their sun. Against a backdrop of arcane experimentation, hostile invasion, and high seas adventure, the conflict between the settled Andash and the nomadic clans of Mukaram has worsened over the summer. After 2 years of deliberation, slight, and sacrifice, it appears the nomadic clans and tribes of Mukaram have reached the end of their patience. Their absence was difficult to perceive at first. When no traders came to the ruins of Nazafeza, it was hardly a surprise, as damaged as it was. But those few merchants who dealt with the cattle clans, the roving hunters, and the travelling priests found them missing most often, and refusing to engage in trade even when found. Those few who were encountered were adorned with strange braids of deep blue and rust-orange fabric. This was thought to be of little consequences. The tribes were always strange. But things grew more concerning as summer wore on. The workings of the Idrian Cabal were constantly observed by what the Magi called warbands of painted raiders, daubed in this same deep blue and orange. These nomadic warriors carried themselves in the style of Shesti, a discipline of combat unseen for nearly 200 years. Painted in bright colours, carrying many weapons and lightly armoured, the Idrian Cabal was forced to hire mercenaries from the nearest settlement, Obregon. This unfortunate situation resulted in Andashi city janissaries facing off against nomadic Shesti over the plains of Mukaram. Many priests offering prayers to Servitas that it did not come to blows. The situation grew worse when Concordian prospectors were turned back by armed warriors at Mitrakasa Rise. Sent by civil service to catalogue the large deposits of Arkstone found in the foothills that make up the Mitrakasa Rise, these prospectors were turned back at sword point by more Shesti. Non-Andashi were simply told to leave, but those who carried the history of the hands were told to stay and questioned. 2 Endashi, who identified with a city name or carried themselves with a city bearing, were relieved of their goods and sent to join their companions in their small cloths. 3 who identified with a nomad name were taken deeper into the rise and did not rejoin their companions. None of them have been as seen since. The final moment was reported by the Valley Zone after departing their camps on the outskirts of Nazafeza. The Iron Valley warriors told stories of being followed, almost escorted, from Mukarem by a vast host of nomad warriors, not as numerous as the Valley Zone, even after their battles with Majid's forces, but a concerningly large force that did not follow them past the Salt Road. The leader of this nomad army was seen meeting with the commander of the Valley Zone, the Huskal known as Thorn, but what they discussed remains unknown. Between flame, failure, fell sorcery, and fear, Mukarem has turned into a wild frontier in the last 2 years. Its future rests on a knife edge, and it remains to be seen if the Concord can navigate this knife edge. Recent history shows this to be unlikely. Elsewhere in Andash, deep blue and orange braids have begun to appear here and there, among the refugee nomads the tribelands returning to lands recently reclaimed from the Zerkatal, among the priests who will attempt to sanctify Abkala once again, among those who have lost so much. Even small numbers of Shesti have appeared, barefoot and daubed with bright paint. There is a growing cause in Andash that threatens the nation's very heart. Game information. A force of Andashi nomad separatists have taken control of part of Mukarem that includes the Michikasa Rise and part of the Priado Expanse, including the Shrine of Maloza. The group is well armed and has made multiple demonstrations of strength throughout the region, has accosted some Concordian officials, and has stifled trade leaving the region, but no actual combat has been reported. Concordian hold in Mukarem has decreased notably. Continued disadvantage by nomadic Andashi across the tribelands in Mukarem has given support to this movement, calling themselves the Al-Mai, with support shown by wearing braids of dark blue and rust orange, adorning themselves with bright paint, and engaging in old nomad cultural beliefs. Characters wishing to support the Al-Mai can include a braid in their costume. Any Andashi character can take the special downtime action, support the Al-Mai, in the coming season. Doing so will yield less resources than normal as supplies are given to the burgeoning separatist movement, but the characters will receive additional information and opportunities from the Al-Mai. It is within the power of the Senate to declare supporting the Al-Mai treason. There will be decisions to be made by the War Chamber, Senate, Church, and other titles in regards to the Al-Mai. That is all of that information.
So worth noting, just for the sake of clarity, supporting the Al-Mai is not currently treason, it is within the Senate's power to make it treason.
Yes.
Because I know there is always a Murphy's Law chance that someone was going to go, it's treason, because they wouldn't say it is, and it doesn't say it is.
Well, yeah, they could, but they, until that actually has happened, they should be treated as appropriate if they make that decision in game.
Yeah, this
is
is
a justifiable
yeah
stance to take.
Yeah. Yeah, this is bad.
Yes.
This is real bad.
I know there was quite a big discussion at the last training.
Yep.
Regarding this, and it seems as if everyone there was on the same page.
Mm-hmm.
They are fully within their right to do this because we have fucked up. Seems to be the consensus that has been gained, and there were no solutions being put forward of declaring treason or any sort of advocate. Yeah, there were no sort of advocates for being adversarial towards them, as opposed to going, we recognize we fucked up. We need to really fix this.
Again,
So-
this is a scenario where if people go War Chamber, fix it. I really hope everyone's prepared for the War Chamber. All right, we will kill all the Almai.
Yeah,
That's
that is
the solution we can give.
Yeah, this is very much I think, an and-dash problem, almost. In terms of, like, this has been caused through and-dash senators, and essentially needs to be fixed through and-dash senators with support of others if possible. But this very much seems like almost a purely and-dashy
Problem.
I mean,
to a degree.
Yeah, it is to a degree, but also, in a weird way, it was the actions that, yes, the Andashi representatives in the Concord made, and then the Concord facilitated those decisions.
Yeah, so things like not doing the Nazafeza conflux, not doing the... It's just been a lot of ignoring the nomads as opposed to the actual city folk. So for those who are not Andashi, I should clarify, there is a big thing in Andash between the sand and the stone. So you have the nomadic tribes and you have the people who live in the cities. And Andash is pretty much split down the middle of civilians who make a living and their life nomadically, and those who stay in towns doing stalls and storefronts and doing things in a city. And people swap between the two. Not all the time, but, you know, it's common for civilians to swap from one to the other. And most Andashi characters, or all Andashi characters, would have two names. Your sand name and your stone name. Which was brought up in this, about people identifying with their city names. So, essentially, it seems like it's more of an issue between the people in the sand and all the nomads feeling neglected, and everything that's been done so far has been to support the cities and the people in the city, you know, make sure our cities are strong and have all these people in them. The detriment of anyone in the nomads going, but what about us? So it is a sort of relationship that isn't present in a lot of the other realms, or in any other realm that I'm aware of, where half your population doesn't live in a city. So it is, when I say it's kind of an Andashi problem to solve, it is a unique one. Definitely. But it is good that there's been no actual combat, so it sounds as if this was the case of it's a rebellion that hasn't come to blows. This is the final, like, the pyre has been built. They're holding the match. You know, their fingers on the trigger. It's up to us to make good on that. As Drakey said, you know, if you are Almai wanting a civil war, how would you feel if the Green-Wheeled Army rocked up to quell you? That would be the war chamber, as you were talking about.
Which, again, I really hope people don't just go, war chamber, fix it, because it's like, people, no. Unless everyone in the Concord and the Andashi of the Concord agree, kill the Almai. Then sure, I guess the war chamber can definitely help with that.
Yeah.
But please do not make that the go-to of the war chamber fix this, right? It's like, no,
I can promise you, I'm going to be making the concerted effort at the coming summit to one of the people leading the charge to help fix this problem in a non-bringing armies in to quell issues. Looking at you, chat. I am not allowing, as much as I love my wheeled neighbours, I am not allowing a green wheeled army to start curb stomping skulls just because it's a dent.
Chat doesn't seem to be saying that.
I know.
Yes.
I'm making my point. I ain't letting that shit happen.
I also feel like doing that would make Lerona Mir have the big mad.
Yeah, true.
But I'm intrigued by the fact that, you know, anyone looking at this in any way kind of goes, shit. Yeah, they have a point. Yes, we haven't been doing that. Yes, we need to fix this. I haven't heard anyone say that they're in the wrong, because they have escalated appropriately.
Yeah.
We've just been our senators have been ignoring them.
Like I think even leading up this event, people were like, yeah, there's going to be a civil war repercussion, and everyone was like, yeah, and it didn't sound like it was there's going to be this thing they're in the wrong. It's like it's going to happen. Kind of deserve it. Yeah.
So and it has happened, so now everyone. Yeah, so I'm confident that it's going to be sorted or worked towards in a positive way, and I'm thankful that we don't seem to have any issue with that, you know, barring maybe a rogue senator getting by paying a lot of money, because that is how. Oh god, no, we're not sending the Twin Blades to fix this. There are no Twin Blades, so barring a rogue senator suddenly coming into a lot of money and voting themselves senator, and even then, I think we may see a daylight assassination where everyone looks away. You know, barring a rogue party who wants there to be a war with the Shesti, we're likely to not see it, and, you know, in the midst of rebuilding the Tribelands, it's going to be, how can we help you? You know, and I think there may be some kowtowing and some, you know...
groveling.
Basically, yeah. You know, it's a case of, we have fucked up, we need to sacrifice now to help you, because you guys have been sacrificing for us for the last 2 years, and you've gained nothing from it. You know? What have you gained? Yeah. Your biggest trade bazaar destroyed, and all of the people in the city taken prisoner and out of the country. Mm-hmm. That's what you've gained, and a big portal that's threatening your goat.
Yeah.
The portal's gone now.
Yeah.
Going off Drake's comment, the war can stop it, the war chamber should not stop it. Yes, big agree.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also worth noting, like, if we have any rogue elements in Andash that, like, want the Almai gone, because I will say I have heard one person at that last training that said anything that involved dissenting against the Almai. It was not during the Andashi conversation, mind you.
Okay.
I mean, we just have to convince Archmage to just shunt them into the shard circle and just leave them there. And not let them back out. It's like, that circle, when you think about it, is just a prison.
No, that's... No.
No, leave them in there overnight. No, leave them in there overnight. And we let them back out the next day and go, how do you feel now?
No, we have too much stuff in the shard circle to just lock people in there.
We can put them in manacles.
Mages. This is how you get mages who are, like, angry at the shard circle. Alright, I think we should continue there. I'm not sure there's much more to talk about.
No, there really isn't.
Alright. The beast bought and paid for. Kingdom of Bordevar / Wayland. Across southwestern Wayland, the common folk are blocking their doors and lighting their lanterns and opening their pitchforks. Monster prowls the fields. Evicted from the Wolf Den Woods by might or magic, the oafish monster has already ruined 2 silos full of barely eaten half a herd of goats and their juvenile shepherd, as well as assaulting the shrine of the silent gathering with a club and horns. With a stony hide, gaping toothed maw, and dangerous strength, locals have taken to calling the creature the Wolf Den Brute. I'm sure it's just a troll. That's Gallad's opinion. The creature's predations appear largely focused in the southwest of Wayland as it currently stands, but it could become a considerable threat. However, the creature benefits from a strange boon: local legal custom. Any creature of the Wolf Den Woods is legally the property of the Duke of Heartsgrave, unless some other agreement has been reached. A strange piece of local particulars designed to foil poachers and protect trophy hunters. The result has left this dangerous nuisance temporarily safe from interference, aside from loud hooting and hollering. Among all of this, the commandments of Duke Aelin have been heard. Support for the Concord's wars at the cost of our own wilderness plans for Academy of my skill. Members of the Duke's household make their way across the region enacting this decree for good or ill. A notable monster is causing all game information. A notable monster is causing all sorts of nuisance in southwest Wayland after emerging from the Wolf Den Woods. It has damaged some investments in the area, particularly belonging to the following characters: Altarian Victus Farm, Badulf Forester Wilderness. There will be decisions related to the creature for the Duke of Heartsgrave. By the decree of Duke Aelin of Heartsgrave, boon has been given to Heartsgrave military investments and bane to Heartsgrave wilderness investments. All Heartsgrave military investments will produce an additional lock this past season if whole or will be automatically repaired if damaged, while all wilderness investments will produce half as much measures as normal. Duke Aelin, give us permission to kill the thing.
Fair enough. So what is the importance of Duke Aelin?
So each region in Border, or at least for Wayland, can have up to 3 dukes. Below the Wise Council, which is equivalent to the Crown of Border at this moment, are the dukes. And essentially there'll be a council of dukes to help govern the region, I believe, with varying decrees and stuff like that, and varying powers. They have a counter, which is the sheriff, who looks after the common folk, and the sheriff and duke are primarily working together, is how it should be. The duke is the highest PC title one can gain in Bordevar, as above that is literally the king, or being part of the Wise Council, which I don't think anyone's touching.
Right.
So, first off, I believe the Wolf Den Brute problem primarily emerged because one of the Duke's powers is to essentially reduce the output of one investment and increase the tier of another.
Oh.
Yeah. So I believe, as consequence, a monster has been attacking the Heartsgrave region within Wayland. And thus, yeah, we have a big bad monster. Just so happens that in lore, all animals belong to the Duke of Heartsgrave.
Right. Okay.
But yeah,
Fair enough.
I think that's where it initially came from. But yeah, the Duke is the highest ranked individual we can have at summits, essentially.
Yep.
That is right. Skittles is the council at this point.
Fair enough.
But yeah, so at the moment, luckily, it's not this situation is not a Red Butcher situation at the moment.
Right.
The only reason nothing's been done because, by law, Duke Aelin, current Duke of Heartsgrave, owns the monster.
I see. Fair enough.
Yeah. What is chat been Wolf Den Brute is a rude bugger. Yep. Yeah, I will say, like, if shut up, lady. Yeah, it's gonna be very interesting. I'm definitely gonna find Duke Aylan, give my respects, and be like, please write a letter saying that we can actually do something about it. Otherwise, it's gonna be a problem.
Right.
It was also interesting being approached by Green Wielders as well about the fact that we have a monster.
Right.
And it's like, yeah, like everyone has monsters of their own script.
Yeah. Right.
Green Wielders, nasty ones.
Yeah.
But, yeah. I'm not
Yeah.
overly concerned with this. In terms of the monster problem, like, I'll be concerned if nothing happens.
Right.
Or like if it's decreed that no, it's still protected under the laws, at which point we do have a problem.
Okay.
At least that's me. I've been talking way too much about this.
No, that's fair. Thanks very much for the info.
All good. I know. And your thoughts on this situation, so then I'm not the one talking.
I don't really particularly have any. It sounds like a doesn't really affect any other regions.
Yeah,
You
true.
know.
It is pretty. Yeah, it is pretty isolated, an isolated incident. Yeah, and at least at the moment, seems like a pretty cut and dry solution.
Yeah, either the Duke gives permission for like anyone in Bordevar to hunt it, or the Duke goes and deals with it.
Yeah, or
Right.
it might be the we have permission to get rid of it, and then it turns into military investments more than likely.
Or you just make it the Duke, and then the problem goes away.
You no. No. If we have a monstrous Duke, we might as well call ourselves Greenwield.
Moving on.
Okay, interesting. We're gonna walk away from that volatile statement.
In regard to look at Greenwield, like the trees basically rule the land, right? And the trees are the monsters.
Okay, covering yourself, but
That's where I was. That's where I was going. Yeah, Wayland problems, absolutely, 100% Wayland problems. But yeah, I feel like that's basically it for that one.
yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
Yeah, it just much like kind of mine and Josh's sense, especially with the Almai thing in Andash. Like, the beast is a Bordevar problem pretty much exclusively.
Yeah.
It's not fucking up with anything else. It's not mucking about with anything else. The only thing that I could think of, and Sinclair, I know you brought this up when we've chatted about it, is the Greenworld might want to stick their nose in it a little bit and go, ooh, monster hunting. But beyond that, nothing.
Which again, that's not the problem. Like at least on my end, or Gallad's end, it's the whole thing. Like, no, having like help from everywhere is fine. It's like that's not the problem. It's just making sure egos don't come into it, if that makes sense.
Yeah,
and I don't mean the
lowercase e
people. Yeah. I don't mean the lovely people that are our realmic egos. I mean egos as in personal, ugly head egos.
Yeah. Fair enough.
Yeah, you mean egos in the realm, not realmic egos.
Yeah.
Yes, 100%.
I love how confusing that is.
Gotta love it.
Gotta love it.
But yes. All right, next one.
I think that's you. Look.
Okay. Tusks of the Boar. Iron Valley, Kingdom of Bordevar. The Concord continues to struggle to forge strong relations with the evasive and crude Boar's Head clan. Iron Valley descended folk living in the coldest reaches of the Steamvault Mountains. A mountainous terrain. Hang on. Sorry. The Steamvault Mountains. Whatever. A meeting during the summer that failed to reach a deal. Representatives of the Iron Valley and Bordevar hoped to meet with the Boar clan to exchange greetings and understandings. They were left standing on a windswept hill, ignored and abandoned.
I do believe that was our end, on our end.
Yep, that's why. It appears that the Boar's Head clan have little interest in engaging with the Concord beyond their current agreement, as storms and snow begin to ravage the Steamvault Mountains with winter's arrival. None expect the Boar's Head to reveal themselves at the same time. At the same time, summiters from Henscraft, I guess. Yeah, Henscraft, yeah. And those daring enough to enter the Steam Vaults are beginning to go missing. Those who do return report being observed by hooded figures in the snow and sleet. They tell tales of ambushes and blood-slick ice. Yay. Meanwhile, in southern Wayland, King's Rangers are gathering in Arbington, whilst the out-of-the-way settlement is often home to a considerable force of the nation's peacekeepers and bounty hunters. They have, for God's sake. They have eyes elsewhere. Wanderers and herbalists tell of the deep groves of the Alton Woods being logged, with whole glades being torn up. Some even report bearded and shabbily clothed men chasing them away with axes, foreboding to say the least. Beware the boar. Game information. Attempts to parley with the Boar's Head clan have failed, although the exact reasoning why remains unknown. Given the effect of winter on the Steam Vaults, it is unlikely that the Boar's Head clan will be seen at the winter summit or in the lands around their homes, giving the Concord some needed time to formulate some sort of policy in regards to these odd folk. There will be decisions for the Reeves Council, the Champion of the Valley, and the Champion of the King in regards to the Boar's Head clan this summit.
Yep.
Someone fucked up.
Yeah, so... yeah. Or I actually don't know, because I think last summit I was meant to help with something about it, but I was also super busy with other things, and I just didn't have the time, and I think I was injured. In-game. I was injured in-game. Cannot remember.
Right.
But yeah, it's interesting. Although, also concerning, because Arbington is not the first... this is not the first problem around Arbington, as we do have an undead archmage running around down there as well. Although hearing this read the second time, I'm pretty sure the logging situation is probably of the Boarhead clan, whatever it's. Yeah, Boar's Head clan.
Fair enough.
Reading this It's not looking good.
Yeah.
Yeah, we because we wanted to make friends because then we could have a nice pathway between Bordevar and Iron Valley through the mountains. However, it looks like things are going to get dicey.
Right.
It definitely implies that it's salvageable.
Just
Yeah.
not right now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Summer Summit, probably. I think will be the...
Hopefully.
Yeah.
Although, considering the aggression on both sides, Boar's Head has shown, I have a feeling our quaint terms with one another has probably ended.
Right. So I'm being diplomatic to,
Go away.
yeah. I see.
So we may have to do something about it. And considering they're apparently, again, assuming it is the Boar's Head that are logging in Bordevar, they are coming down the mountains and taking the forest
Yes.
down south. And they've killed, I assume, Valiers more often than not.
Right.
So yeah,
Huh.
that's my 2 cents.
Fair enough. Well, I don't. Again, I think this is something where I don't really have a huge input on
Stake in?
this. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think there's a couple of elements to consider here, just as an overall Concordian issue, is, and I partially can't believe I'm about to say this, but it's true, roads make things easier. And the path through steam vaults was literally that.
Right.
This could actually have a lot more issues than maybe people are really... I think a broad stroke of people are perhaps considering, because that is a pathway we've had access to for 2 years, generally, that we may not have access again. Ever. If we screw up permanently.
Yeah.
Or at least if we do attempt to have our own path through it, we're going to have a lot of resistance, and it's going to take a lot more time. So it's something we could do ourselves, but we'd have to expend a lot more resources to do, rather than saying, hey, Boar's Head Clan, we would like to keep you happy. What would you like?
Yeah.
Yeah, I believe our previous agreement was literally we pay them.
Oh, like I got to use it.
Yeah, essentially.
I
I don't know
mean,
what's happened.
that doesn't sound like the worst thing, you know? Yeah, we get told, but there's more money out of it.
It is when we're hemorrhaging money, yeah.
Well, it is and it isn't. It might be one of those things where, you know, it's a net gain by paying them the money. You know, we might gain 10 volts, but lose 7. That's still
True.
plus 3 volts.
That is still better than none, yeah.
Worth noting as well. I don't, from memory, it isn't just paying them to use it, they also act as guides.
Right.
So it isn't just they pay us to use these roads or we'll kill you. It's pay us to use these roads and we will help you get through efficiently.
Yeah.
Again, I'm saying...
Hey, also the roads kill you.
Yeah.
God damn it. Pay the boar toll.
We won't need to kill you. Pay the boar toll to get the boars. I don't know. Anyway.
head down the boar highway.
The boar high.
Yeah, I got nothing more to say on that. And aside from, like, as I've said, I think this is going to have a lot more of an effect than people expect, and people really need to get their heads on a swivel for this one.
Right. Fair enough.
Not my job!
Not yet.
True.
Not yet.
Guide text. Who's next?
I believe it is you.
Ooh.
You get one of the fun ones.
I guess I will bare my soul then, with Bare Your Soul for the Iron Valley. As winter draws closer, it does not bode well for the valley. Rather than a gentle blanket of snow that calmly adorns the high places like a fine wool cloak. Brittle sleet and cold winds blow down from the Steinvaults. A storm grey winter, as the elders call it, and a bad omen. They say that during the storm grey winters, bears get woken from their caves and prowl the towns looking for children to eat. During these times, such stories seem painfully true. A year ago, across the Iron Valley, priests were cursed by powerful magics. Their bodies shifted into half-bear monstrosities that attacked their brethren with murderous intent. Since then, the cult of the Stone Bear has been revealed. A heretical pagan cult of valley folk worshipping the Stone Bear, one of the valley's old gods. Agents of this cult have been found in both Bolsterley and Windholm, descending from hidden valleys in these mountains, bringing with them unknown magic and a frozen desire to see the valley throw off the Church of the Spheres. Following maps taken from captured cultists, warriors of the valley ascended into the valleys of the western Steinvaults, looking for a temple below the mountaintop, a place where the great Stone Bear would be awoken by this storm grey winter. The tales of those journeys are theirs alone, but it appears all has not been well. Perhaps it was hubris, perhaps it was bloodthirst, perhaps it was the savagery of piety, but something was missed in the work of the Concordian heroes. While they felt confident they had located the cathedral of the Great Bear, they misunderstood its plans. They were not ready for the open hand and the crushing claw that had come. Across Bolsterley and Windholm, beasts act strangely. Deer and elk approach homesteads more readily. Fish swim slowly, and rabbits wander in the late afternoon rather than early evening. For a brief period of time, hunters and trappers do a roaring trade as animals, seemingly dumbstruck by fate and simple prey. But just as quickly as the boon is felt, it is replaced with hatred. Bears descend from their hibernation and attack cabins in rage. Wolves pursue shepherd children in the Kildfrau foothills, and foxes hunt cats on the outskirts of villages. But this too passes. As winter draws the valley into its embrace, Cult has one last gift. Across Bolsterley and Windholm, small statues, barely larger than a chicken, of resting bears are found, carved from high mountain homes. The statues are crude, but the message is clear. Worship, or we shall unleash the valley upon you. Worship, and you will be made bountiful. Game information. As a stormy winter descends, the great Stone Bear cult appears to escape the valley folks' plans. Between a vengeful bloodlust and confusion over written records, the Bear cult has been able to bring their influence down on the valley, high and low. Every Iron Valley investment will suffer reduced production in the summer summit as the storm grey winter settles in. Rather than snow-filled fields and calm, clear nights, the valley folk prepare for landslides, floods, and storms. However, each valley folk investment may opt to worship the bear, which will remove this reduction and may even provide benefit. This option may be chosen during downtime submission after the summit, but the amount of worship will certainly have effects. There will be decisions for the Senator of Windholm in regards to the results of last summit's investigation. This, to me, sounds very church-related and heretical.
Yeah.
Yep, that's the main thing they're dealing with. Although, again, it was one of these weeks, I think, Iron Valley, and I think a lot of people were under the impression that it had been dealt with.
Right.
And maybe now not so much.
Yeah, so I was about to say, like, sniffs air, I smell heresy.
Right.
Yeah, I believe the intent is it's essentially like, I want to say it was the bear god, one of the old Iron Valley gods, essentially.
Mm-hmm.
And this is what this cult worships.
So they thought they dealt with it, but they hadn't.
Yeah, or at least they were intending to deal with it, but as it says, they got to the cathedral and
Didn't quite do what they were meant to do.
Yeah.
So now we have everyone has teddy bears outside their houses.
Yeah.
Well, I feel as if that sort of thing might be declared heretical.
Or technically it already is, really.
True.
It already is from memory, and I believe that is one thing Iron Valley is probably dealing with, which is the if you worship it, you're probably doing something heretical.
Yeah.
Or at least they may attempt to be like enacting those traditions as just traditions shouldn't be frowned upon, but the worship of such things.
I feel like the significance of that. I feel like that's a cop-out. But at the same time, I can see what you mean, as in like, oh, just traditions. But I feel like that's kind of twisting the intent there.
What I mean is, because I remember Iron Valley did an event where they went off to a feast, and it was very traditional, and it was around these old god traditions, but they weren't exactly worshipping the gods, they were just essentially doing the traditions as they have been done. Actively worshipping the stone bear is heretical.
Right, so previously it hasn't been super, we're just doing what we're supposed to do.
Cultural customs without the religious ties.
Yeah, and now
it's kind of biting in the ass.
That's an interesting point. It's the cult calling Concord heresy.
Yeah. What I would find interesting is, onto your exact point, Josh, is I wonder if any Iron Valley will put down that they will worship, but that's how they'll do it, which will be, as it even says there, your reward is consummate to how much you worship.
No, not quite. It will remove the reduction and might provide benefit. So no matter what, just worshipping is going to remove the reduction. But whether or not it does more stuff is going to be dependent on everyone else.
Yeah, I guess. Okay, so then to alter my wording here, it'd be interesting to see if just we practice the cultural customs as previously explained, and I guess as an example of this is have a look at the Iron Valley Hospitality page on the wiki, because it does mention someone takes the role of the bear, someone takes the role of the wolf. Like they are, the roles within an Iron Valley gathering, I guess, or party, for want of a better term, is they are named as these things that are representative of the old gods in a way. So it'd be interesting to see if they go, well, we do that as our worship, and they go, nah, that's enough.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That's more what I'm getting at here.
Yeah, I think it's interesting sort of because every other realm is pretty set in their religion, being the spheres, aside from I think Greenwild and Iron Valley. Everyone else has pretty much started with the sphere and doesn't quite have an alternative. If that makes sense. Yeah,
I would say Andash had something prior to the spheres, but it also fell with the Empire, so... Yeah, we don't know what that could have been. But we did have the spheres... I don't even know when Andash got... We've had the spheres for a long time. Almost as long as the Empire's been fallen. Yeah, so... I feel like this is just almost like something for Iron Valley, but definitely the church. It'll be interesting to see how this interacts with the that being that claims to be the... Is that coming up, or has that already happened? No, it's coming up very soon.
Oh, yeah. I know what you're talking about.
Yep. The Dead Reckoner.
Well, that one's going to be for me to read, and I'm excited.
Yeah.
So with this though as well, I have a feeling we're going to get a lot more. We're going to get a lot more people turning into bears, is my guess. Hopefully not, but we shall see.
Yeah, it's going to be like, because I've spoken with a couple of Iron Valley folk, and they've definitely expressed like in prior years, it's felt like Iron Valley hasn't had any real game.
Right.
It seems like though recently they've really been picking up on that. Quite a bit.
Get what they asked for.
Yeah, and this is definitely a big
This
one.
is what happens. This is what you get.
Yeah, this is some spicy Valley content, and I'm very curious to see. I'm very curious to see if there's going to be a like everyone all the Iron Valley gather, and they like basically like go over every single person with a fine-tooth comb to figure out like, oh, you're gonna support the bear, you're gonna worship the bear,
Yeah.
and they just go like full fire and brimstone on it.
It'll be interesting to see how it gets dealt with, because Iron Valley does have a very all together. So it'll be an interesting point of division that the Iron Valley hasn't really dealt with yet, as far as I'm aware. Like, it's always been a united. So if someone suddenly says they'll do one thing and then does the other, that I feel has more significance in Iron Valley.
Yep, definitely does.
So it'll be interesting weighing that up, because it is this is creating that ability to sort of, it's creating that scenario where the ones who never go back on their word suddenly are doing not what they say in private.
Right, Hart. That's a fair point. Like, Iron Valley wanted content. They have pestered Skittles. This is what they get.
You want content, you'll get content. And you will like it.
It is kind of like that though. It's if a realm's ever complains, and if a realm ever complains, we want more content, and then they get more content. Like, no, we wanted more light-hearted content. It's like, that's not how it works.
Yeah. It's like, we want more content. No, not like that.
It's no. If you ask like the STs for more content, you can't get to say what content you get. You get what you're given.
Ooh, yes. Yes, definitely that.
Yeah. But yeah, it's gonna be an interesting time for Iron Valley. Sounds like it.
Definitely. Is it me?
We're ready to move on? I believe it's me.
Yes.
Alrighty. New docks, old memory. Bolsterley, the Iron Valley. In southwestern Bolsterley, not far from where the Woodswater River lets out into the bay of the Promised Gold, a new township grows. A simple place of a couple hundred inhabitants, refugees from the west, repatriated banished folk, and even some first-generation valley folk who have left other realms behind in exchange for the core of iron. This strange settlement is a rarity in the valley, a new settlement built on its own sweat and strength, rather than the bones and plans of ancestors long past. The settlement is growing. There are already 2 locations of note. Jutting out into the bay of gold like spindly wooden arms are a series of docks barely more than jetties. These constructions are already covered in new... Did I miss something? No, I didn't. New nets, fishing poles, and carpenter's tools. A single valley folk longship bobs contentedly lashed to the pilings. This new settlement has given a new home to the Jarls and other valley folk who would return to the sea as they once did in the east. Even more humbly is a small stone mural in the center of the town's earthen gathering place. It depicts a set of surgeon tools resting against a broken shield. Beneath it, a carving reads the town's name, the year of its founding, and some simple words. Jarlstead, established 223 AE. Heal the wounded, protect the endangered, and remember the lost. In memory of Jarlmayer Feldswin. Game information. The establishment of Jarlstead in southern Bolsley has continued the economic growth of the region. While it remains to be seen if the new settlement will grow in size to any notable amount, it does provide new opportunities for value across the Concord, particularly those with interests at sea. During the Winter Summit, any Iron Valley character may exchange their current investment for a Tier 1 naval investment based in Bolsley for no cost. While the dock in Jarlstead is present, it is not capable of supporting mass trade at this point. Due to this, the region does not count as containing a trade port, so naval investments based there, held by non-Iron Valley characters, will function at 50% reduced results.
Interesting.
Yeah, interesting's a word.
The legacy of one of the Concordian heroes.
Oh, is that essentially what this is?
Yep. Jarl died last game during the Ilsevere fight.
Who was the player?
James Island.
Okay, yes. Oh, that's good. Do you know if this was prompted from anything in character?
No idea.
I have a couple of vague things to this. Number one, it was just done as like the first few character deaths, and someone like kind of seen as significant, and it's something that the Valley might be towards doing themselves,
Right.
as in memory, or this is because there's a couple of other things that kind of have done this as well. There aren't that many naval investments. This might encourage people to have naval investments.
Okay.
Because they from the last time I spoke to Skittles, naval investments are one of the three least, the least few
Taken.
investments in Concord.
Yeah, which is strange, because everyone I've heard who has a naval investment finds them the most fun.
Mm-hmm.
They have a lot of more options and freedom to go do things that a lot of other investments don't seem to have.
Yeah.
Although that is changing with a lot of the, anyone from this realm can go do X, Y, or Z instead of their normal thing.
Yeah. Yeah, I believe, if I remember correctly, the least amount of things in terms of the least number percentage we have, it's from lowest up to the third lowest is mine, wilderness, naval investment.
Ooh, okay.
And there are definitely things in here that will. There is something in here that gives a bit of a boon to people with mines, which is nice.
Yes, there is.
But we'll get to that.
Yeah.
Yeah. So when I said a few good, there's like 4 or 5 good things. This is good. This is something nice. It's not veiled with any tragedy or, well, not really. It's not like you have a port in which you can get a naval investment for free, and there's this horrifying other thing. It's just this is there. This is the dock. Have fun, yo.
Yeah, right.
Get Yarlin.
Yeah.
Nice. Yeah, I got nothing really to say on this beyond that.
Fair enough.
Yeah, this one's pretty straightforward.
Yep. I'm sad. I completely forgot about the dock. Because it means I'm not going to get to read the Loronamir one. Which is okay. It's okay. It's good. I get to talk about the fact that Bolsterley now has Blaster Strike in it.
It has something.
Let's be honest.
No. It has something.
Mm-hmm. Fair.
I see.
Alright.
I see. Well, that would be me then, wouldn't it?
You will be on the Ronemere one. Yes. Which will be after this.
After this.
Yes.
Oh.
Tears of a Slaughtered Earth. Bolsterly. The Iron Valley. Athamar's Folly. Is it the river? Rivers slowly poured through the landscape. Its angry energy spent far upstream. The clear water mixed with the muddy Bolsterly River, and flowed out into the bay. It was close enough that Oberon could hear the gulls and gentle waves from a distance. Water was sick. Worse, it was a pox. Either side of the river for nearly 20 paces. Nothing's growing. The trees that were still standing were gnarled corpses, hanging over the river like the ribs of a dead man. A whole dead beaver. A whole beaver! Sorry.
Some beavers were harmed in story.
Some trees and beavers and fish were harmed. A whole dead beaver in mud next to his boot. It was untouched by scavengers, and when he moved with his boot, it expelled a messy deluge of pus and corpse gas. He watched the water flow onwards, a fetid funeral procession. He looked out over distant waves and watched fishermen haul in their first catch from the bay. Something is wrong in Athamar's Folly. The mine barely recovered from the attack of the Grain and Grail in the season past, but something is festered within the mine's waterlogged bowels. Jesus. The Woodswater River flowing through the mine and downstream, it has carried this sickness with it. While the farthest frontier of Bolsterly is largely uninhabited, save for border guards who watch out for the Ilsabir. The Ilsabir have rendered the mine nearly abandoned. Many of the workers who didn't fall ill to the mystery sickness have fled, returning to Stribbington or Jalsted with stories of a plague and sickness it brought. Game information. The true danger and damage of this disaster is probably still unknown. What has been seen is the border guards have had to retreat from their posts, opening territories to the severe raids. Athamar's Folly stands abandoned, producing no mithril. Oh god, I didn't fully read this one. There are decisions for the deed holder of Athamar's Folly. Bolsterly Senator and Champion of the Valley in regards to this circumstance.
Whoever owns that.
Yeah, I think it's...
Does everyone here know who owns the deed?
It is someone in the Iron Hides clan.
It is an Andashi as far as
It is an Andashi.
Oh shit.
Yes. I know exactly who.
So losing, having a mithril mine not produce anything is dangerous. I think this is a really good spot to point out. Getting a deed means you have a lot of responsibilities with regards to it. They're not just easy money. There is more involved. This is again one of those. If I would say anything, this is the Winds of the World of consequences.
Yeah, and this is also a good one to kind of remind not only deed holders, but everyone that, like, writing corresponds that, yes, may be hard,
but it's part of what you opted into.
Yeah, you need to do it, otherwise shit happens. Or you need to attempt to do something about it, so then when shit happens, you can say, I tried XYZ. Should still try it other ways, but...
Yeah.
Yeah, it's... Yeah, the person who's holding the deed is...
in for a time.
They're in for a lot of hurt. And when that individual says, technically, I own the deed, you know they don't understand how Concord deeds work. Completely.
Yes. I will point out this is not N-dashing this, it is an Andashi.
Who just holds the deed.
Yes.
And may not have written a letter.
Yes. So, good luck to them. I don't know who it is. I think I was told, but I've forgotten. But that is fine. But from I think the most important thing is this is if you are involved in a deed or some title, pay attention to what happens to this person.
100%.
Because that will be a strong reminder for what happens if you don't do the job you have signed up for by holding the deed. Deed holders, becoming a deed holder is not something you can get forced in.
Not when it's open. If it's realmic, then it kind of can.
Yes, but it is not something that you can always opt out of it. Whether or not, even if it's realmic, someone in the realm will always take into it. So don't think that... my point is, it's not an excuse to say, oh, I just wanted it, but I didn't want all this responsibility. They are one and the same thing.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's inherent in the role.
It's also, if you are just given a deed to hold on to, in the laws of the world of Concord, if you physically hold the deed to some, quote unquote, you are the owner of the deed. Like, even if someone's like, hold this for a minute, for that minute, you are the holder of the deed.
Right. I did not know that.
Yep. Again, it's part of the whole thing. Like, if you place a deed on a table and then walk away to grab a drink at the tavern, and someone grabs that deed, they now have the deed. They are now the owner of the deed.
Right. Possession is 9/10 of the law.
Yeah. Well, in this case, I believe they are under no obligation to actually give it back.
Oh. So it's not even theft.
From memory, the laws on theft might have changed since Game 1, but that's
Right.
the last I remember of theft.
So, as to the efficacy of the whole, whoever holds the deed is the deed holder. I ain't gonna say nothing on that. That doesn't sound correct.
That is, it's whoever holds the deed is the owner of the deed.
Fair enough.
Because this Athemir's Folly was bought by another group of players and given to a separate player who's not in that group. That player now holds it, is the deed holder, and now we find ourselves in this situation.
Right.
Okay.
Like, in a weird way, Concord has made deed holding... There is no technically I hold it or technically I don't. It is weirdly cut and dry. Do you have the piece of paper? Yes. You are the holder of the deed. It is now your responsibility.
I see. Interesting.
Again, if there are any game runners in chat somehow, please correct me.
Fair enough.
Again, with everything we say in terms of clarification, always check with our lovely Concord team.
Yeah.
Before
None of us are
taking
game
our
runners.
Correct.
I've got nothing more to say on this.
Yeah. So I will refer back to my earlier sort of thought is we don't really know what this sickness is. Really, I'm still holding it's Blazistric personally, or some kind of it. It could literally be anything. This could just be this is just some kind of weird sickness that's just there, and it's just been down.
From what I've heard out of character as passing jokes, the mine had a possibly radioactive rock in it.
Right.
Ah.
Okay. I see.
And I think that's dumbing it down to real world term.
Yeah, it has some kind of weird thing in it.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Yeah, some real fucky Arkstone, maybe.
Yeah. Fair enough. Well, should we move on?
Speaking of possibly radioactive rock,
True.
let's hear about the what I like to call the Debt Reaper.
Yes. So, across the Concord, the gaze of the spheres was felt as sharply as any ray of sun this past season. Sorry, this is the Fortress of Profitable Malady. It involves the Rodomere, the Church, and Panoply. Some of this was in response to Concordian efforts, the Fortresses of Gold and the Tribe Lands and the Rodomere. Others appear to be entirely spontaneous. Regardless, not all appears to be beneficial. The Rodomere, a keep of gold, arose from the soil northeast of the city along the road to Mivara. The intent of the priests that summoned it was to match the fortress in the Tribe Lands, to defend Rodomere against the Shark, alongside the twin fleets sailing up the Fiorenza River. But the fortress summoned in Rodomere was deeply odd. Somehow, the Golden Fortress rusted in summer sun. Its brass guardians spent as much time waylaying merchants traveling between Mivara and the city as they do battling the forces of the Elsevier. When the rusted ramparts of gold fell from the high walls, they melted into mercury and poisoned the wells nearby. At night, the fortress produced a strange green glow that could be seen for miles around. When autumn finally approached and the fortress faded away, effects persist in the lands it stood that were malady for travelers. Merchant wagons passing along that road cracked axles spontaneously near the area of the old fortress. Locks magically reverted to keys, not always at the correct conversion rates, and businesses as far as Mivara reported that their work had been disrupted by phantom bookings made in the name of long-dead heroes. It appears a prosperity haunting took root in western Rodomere. Rumors abound that this haunting had done more than just disadvantage the merchants of Rodomere. A being had been seen across western Rodomere, reported as far west as Dashi merchant camps in the Gap, hooded and cloaked, wrapped in smoke of rust and blood, bearing a golden mask and divine powers. This being appeared in taverns, merchant combines, or simply in town squares across the region, and demanded that those who had debts were brought before it. Though Divine Inquisition, it reckons these deals, and curses through Divine Inquisition, it reckons these deals and curses those with outstanding credit, with favors owed, or with escaped bounties. Gruesome rumors followed of chronic defaulters racked with painful spasms on tavern floors before its golden visage, their corpses buried with their outstanding debts. Then the being was gone as soon as it arrived. Over the summer, the creature gained a following. Followers of Panoply and bankers who herald the creature as a balancing of the scales. They have dubbed the being the Dead Reckoner, and flock as quickly as they can to where it has been seen. It has proved difficult to track the being, but all agree it draws nearer to passage with each passing day. Information. While the Fool's Gold Fortress in the Rodomere served its role in defending from the Shark, its ill-fated summoning had numerous negative effects. It remains unclear if these effects are temporary, or if they have become part of the land itself. It is likely that the High Priest of Panoply will have decisions regarding this. Due to this prosperity haunting, Businesses in the Ronomere will find they have produced less in this past season. Characters who operate businesses in the Ronomere may have tales of strange economic happenings, such as unexplained spikes in costs, phantom bookings appearing in the names of dead, streaks of bad luck, and being fined by the brass soldiers of the Phantom Citadel. The being known as the Dead Reckoner draws closer to passage, and its appearance at the summit is almost certain. Those who are owed acts, words, or funds may find it beneficial to seek out the creature, so that they might use its power to balance the scales. Those who find themselves owing might seek the Reckoner's clemency to buy more time. Priests of Panoply in particular have to tackle with the question either to support the Reckoner as a manifestation of Panoply or to oppose the creature. But beware treating the Reckoner with fancy or disregard, as it has killed before. This sounds like a great way to, well, essentially enforce any bargains that you may have made that someone went against, or sort out deals that aren't happening. I'm not sure about this. This seems very indicative of Panoply.
Yeah, it's. I guess it's concerning because, again, depending on how it plays, you could probably use it to your advantage more so than just simply getting a deal paid.
Yes. Yes, you could.
It's also a reminder and a way to, again, going to the whole thing of, like, that we discussed earlier, I think before stream. Repetition of ceremonies and the like have consequences. This is one of them.
Yes.
Of essentially just, again, us as players to not get complacent, that we can just kind of pump out ceremonies all the time without consequences.
So I've got a list of sort of things to bring up here, actually. I definitely think, as we were speaking before stream, this could just be using big, powerful ceremony to deal with two problems. Doing it twice in a row has had an adverse effect. I definitely think there's a possibility of that. It could also be as a result of what's happening in the Ronomere could have affected it. I know the Docklands War is an issue, so it could be a result the landscape around it has twisted and warped. Again, it's a chance. Because I did the Gold Fortress is cursed because of the Rivers of Blood ceremony.
Yes.
The description of the Dead Reckoner is the way it describes it. It does mention blood in particular, and this is a very this is an entity that is willing to very, very, maybe even wanting to harm and or kill. Yes, it is still Panoply, and this is kind of Panoply to the extreme.
Yes.
But I think it is still a chance that Rivers of Blood that has affected this. Because Rivers of Blood itself is also a very, very powerful ceremony.
True.
It could be a combination of all of these things. It could be none of them.
It could also be a herald. I'm just going through. Well, I'm just going through the heralds.
It's not a herald.
Well, okay.
Because none of them, like, the way each, going from memory, the way each heralds are talked about and described, none of them are necessarily like this. Like, this is, like, I would love if a herald was like, was this. This would actually be really, really spooky and terrifying, and a really cool addition to Panoply, but I don't think it is. I think this is more an embodiment of power twisted in a way it would not normally be.
Fair enough. I think it's definitely going to be interesting. There is the thought, Drake has said, at the light of Lumos Sect's problem again, they didn't clean the square after casting the Rivers of Blood before did the Fool's Gold Fortress.
Yeah, I thought that's what you meant when you mentioned earlier that the Rivers of Blood was to blame. I'm like, oh yeah, it might be just the fact that the square wasn't.
Yep. I didn't realize that. So that makes a lot more sense to me as to why it would be corrupted.
Yeah.
I thought you were referring more as in, probably corrupted it, but that would make sense to me if it was the Tribe Lands Fool's Gold Fortress.
Yeah. Sorry, I did completely forget to mention that element. My apologies. So this goes back to, and I haven't done it, and I don't think I'll end up having time to do it. Is I do want to make a sign to put with the church's consent out on the outside of the sanctified square to say, here's some helpful tips to remember when doing your ceremonies. Step 1: have you cleaned the sacred square after your ceremony? Just like, hey, just in case, so we don't have this problem again.
Yeah.
In a weird way, it was on Rivers of Blood when that ceremony was noted. Was it then that the whole cleaning the square kind of became very apparent? Because when you think about it, as far as I know, every other ceremony cast no one's really cleaned the square.
So, and that's the thing, we've most certainly not cast every single ceremony in the appendix, and as was even mentioned, Rivers of Blood and Life is one of the most powerful Lumos ceremonies, and itself carries a lesson, and a damn harsh one at that.
Yes.
So this could be like hidden information that we maybe don't know being applied.
Alas, I cannot do too much talking on it. I'm not a priest.
I am the same.
Yeah. This is. So I said it prior with the whole the mystery with the Idrian Cabal portal thing. I also really like this just because this is actually terrifying, and it's coming to Passage specifically. Now onto. Go ahead.
Think of a reason for that actually. Going on the vein of perhaps it might want to be recognized as a herald. The way to get back to the spheres would be through the precipice.
Oh, that's an interesting point.
So it may be coming to Passage purely to the spheres, which may be a case of are we up to allow a potential herald into to leave the mortal plane, or do we recognize it as not a herald and know it can't go there? Which would be very significant. So, but that is pure conjecture.
Yep. So, oh no, what have they done now? God damn it!
What have we done?
Clean the square. It's a lot of cleaning the squares, and there's pretty much what it says in there to make sure it's a clean, sanctified square.
Interesting.
Okay.
So things to point out with the Debt Reckoner. Number one, this is a way to enforce deals that haven't been properly acknowledged and passed through, basically. This is also people could absolutely, and I'm about to put thoughts in people's heads, and I know it. This is also a way people can essentially point a weapon at other people.
Yep.
You'd have to be very careful with how you do it, but it's possible. In every respect, the Debt Reckoner should in no way be treated flippantly or lightly, and a very small part of me is hoping that someone does in public view and gets made an example of.
Yes.
Because that would really enforce do not fuck with this thing.
Yep.
I love the idea that this is just something that just wants to pass on to the spheres. That yes, it is a horrifying entity, but itself isn't necessarily malicious at all.
Sure, it is a being of, balancing the scales. which both of the Fool's Gold Fortresses have done. So it's not necessarily malevolent because it hasn't been doing anything. Like it's helpful, but only if they've like not paid their debts.
Pretty much, yeah.
Which doesn't sound outside the purview of a herald. It's not nice, but who said the heralds were necessarily nice?
Looks at the firebrand.
Oh, more like looks at the last previous herald from Panoply. She wasn't nice.
Yeah. So there is an interesting thing that I'll bring up with this as well, that I might actually do, is I'm curious on to what extent of debts does it accept? Because as a character, my character believes he is owed quite a significant debt from the Twin Blade Confederacy. A debt of blood. So I'm curious if this being will accept it, and if it does, I'm curious of what it'd do. Because like if I essentially pour my heart and soul out to this thing, and it says, okay, like, am I about to point a really lethal weapon at the Twin Blade Confederacy, or what's left of them in the three disparate elements? Which would be hilarious. It's not going to be a thing. I doubt it, but it'd be really funny if it was.
I see.
Just send a debt ghost at those three folks. It'd be incredibly funny. It's not going to be that. Like, there's no way that's going to happen. But it'd be funny.
Yeah.
Or it could just seek out any members that, have connections or were a part of the Twin Blade Confederacy in PCs, find them and kill them.
True.
Which would also be funny, because then I'm technically partisan to murder.
Yeah, I think it will be quite an interesting event, especially for Panoply.
Yeah, I intend to avoid it if I can.
Who do you want me to?
No one. I just don't want to get involved.
Yeah. It might also be interesting to see who's been taking money from the Panoply Bowl.
True. It is also it is one of those things, like, because I feel like we've pissed off Panoply more than once.
Pissed them off.
I've heard stories of
the Panoply coin thing. Yep.
Yeah.
Yes.
Like other spheres and heralds, I feel like, at least if anyone's pissed them off, the stories have not been passed through. While I've heard Panoply coin one, and now there's this. Like, we've done a number on Panoply.
Coins have been removed from the game.
Partially. You can now earn them as rewards, but the like ceremony that hates them is gone. Yeah.
Yes. So.
Yeah, I love this one. This is cool. I love when spheres do spooky shit like this.
Yes.
Because it really enforces the, like, the sphere's definitely a thing. They definitely do things. Don't rouse their ire, because their ire is a hell of a thing.
Yes. I agree wholeheartedly.
Yep. Alrighty. Shall we?
Yep.
Alright. High Tides! The Darklands War. Our favorite subject. A phase known across the Concord, but the conflict's truth and its perception are wildly different. The phrase conjures up images of district aflame, of ships sinking at dock, and of heartless couples breaking down orphans on street corners for their looted bodies. In reality, the Darklands War is a multi-layered conflict of loyalty, morality, and greed. Protection rackets slamming into each other over turf, but buildings left untouched. It's bad for business. Ships loading stolen cargo with completed ledgers and signed off customs seals, forged, of course. It is a conflict that surely is taking lives, but to think it an open slaughter is incorrect. At least for now. There is pressure growing in the docklands. The lines in the sand have not shifted over much since the conflict began with the battles along the promenade. Surely some of the gang leaders would have fallen by now. Surely we would be inches closer to an end to things. It appears not. While the docklands continue to intensify, this pattern of events has been noticed outside Loronemare. The growing national embarrassment that is the Docklands War is a very different experience for Loronemare heroes who have to face the scorn of nations with less cutthroat culture, let alone standing shoulder to shoulder with some that might be perpetrating it. As winter draws near, the knives are beginning to shine in the darkness and in the hearts of Loronemare. The warriors of the Docklands are unsated by the lack of bloodshed. The citizens of the wider nation are unsated by the lack of justice. The Concord is watching. Will the Docklands War grow larger? Will a bloody crackdown sweep the city? Or has it proven its usefulness? Game information. Docklands War continues to wage in Loronemare, a violent criminal conflict between local gangs and fighters. Loronemare warbands will be given the option to partake in, with a dossier being delivered to them early in the summit. There will be opportunities to increase the scale of the Docklands War, resulting in greater rewards but also greater risk. Or crackdown on the Docklands War, attempt to force its end. This summit, these opportunities will be available to the warbands involved in the Docklands War, the champion of the revolution, and the senator of Loronemare.
Well,
I could bring up thoughts and opinions on this. I don't know what good to do. If at all. I mean, the basic is like, yo, fucking deal with your war. Deal with this. At the same time, like...
I'm pretty sure Lorenomare's been getting a lot of that.
Yeah.
Over a break. And Influence came out.
Yeah. Y'all need to stop fighting and start helping.
Apparently it's not costing the Senate very much income at all, like a vault or something. A vault is a lot of money, considering we are losing money. A vault is quite a bit.
Yeah.
Drakey. Like, in fact, the fact that the war is draining money is a problem. Like, the Senate and the Concord needs every, like, buck it can get. And something like a gang war, I believe, is probably not beneficial to be spending money.
I don't really have anything to add to that.
Nah.
Yeah, I sadly shouldn't talk too much about Loronemare stuff myself. Both from Bordovar and just bad experiences with characters within the realm.
Oh, okay. Fair enough. Fair enough.
Again, stipulating characters, not people themselves.
Yep.
Dockland War. It's been here for a while. Cool.
Yep. Right.
Ongoing Loronemare from that. I feel as if we had a Loronemare host, they would be able to shed more light on.
Absolutely. The downside to only having two of the realms represented is,
less input or context being able to be provided.
Yes. But alas, I'm sure everyone would definitely some context maybe come summit.
Or
on Monday.
Ask your local Lorona Mirren. On Monday. No, don't say Monday. Nothing's happening Monday.
Yeah, there's going to be a bunch of folk jumping on a live stream on the Facebook page to do a read-through of the Winds of the World, as they have for the past year.
Yes.
So there may very well be a Romania representative, in which there is. You'll be able to get an amount of a amount of opinion there.
I see.
Maybe.
Very well.
All right, next up.
So, I find it funny that I'm reading them because I want to do it. I've been wanting to for a couple summits.
I see.
Right. Where there is no vision. It's also funny that I'm reading that as well. The Romare. It only just occurred to me as I was reading it. It's good that we're joking about this because it's not like this is actually going to be a problem or anything. Leo told me this would let me see Kalina again. He said that he saw his mother
All right, it's this.
after she died. Rambled the boy. The room was dark and reeked of stale smoke, and the sea at low tide. In the distance, I could hear the gulls and shouts of deckhands. I'm not telling you to show you shit, boy, snarled the Voyager, his chapped lips spitting out the last word as he turned around. The brass dish clattered to the table between them, its rim caked with a pink-brown residue not unlike salt. I'm telling you that the storm will show you what it has inside it. It'll show you a lash of light so bright it'll burn your eyes out of your skull. It'll show you the dead and how they rot beneath the waves. Then, with the storm-grey eyes, leaned forward over the smaller form of his would-be customer. It'll show you the end of the fucking world. The boy fumbled for his keys, and the Voyager smiled the whaler's smile. All broken teeth and bloodlust. He filled the dish with the sweet-smelling alchemical mixture and the larger crystals of mana. Together they would walk waves. Together they would know the storm. Starting a journey that grows with more wind every time you board. They would become voyagers together. The alchemical concoction, known as Stormseeker, has found a home, indeed, within the greater Concord as a whole. No other import from the Twin Blade Confederacy has been so firmly accepted within Legend City, but Stormseeker itself has begun to raise some interesting questions and concerns. A growing population within the Ronomere have become known as Voyagers, dedicated to the creation of Stormseeker and the vision users. Recognized by the sigil of a hand clutching a lightning bolt with a stylized V on the back, these Voyagers are part narcotics dealer, part trip-sitter, and part cult. They are spreading the belief that the storm is an entity in and of itself. The great visions of Stormseeker over time, repeated exposure darkens the eyes. Darkens the eyes like storm clouds and produces violent tempers. But reported produces more and more extensive visions. These Voyagers are temperamental people, perhaps spreading a dangerous concoction, or a much-needed tool. Meanwhile, the church is worriedly examining the history and rhetoric concerning the concern with the expression for centuries of magical prophecy has been the domain of Stalia within the art of the Empire. It is not uncommon for those who practice faux prophecy, such as card readings, to be stoned by the church for heresy. While it is unlikely, but not impossible, that the Concordian church would be so violent, there is concern that the actions of the Voyagers and their creations may be breaking any number of religious laws. Regardless, it seems that Stormseeker has become part of Renomir. For now, it remains to be seen what way the winds blow. Information. The adoption of Stormseeker by the heroes of the Renomir reflects a similar enjoyment of the twin-blade narcotic among the people of legends. The Renomir alchemists, / apothecaries, will now be able to learn Stormseeker as they would any other potion. Characters who have made Stormseeker in the past will find an additional potion card in their character packs to reflect their early adopter status. The question of those and their role in the Renomir moving forward. The question of the Voyagers, their role in the Renomir moving forward, their possible heresy or blasphemy, and the nature of opening. The nature of the storm. Will be present in a number of decisions this summit. For the Senator of the Renomir, the head surgeon of the Passage Field Hospital, and the High Priest of Stalia. If left to its current trajectory, it is likely that the Voyagers will remain a niche group. If embraced, it is possible that more could be learned from them. It will require a clear motion from the Church or the Senate in regards to Stormseeker and its use to reduce or remove or encourage its use. So, Stormseeker cult.
Yeah. I was not aware of its prophecy powers. I just thought it was a fun thing people did as a bit of a trick. Very much sounds like another.
That's how it starts.
Yeah. So I have been aware of its prophetic and sort of knowledge gathering ability.
Right.
Now, I would like to draw some attention to one in particular interesting point that has details to back it up. I have a sneaking suspicion that this concoction in particular is actually related to Anarch and or Arcadia. The symbology is very similar. The Eternal Thunderbolt, I believe either it itself or its three heralds' symbol is that of a lightning bolt clutched in a fist. Also, the fact that it gives people's eyes the storm clouds, the coloration of the residue, and just the general tone and sort of verbiage used by the seller within the little flavor part here. I have a feeling this is something to do with Anarch and or Arcadia. It's seeing the future and or gaining information through alternate means, whereas Stalia has it through their own. It's
right.
Yeah, Stormseeker is weird, which is kind of why I want to do it at least once and probably never again, because it seems like an interesting experience.
Right.
But yeah, it's interesting now that they've gone, because when Stormseeker came in initially, it was anyone with herb gardens in the Renomir could learn it. along with the other twin blade narcotics, which I think there were only like 2, if memory serves.
Right.
Now it's any apothecary can just learn Stormseeker specifically in Laronimir.
Okay.
So it's interesting that that's kind of getting spread out a little more. I weirdly prefer Stormseeker being spread out a bit more than Char, the thing that could you to have a heart attack.
Fair enough.
Fair, yeah.
Because it's like, because I think from memory, Char is you become immune to fear, and I think additional effect, but you're also like completely berserk, and one of the things that can come from it is you have a heart attack, one of the traumatic wounds.
Right.
From memory.
Okay.
But yeah, Stormseeker is weird, and this kind of brings up that it is really weird.
Okay.
Thoughts?
Drug cult is bad. That's my thought.
Yeah. Drug.
Look at
cult,
Archmage's spirit.
I'm not saying that's good either. That's also a drug. You seen what it does to people? It makes them weird. Gets them all bees in the bone and shit.
Get some more bees on the bone.
Look, bees and bones suck.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah. I don't know, other than that, not much to say from me. Other than sounds like a weird drug cult, but hey, you do you. But this also sounds like it's definitely got more of a religious vibe to it. That I wasn't as aware of, but that is a religious thing to deal with.
Yeah, I think it has a bit more of a religious connection than maybe people were expecting, or maybe people knew that. But that's also my vibe off of this new information.
Yes.
More
than was expected.
It could also be talking about like the storm as an entity in and of itself. Again, I think that really does point to Anarch or Arcadia. Like overall, this points to kind of the both of them. Maybe more so Arcadia now that I'm thinking about it. It could also be because there was also the running theory that the mortal sphere has Eternals as well. The Witch possibly being one of them. It could be that the storm. Again, running theory. It could be that the storm itself is another one.
Yeah.
Maybe. I'm less leaning towards that one personally.
Fair enough. I think it'll be again a church thing, but it'll be definitely interesting to see which direction it goes.
It's nice to see that the head surgeon is going to get a little bit of gain from this as well.
Yeah, definitely.
That's cool. But yeah, you'll wanna do Stormseeker next summit?
No.
Coward.
I'm good. I'm good.
Both of you cowards.
Is what it is.
I have the shit to do, and create one of them.
Come on, vibe it with your buddy on Stormseeker. Come on.
No.
My shout, I'm paying for it.
No. I don't need visions to tell me we're fucked.
Actually, hold on, Josh. Here's a thought. Get some Almite together. Let's do some Stormseeker and hash it out.
No. We don't need this. This is unneeded.
Sorry, real quick. I'll That's it. So Heart. It being Arcadian, is that it's mentioning storms quite a bit, and the sphere of steel, that being Arcadian, looks basically like it's just a constant storm. Also the fact that
no, the sphere of Arcadian looks like a solid ball of
No,
thinking
it looks like a storm. No, Servitas is the solid ball of interconnecting marble rings.
Arcadian does have some storm connotations because there is the Thunder Herald of the Thunderbolt. It might be Herald or
It's
the other one?
it's the third Eternal whose symbol is a Thunderbolt.
Yeah.
I see.
Which is also why I'm saying like this kind of has a lot of connections to Arcadia. I'm still kind of like it has some weird connection.
So not
on
in
Arca level.
theme, but in aesthetic.
Very much in aesthetic. Very much in aesthetic.
But only in aesthetic. So it could be a case of, judging a book by its cover.
Yeah.
But I get what you mean.
Yeah. And in a lot of things in Concord, like where there is a weird connection, there might be a lot more truth to it than maybe initially thought. So
Yeah.
I'm gonna hold with that, and if I'm right, yay. Also, Drakey, yeah, I'm totally down to do Stormies. You're paying. But yeah, I'm totally down. Again, it's something I want to try once.
Right.
Because it seems fun. I don't do it with anyone that has a spiritual wound, personally. Because it transfers that shit, and
Maybe just don't do
Alright.
drugs.
Yeah.
Nah. Okay, do you drink potions?
No.
No.
That's a lie. No, that's a blunt lie. No, that's a lie.
I have not drunk a potion.
I don't believe you.
I have not.
Okay, Kokomok.
Pick the wrong.
Kokomok.
The wrong hosts for this argument.
Yeah, Kokomok. I may have to delete that message. But yeah, no.
Anyway, should we continue?
Absolutely. Right. Josh, you're up.
Yes.
Wait, is this Bridge Club?
No, this is Bark and Bite.
Good.
You will get Bridge Club, I believe, but
Yeah.
can I request that I read?
Anyway, yeah, go ahead.
Alright, Bark and Bite, the Green-Wheeled Baronies / Resinda Halls. The Green-Wheeled is a hungry place that is more than happy to eat its own corpses. Death creatures, folk, and settlements are quickly consumed by the creeping moss and vines of the living wood. But every now and then, something will be left aside. Sometimes it will be a bear's skeleton, bleached white in the sun of glade. Other times it might be a shed by a stream allowed to collapse slowly. The greatest of all these are the carrion woods, those massive trees, often ash, spruce, and fir, that die and are not reformed into the larger wood, but rather become grey-white pillars of death in the forest. Carrion wood is a superstitious thing. It is said that any deal struck over a carrion wood table is bound in a bond greater than blood, and any person buried in a carrion wood casket will never return. But it appears the wielders are not the only ones who have learned to master it. Brother Ash, the high shaman of the Zerkatal, brought with his invasion into Resinderholtz the art of harbinger stands. By adorning a standing carrion wood with heretical symbols, sacrifice, and Zerkatal magics, these corpse trees become harbinger stands, which act as powerful focuses of future Zerkatal magic. Reports from the fighting near Kresenberg and Eisen had tales of these stands luring in dangerous monsters, bringing forth fire and lightning, corrupting the minds of nearby villagers, and even weakening the powers of priests. Needless to say, harbinger stands were responsible for some of the most vicious fighting over the summer. But beginning to understand these foul creations has brought little hope to the Helms priests and Weald sages tasked with their destruction. It appears that the Raven's Reach wilds have become lousy with harbinger stands, with small cabals of Ash's shamans spreading throughout the region during the fighting. Perhaps this explains High Shaman's reluctance to face open battle. The proliferation of these dangerous focuses of power is certainly a concern for the baronies. it would be possible to sweep the wilds in an attempt to eradicate them, albeit an expensive one. Through the judicial application of armies, funds, and flame, they could be cauterized. Some argue that the Raven's Reach is already dangerous. So what if more so? Even fewer argue that we should look to Ash as weapons for lessons on how to defeat him. Game information. The presence of Harbinger stands in Raven's Reach wilds is a growing danger in the Weald. While not currently dangerous, there are concerns that in time they will either become dangers on their own, or be focuses for dangerous secretile magic. The decision of what to do largely falls on the shoulders of the Baroness of Resinderholtz and the Champion of the Baronies, although it is likely that any active decision will require widespread support from the Green Weald, the War Chamber, the Senate, the Shard Circle, or a combination of the above. This sounds like something, to me, where it's going to be way too costly to just go in and do it when everywhere else in the Concord is dealing with stuff. And we don't have the spare money to just throw money at this problem. I feel that this is one of those, we put the bare minimum to keep it at its current level, or there's going to be quite a bit of arguments happening over this one in particular. It's one of those, we can see it coming, but we can also see rebellion in Andash, some creature coming to passage, rebuilding of all the places we've just retaken.
It's like these kind of like it turns into one of these like the probably worst and but also bare minimum thing that could possibly happen. We keep pushing forward and we leave the Harbinger stands as the relief effort cleanup after the chaos.
Right.
But that does make them sit there for a good long while.
Yeah, which might be, the fact that they're there might be the problem rather than...
These are the zonal equivalent of essentially our ceremonies.
Possibly.
They're littered throughout a region. They're going to cause havoc while they're there.
Yeah, I think it's a case of our best bet might be maybe not leave as a cleanup, but we're not going to get rid of them all, but we're going to put in a minimum effort to destroy the ones we find.
Yeah.
And I feel like that might be it's a delay tactic of, look, we're putting as few resources as possible that doesn't cost us, just to keep it at bay, or from being out of control until we have the money to deal with it properly.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like that might be the most practical solution, but it's something we can't just ignore because we've seen what happens when you ignore things.
Yeah. Like to be fair, was it the champion of the Valley will have to do something about it, as well as it's up to
it's the champion and the Baroness of Resinderholtz.
Yes. Although it is likely that any active decision will require. So it also requires the champion needs to find out if the Green Rule will support it, the War Chamber, the Senate, the Shard Circle, or a combination of them.
Yes.
So in a way, there is ways to possibly help, which may not be as solid, but
yeah. I think it's going to become it's not an immediate danger. It's going to become an economics justification rather than any other sort of justifications. If anything were to get done, it needs to be done economically.
Yeah.
Or in a way that's cheap.
Yes.
Don't really have much else to say with that, because I think we need more information in-game to find out.
Yeah.
So something I'm a little nervous about is... because we know Ash did some weird shit in the past.
Yep.
We don't really know how, per se.
Yes.
So what I'm a little worried about is these Harbinger stands like a focus network, and he's going to do something really big and really spooky. Because these could just summon creatures. It could just be that simple.
They can do a lot.
Yeah, but
That's kind of why I'm like, I don't think the answer is to leave it be. I don't think the answer is destroy them all at the moment, just because we don't have the resources to destroy them all at the moment.
Yeah.
You know.
Oh, we might. Again, Summit can be surprising.
Yes, Summit can be surprising. It'll be interesting, to say the least.
Yeah. It might turn into these just part of one of the strategic confluxes. At which point it then turns into the do we want to deal with, at least War Chamber side. It's the do we pick it to deal with it, or do we pick something else?
Right. Fair enough.
We're not really going to know until we get to Summit and more information has popped up and things can be spread around. Like, I definitely think getting more, as it suggests, getting more than just the champion and the Baron and the Baronite in to deal with the situation, and maybe not just chuck money at it. There might be other ways that we don't know about at the moment.
Yeah.
So I have a suggestion.
All right.
I will read until we meet again.
Yep.
Basically, we're going to go in a reverse order here. Sinclair, you get to read club.
Woo!
And that means we end with the artisan-related article with Josh.
Nice.
Okay.
Might
be a...
I'll allow it.
Because
sounds good.
Good. Like, I don't care about Sun's Iron and Forge Steel. It's not my problem, but you do.
Yeah.
Alright, so here we go, folks. Final 3 articles here. Until we meet again, Green-Wheeled Baronies.
Oh, is this me?
No.
Don't
worry about it. What? Okay. I'm just going to read it as it says, because my voiceover thing may be funny a little bit, because the start of this for me is really weird. Actually, no, do me a favor. What the hell is the first line of this? Because again, I feel my thing's fucked up here.
The man was odd, but no one in town could put their finger on it.
Okay, cool. Yeah, the man was on, but no one could quite put their finger on it. It was a charmer dog, and asking if I had seen. Go ahead.
Yeah, so he was standing outside the charming dog.
Weird. Yeah, that's just not here for me. That's weird.
Right.
Alright, doesn't matter. Cool. Asking outside. Asking. I'm just gonna read from where I am. Fuck it. And asking if anyone had seen his cousin, Leva. No one had, of course. No one named Leva had lived in West Harmut for at least 100 years. He was clad in a long green robe of fine wool with golden trim. Wielder in make, surely. But perhaps too old. He had pulled them freshly tailored from a tomb. He said his name was Tolinar, whatever, and that he was from Valorenhurst. Valorenhurst? No one is from Valorenhurst. These days, at least, no one who wants to say so. Burgomaster Wendell was fed up. They were going to have a stern discussion with this man. With this man in the inn. He was going to tell them who he was, or things were going to get aggravated. It's terrifying coming from a wielder. The Volatile twins grabbed Tolenhurst by the arm, and the man had begun to scream and shout. Didn't they understand? What are they doing? Unhand me at once! His calls echoed across the town square as people stood by silently. Hamlet justice was decidedly a different thing, far out in the wild. The door of the dog was thrown open, and the warmth of the large central hearth leapt out into the night. The two large twins dragged the man kicking and hollering forward into the room towards the burgomaster and the town's hounds priest. As the warmth flooded the man's robes, they changed. The robes faded from view, and the man's cries turned to squeals and then to screams. A white-grey mold covered his limbs, and the hand of the twins who dropped him into the mud on the precipice. The half-grey mold, half-Tolanar scrambled into the muddy square like a dying spider, making the most dreadful... I'm not even gonna...
It's a lot of H's, E's, and K's.
I'm gonna guess this is meant to be like a weird hacking noise. Oh, no, it is. It's coughing. It's like a really bad cough. That's absolutely what it is.
Yep.
I'm not going to replicate that for the safety of my own throat. Thank you very much. A strange coughing noise. A strange, terrible, in brackets, coughs and plague. It disappeared into the night with a scuttling half-gate. The hound's priest slid her dagger back into its scabbard and opened a blank scroll, dipping her quill into it in the pot with a sigh. Across within the holes, there was rumours of strange figures arriving and asking for long-lost siblings, business partners, or comrades. Unsettling, but not dangerous in its own right. But when exposed to the light of a hearthfire, they unmake themselves. Shape changes and form shifters are a bad omen in the Weald. But then again, what isn't? This particular type is commonly called a Shadara, I guess, or Mold Walker. Ugh. I had been seen in Resinderholz for nearly 90 years. Just as quickly as the rumors of incidents began, they ended. Perhaps the Shadara got they were looking for, or perhaps it is a prelude for something greater. Game information! A particularly uncommon form of shapeshifter, a shapeshifting creature known as a Shadara, have been uncovered across Resinderholz over the summer. Although it is possible that a number of them went unnoticed, the creatures are unable to approach a green-wheeled hearthfire while wearing another form, giving a simple method of discovering them. All green-wheeled characters may choose to be affected by the following roleplay prompt. I won't trust anyone who won't stand in the light of my hearthfire. There were decisions related to the Shadara, the champion of the baronies, the baronite of Resinderholz, and Resinderholz Weald Sages.
Very well.
Spooky shapeshifters.
Yeah, that's definitely what we needed. It was Thrall spies, and now it's shapeshifters.
Yeah, One thing I'll say is with the Thrall Spies, I think spies and shapeshifters are hard to do in LARP, especially when you have dedicated NPCs. From a meta perspective and running a game perspective, it's one of those things where it's extremely hard to divorce meta knowledge from in-character knowledge. And it takes quite a lot of care and planning to pull it off in a way that works and also tricks. You almost have to trick the player as much as you're tricking the character. Just from a sort of perspective, I was talking with some people about this. I think, if anything, the best way to treat this is any new characters as potentially suspicious by your character, regardless of if you think or not the player may be an NPC. If I were to try and run this, not a roleplay prompt, but also if I were to try and run this as a storyteller, I would get someone to go through the entire process and pretend to be a player. So don't. Okay. I guess my way of saying this is treat NPCs like other players, and treat players as NPCs, and you'll generally get a much better experience from the game because you're interacting with other characters. But don't let the meta knowledge cloud your doubt. Don't be thinking you're looking for an NPC.
Yeah, sure. I guess that is the thing, though. Is like, in a weird way, you shouldn't be treating NPCs necessarily any different than you would treat any other player. At least in terms of the role that they're playing, because every NPC is mortal. They're not immortal. Every NPC has their own opinions. Every NPC is from a realm.
Yes.
Or again, if we're dealing with international NPCs, they're from wherever they're from, right? The NPCs are as real as the player characters.
Yes.
But I also understand what you mean by
I'm essentially saying and vice versa.
Yeah.
So to point out, in sense of the roleplay prompt, excellent point. Basically, any green wheel they're taking this roleplay prompt on, treat everyone with suspicion. Full stop. Unless you're unless they've stood in the light of a hearthfire, sure. But I point out, I don't think this is something that will happen at Summit. I think this is more here is a problem. X group of people, you will have the opportunity to do stuff about it.
Okay.
I don't think this is going to happen at Summit. Now, that being said, I would love this to happen. I love spooky shit happening at Summit. I love that. That being said, I think Summit's got quite a bit ahead of it already. We've got one group of people. We have a Dendarian coming. We have the Debt Reckoner, and then who the hell knows what else. So I don't think this is something that's going to necessarily happen at game. It would be hilarious if it did, and I agree with you. Having the being a PC for
See, I don't like that because that takes agency away from the player. Yep. Hmm. Yeah. Yup. Fair enough. Yeah.
Shapeshifters are gonna be other hassle. They're gonna be another hassle, and they're going to lead to more murders. You never know. They may have pre-thought that.
Well, it. Oh, Luke, apparently your voice died and you can only hear me.
Oh dear. We'll find out in like.
Find out in a minute.
I'm not muted, am I? No.
But until then, we can have the sultry tones of Josh. Wait for confirmation from chat, but that should be resolved. Do something. Yep. No worries. Not hearing from the chat, but if you think it's sorted, scuff is real. Not sure what scuff is real means.
I don't know.
Coco Monk 3 first said it. It looks like it was just after we were talking about. Oh no, Josh and Sinclair can be heard. Okay. Interesting.
I'm checking stream now.
Yeah, I've had the stream open a lot of time. I'm just kind of poking it here and there. Oh, you said
My microphone was muted.
Ah,
Or some... No, okay. Not on the mic itself, in the stream software, somehow.
I see.
There we are. Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that, folks. There we go. There we go. Hart, real quick, is that scuff just related to the tech stuff, or is the stream, like, skipping and, like, wigging out and being weird?
Probably all of the above.
Yeah. Still good to know. So, yeah, what was I saying?
I don't remember.
Yeah, so, yeah, I don't think we're going to see the shapeshift limit. If we do, there's a lot of different ways they can do it. We're going to see it.
Right. That's fair enough.
Yeah. So, I got really not too much to say on this. It's going to be fun to see many wielders take on the roleplay prompt. Because that's fun. Like, I love little fun things like this.
I think there's a difference between, like, the roleplay prompt and actually taking the pains to enact it.
Yeah.
I want to see it actually be done and run with, as opposed to just kind of saying that that's what they do and then no one actually does it. And I'd love to actually see it. But I'm not sure if that's what you mean.
Oh, sorry, I remember what I was talking about. So, because it mentions the particular shapeshifter it has here in the flavor thing, talks about that it came from, I believe it was Valoranhurst, which if memory serves, this is the town on the border between, I think it's Resinderholz and Vassartal.
Right.
No, Resinderholz and Vassartal are connected. I think Valorenhorst is on the west side of Greenwood, which is by Andash, I believe. I could also be very
Interesting. Okay. All right. I thought there was some kind of weird connection there, but okay. Yep.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
I think it's time for Bridge Club.
Woo! Alright.
Oh.
A matter of pride. Kingdom of Bordevar / the Green-Wheeled Baronies. I think you'll find that this is our bridge, you bunch of royal wankers, shouted Frida, her arms wrapped around a basket of mana shards. And this is our bridge, stupid Zerkshaggers. One of the best things I've heard. Claimed the Bordavarian man as he thundered along the wide oak bridge towards the island. The small island was barely 15 paces wide, but was considerably longer. Scattered around the lightly grassed, up-jumped sandbar were peculiar fern-like plants curled in themselves in autumn's growing hushness. On the western side of the island was a slim but sturdy green-wheeled bridge made of flagstones, while the eastern side a wide bridge of solid Wayland oak. Frida's two sons joined her at the base of the green-wheeled bridge, each clutching their own basket of shards, while the quarter of heavy breathing Bordavarians arrived on the island. The two groups staring daggers at each other. Our bridge is bigger and better, so the island's ours. Go elope with a tree or something, barked the Bordavarian. Frida was fairly sure his name was Oscar. The other two made rude hand gestures at the woman and her sons. Pretty standard for Bordavarians. Our bridge is older, wheat for brains, so stuff off. I'm sure a noble is waiting to use you as a table or privy, Frida snapped back. Oh, what? Boomed Oscar, and Frida smiled. Bordavarians are all proud, sometimes the lay folk most of all. She didn't smile when the wheat for brains on the left punched her youngest son in the mouth for the 5th time that month. The tiny island of Rickenstier turned into a rolling fistfight. The magistrate, Cunningsfield, being called to break it up some 2 hours later. A small island near where the river Eisen spills out into Lake Ladur has continued to be the site of local conflicts as Greenwheelers from the West Bank brawl with the Waylanders from the East Bank. Particularly the town of Cunningsfield, the local civil service and magistrate have had enough escalation the problem to Concordia. Have had enough escalating the problem to Concordian concerns. Rickenstier is a thin strip of sand and grass nestled in a fast-flowing section of the Eisen River that is home to a number of enchanters' ferns. Strange arcane plants, enchanters' ferns blossom open in the summer, producing mimic powerful alchemic ingredients. In the winter, the plants seal themselves off from the cold and wind, but in doing so produce a fine blue sap that crystallizes into mana. Exhausted with the constant breaking, violence, and parochial rhetoric, the civil service has resigned to officiate the law-breaking, violent, parochial rhetoric within the Concordian system. Wow, they repeat that. Okay. Game information. To address a local conflict between Wayland and Risenholtz, the Civil Service has created the title Groundskeeper of Rickenstier. The title grants control over the island of the same name, a strange location that produces herbs in summer and crystal mana in winter. This is not an investment and as such does not replace the character's held investment. The local conflict has created a particular violent set of traditions that the Civil Service is trying to honor. With this in mind, Groundskeeper of Rickon's Tier will be granted to the winner of a strange martial tournament held during the Winter Summit. The service invites a team of 5 Board of Iron Cornfolk and 5 Green Rulers to register their interest with their egos for the tourney being held on the morning of the summit's day. The winning team will name one of their number to be the Groundskeeper of Rickon's Tier, and their local region will be slightly enriched, while the losing team will be robbed of the Isles Province for a year. A good old brawl is going to have Summit, and it's going to be great.
Sanctioned violence, I love it.
Yes. It's yeah. So obviously, I'm excited for this one.
Because you are not a sir.
I am not a sir.
Not a knight.
But also, it's whimsical. Like, it's in the winds of the world, so it's serious enough to be there. Serious enough to come to Concordian concerns. But when you read it, it is like so minute.
It's significant, but it's not important.
It's not gonna be earth-shattering. Like, granted, the boon for the winner is pretty decent. For a year, you're gonna get Hurt and Crystal Mana on top of your normal investment stuff.
Oh,
right?
yeah.
So, like, it is pretty significant on that front. But in terms of why it started and how it's going to be resolved, it's basically just a street fight, essentially.
Yeah, definitely.
And yeah, it's going to be fun. I want to obviously be on one of these teams. And I've had all the Billmongers ask to also be part of it as well. So yeah, if I manage to get on, I want to try to talk with the Greenfield reps and try to turn this into a less of a argumentative, competitive issue, and make it more like a fair sportsman-like brawl of just whoever wins it, they won it, no hard feelings, kind of thing.
So what I think is interesting is because it doesn't. Jesus Christ!
Sorry about that.
Okay, now. Thank you. I didn't need my right eardrum.
I'm sorry.
It's alright. So, because it doesn't necessarily say the nature of the combat. It just says
it does say martial tournament.
Yeah. Okay. So it's going to be a fight of some regard.
Some script, yeah.
It just occurred to me. What I'm kind of hoping for is that it's like everyone basically gets on a really thin plank of wood or whatever raised up, and you got to like knock each other, like something that involves bridges, because like that's fun.
It'll probably be a lot more weirdly simpler, and so we'll probably just meet up either in passage, or we'll, I don't know, I guess waystone our way to somewhere else, and we'll just fight for the most part. I would it might be in passage. Oh, I have no idea where they're doing. But yeah,
like that seems boring to me. Like make it something a little, like make it something at least a little interesting.
Not gonna lie, the fact that it's a like weird tournament to settle who owns a little sandbar that's slightly larger than the river, right? I think that's the point of it. It's like how it gets done isn't the point. It's the fact that it's so kind of stupid that it's happening.
Yeah. And I guess it's also worth noting, it's interesting that we have a title that can be achieved only by 2 specific realms and by a very specific method, because we don't have something like that at all in any other way. It's just this.
Well, at least not one that's for 2 realms.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. Like, we have things that are multi-realm that are decided different ways. Like, the weirdest one at this point, I would say, is the Captain of the Watch, being that it's voted on by magistrates. But this is, like, one of the weirdest titles in Concord right now, and I love it. It is so weird.
Yeah. I agree with that. I think it's going to be interesting. I think it'll be better if we can have witnesses. Have a crowd.
Yeah,
That would be
make
the
this a
only way to
sporting
make
event.
it. Yeah, that would make it actually
Yeah.
the best thing. I think.
100%.
Oh my
But-
god! Both teams say, "Nah, we're not bringing weapons," and they just play five-a-side gar post.
I mean, I'm okay with that.
I mean, that'd be kind of fun.
I'm not taking off my armor. I'm not taking off my armor.
No, of course not. No, you wouldn't be required to take off nothing. It's guard post.
Yep.
Oh man, that would be really funny if it was just guard post.
Again, like, this is a nice whimsy. Again, it's like what you said earlier. This is one of those ones where you read it, it's like, oh, this isn't necessarily bad news. It's just funny.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, they stay arguing back and forth for who has the better bridge, for God's sake.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Like-
But also, like, some of the insults, not gonna lie, they're great. I want to use them.
Yeah.
Probably not Zerk Jagger because... Oh, Zerk
That's
Jagger.
them's fighting words.
Yeah, those are 100% fighting words, but like, weak
Yeah.
for brains, like, I can't be mad at that.
Yeah, weak for brains is really good.
Like, if someone calls me weak brains, I'll get insulted, sure, but Sinclair will be delighted because it's just hilarious.
Yeah, you know what, Sinclair? It has my permission to call Dahab sand for brains, 100%. Like, if you do something dumb, call me sand brains, because that's just as fucking funny.
Yeah, and then, yeah, Royal Wankers, and like, yeah, it's a delightful read, and it's going to be a very interesting, and I hope entertaining and humorous event come the third day of Summit.
Yeah.
The best thing, I think the other funny thing is, it's going to be like the first 2 days, we're going to have so much drama and tragedy, and then on the third day, you're going to get this shit, and people are either the mood's going to line up, or they're gonna think it's disrespectful, or they're not gonna know how to react.
Yeah. I am hoping this turns into a something again, like Guard Boast has been. It's something fun to watch, except in this instance, it has some real quote unquote consequences. Like, I want to see bets going around. I want to have people cheering. I'm 100% betting on Bordavar to win. I'm just saying. Like, I love my wheeled neighbors, but I'm betting on Bordavar to win. Where I'm at right now.
I see.
Yeah, this is fun. This is cool. This was not something I expected coming out of the Winds of the World. This Winds of the World in particular, considering everything else that's in it. This is a real field in the best possible way.
Fair enough.
Yeah, I got nothing more on that.
Neither do I.
Alright.
Bring us on, buddy.
The other Steel War. Artisans and Mines. Can't do it, mate. Just can't do it. The Bravo looked crestfallen. I do not understand. You said it was available in my size. The first mercenary shouted at the smith. I did. That was the Navy offered to pay double if we melted it down for nails. Hard to get good forged steel right now, consoled the smith. Well, how about Cyan, pleaded the Bravo. Mate, you'd have an easier time getting a suit of mithril armor than Sun Zion right now. Across the Concord, smiths' forges are growing old. Shortages of forged steel in Sun Zion are crippling industry in every direction, with old supplies being melted down to meet newly inflated prices. Blood glass and essensite are also barely available despite previously being present in all markets of the Concord. Some are blaming the Elsevier in the High Valley, crippling the Valley folks' ability to meet levels of export they were previously famous for. Others point to the recent invasions in the tribe lands, Laromere and Resinderhold, disrupting those regions' minor, but essential mining industries. Others simply lament the state of it all. Those mine owners who are still in business are finding themselves in a seller's market. Even owners of relatively minor mines are making keys hand over fist. Competition is irrelevant, as demand vastly outstrips supply of all artisan minerals, with the average price of a measure skyrocketing. Artisans from across the Concord are reaching out to their leaders with solutions and calls for aid. Some ask for investment in new mining practices, others call for relaxing laws and tariffs on mines, while even others are calling for raids into hostile territory looking to sate the Concord's hunger for metals. Game information. A mineral shortage grips the Concord with no signs of abating. Players should not expect to see any minerals on the public auction. Any characters with a mine investment will find that their investment has also functioned as a business of the same tier this past season, reflecting the ease and wealth of business that they have experienced. There will be decisions related to this for deed holders, senators, champions, and national councils. I'll point out, this does not mean that there is no mention of mines producing less resources. So the actual amount of resources at the Concord from players is not going to be less.
There won't be any on the auction, and mines get money.
Yeah. Now this is a little bit... I would be hesitant as a mine owner, or I would warn anyone with a mine, I guess, against suddenly trying to sell their metals or minerals for over a lock apiece, or some ludicrous amount of price gouging. It definitely increase, as much as I hate to say it, definitely increase prices, perhaps, but recognize that, there isn't more resources, or suddenly less resources, and your benefit from this has been that you're going to be starting the game with an additional 3 locks minimum.
Yeah. So
I treat that as the benefit there.
Yeah, if you're going to increase your prices, just not too crazy, because again, you still got paid for it.
Yeah,
You're still being paid in advance.
I'm also concerned though with the whole there will be no minerals. There's no minerals up for auction. Does that mean any mithril mines also won't have any veins whatsoever?
Well, it says for deed holders. I wouldn't think so necessarily.
I would say beyond the one deed not produce, the one mine not producing any mithril, I think we're fine, because it specifically mentions measures and such and minerals, and the strategic sources don't really fit in either category by way of what they are. So
minerals are sun's iron, forged steel, blood glass, and essensite.
Okay, there you go.
Those are the minerals.
Gotcha.
The others are not considered minerals.
Yeah, they're wilderness resources.
They're wilderness resources. There is also a panoply ceremony, which does something very similar.
Yep.
It allows the turning of resources from one into another. So there are ways to get around it, which is partly why I'm sort of saying expect to be laughed at for selling blood glass at 8 keys a piece. Is kind of where I'm getting with that.
Yeah,
but at the same time, definitely chucking prices up. Who's camper cars? But there are other things that can come out of it. It is also important, I guess, to note that businesses can also function as a very minor mine. It's generally not worth it, but if the prices do go up, it may be worth not getting money and instead getting minerals. So, that's there.
So I kind of do want to respond to something that someone had said in chat. even if it's a joke, I still want to address it. So the statement of mine investments. You won't be saying that if there are literally no mine investments in Concord at all, and you can't mineral fuck all.
Yes. Just because you personally, look, that is true. I am an artisan. I am looking at this. I am also looking at a lot of recipes that don't use minerals. I'm aware that the prices are going to go up. I'm also aware that I have alternatives if the prices are too ludicrous. I do have alternatives. I also may have been stockpiling in advance. I'm getting threatened. I'll threaten back.
Okay, fair.
Yeah.
Again, I will say it is.
I have a lot of stake in this game. I'll put. I am biased. There is a bias inherent in all the things I'm saying.
It is funny though that during the more like the little scene that we got, it was the whole thing of like being told a mithril set of armor is cheaper.
Yes. Well, it's more likely to get one. It doesn't say it's cheaper. It's easier time getting one than some saying right now.
Oh, true. But still, like.
Yeah, I would also point out this might actually be a little bit of a result of, I'm not sure necessarily, but the Shattering Stone that was created last summer, which, if you're not aware, is a reliquary that allows blood glass to be used for Anarch rituals instead of crystal mana. I think over 100 blood glass was shoved into that last summer. So
for what?
Ceremonies.
Yeah, what?
I think one of them was the full gold one.
That's panoply.
There would have been like just for various ceremonies.
It would have to be. It would have to be various.
It's a case
ceremonies.
of it would be. It's more a case of the crystal that was put aside to be used for other ceremonies, and instead they made do with blood glass.
Yeah, because like 100 measures of blood glass on a Shattering Stone is 50 magnitude. Like,
yes,
God.
So it was several different ceremonies. One of them I know was a second. It was the creation of the artisan artifact.
Yeah.
So there were artisan items, being used. Blood glass does get used. Shimmering scales is also one that you could look at in a similar vein at the moment. But it is not a mineral. It is a wilderness resource.
Yeah. So I've noticed something that could be a bit of an issue. I don't know if you've noticed it, Josh. If memory serves, we have to repair the arc line this game.
Right.
I'm pretty sure it takes blood glass amongst other minerals.
Possibly.
So that could be a problem if prices go nuts.
Yes. So I think it's a case of... I would also point out being too greedy is not panoply. So, price gouging... Take advantage, yes. But expect a panoply priest if you gouge. I'm not a panoply priest, though.
Or at least in terms of greed with panoply, it's the whole thing of, like...
Don't hoard.
Yeah, don't hoard and hold. You can hoard and then use. The main key is you need to use it.
Use it or lose.
Yeah.
Yeah, things hoarded for no purpose is worthless.
Yeah. Someone saying shortage has been a thing at game for a while now. Merchant Guild and other buyers all sold out at the previous summit.
Yeah, it sounds about right.
Yeah, I would point out that a lot of it has been bought out for reasons. Someone say Superhero saying the mine investment is just not attractive. I'll point out it's not attractive in the same way that a wilderness is not attractive. It has the same heaps plays switched out from military / congregation / ley line. I agree to a point, but it's almost one of the things where you got to realize, yes, while that is true, and you have more agency with a military or congregation or ley line, you don't have... The game stops if that happens. And I'm not sure if that's, an issue with the game or just the intent. Perhaps if resources... Well, now that there's all these more options of what you can do instead of your... instead of this resource, it's going to do this for a summit. It's definitely something that's coming into play. I know that I'm trying to do a little bit to make it more worthwhile with using the Artisan Guild. By essentially, I'm looking at attaching players' names to artisan items that get commissioned. As in, this was your main supplier.
Okay.
So there is quite a bit of that. And doing that does make a difference. I've looked at things and have switched in the past. I won't be switching to mine necessarily, as I see this as a one-off, but I am considering. I'm not sure if they need to be mechanically looked at, or if there just needs to be more opportunities given for those with things exactly like this, as, hey, you have a mine, here is a benefit, but maybe have more ways for it to become effective.
I guess the thing with the whole why mines don't seem very attractive. Again, I think it's the same thing with wildernesses and slightly herb gardens, although herb gardens get a bit more bang for their buck. It's those investments are there to just gain resources for things like artisan crafts.
Yes.
If there were no mines, the artisans would have to rely on probably the auction for businesses if they decide to go the mineral route.
Yep.
At which point, if there are no minerals being pumped out, artisans become useless, and then you don't get cool, nifty items, essentially.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's one of those things where I'm not sure if it's necessarily that they're a supply, but the demand needs to be looked at. As in, what you use those resources for needs to become more attractive.
Yeah, because I know that was a big thing with switching up how much artisan items need to make them. That was kind of a big thing, ratcheting those numbers down, because there just wasn't that much, and it was a bit ridiculous. Whereas now, it's much more like masterwork items are much more achievable.
No, as far as I'm aware, the actual number didn't change.
They absolutely did come down.
Right.
Like we had things needing like 40 of every resource pretty much across the board.
I don't ever remember seeing that.
I have all the playtest stuff. They absolutely do.
Okay.
It was wild.
I would point out someone's saying the mines are not as worthwhile as there's a culture of sharing resources rather than buying. I would point out that that's a Realmic thing, not a Concord thing. Maybe in Iron Valley and Greenweald, that is not the case in Andash, Laronimere, and I think Bordevar.
Yeah, or at least like I'm sorry, like it is kind of like that's Concord does not have a sharing culture in its entirety because the Merchant Guild exists.
It's not even a Merchant Guild. Like, it's not a thing in Andash. Like,
yeah, I get that, but it's one of those things of like, if Concord had a sharing culture, we wouldn't need a merchant guild, period. The merchant guild is probably the most obvious reason why we don't have a sharing culture.
True.
Because that they rely on charging. The exchange relies on money transactions. It's not as sharing as that. At least it's not sharing as that message makes it out to be.
Yeah.
There is sharing within the Concord, but to say that that's why mines aren't worthwhile is not completely correct.
I would point out one more perspective, though this could be seen as moot because there are big differences. Is I know in Empire, their mine functions the exact same way as ours. The exact same number of resources, a same general limited list. It's the same, and their mines still get used plenty. Yes, they have a titanic player base compared to ours, but it's still relative, and it's still working, and it's fine. I think it's the case of people need to maybe have a look at: are they getting enough game at Summit, or are they wanting an investment that will get them more game? Which is something I think to think about. It's like, mines on themselves give you resources, which baseline then turns into, well, okay, do I need any of these resources? Yes or no? Does anyone I know need them? Yes or no? How can I sell these off to people so I can get money? And or is there anything I can put these resources towards that is worthwhile?
Yeah, there was another point on that, which was... I'll need to think of it again, sorry. But yeah, the resources being sold for money... I don't know what I'm talking about. Please continue. It's really it. Like, a passive resource like a minor wilderness, and I call them passive resources because that's what they are. They exist to put resources, much like a low line. They exist to put resources in game. The problem is, and I guess herb garden as well. The problem is herb gardens and ley lines. We have found how important they actually are. We need crystal mana to do ceremonies and or help mages and or do whatever the hell else, power the arc line. Yep. We need herbs to heal wounds and make potions. Yep. We need mines and wildernesses, a baseline, not just the exchange, to make dozen items to do cool stuff. Yeah. I think maybe not the mines and the wildernesses that are the problem. I think it might instead be the artisan items. Maybe, and this is a very wild thought, maybe need to be a smidge bit cooler to warrant having them more. Yeah, so I have had this discussion actually with several STs and stuff. It's not a case of them needing to be cooler. It's a case of people needing to know they exist. Mm-hmm. And I kind of I did at the last War Hearts, or whatever it was. Ran a small event. About 10 people rocked up, and there was a significant vibe of, oh, this is what can be done? Oh, that's not that expensive. Holy crap, we need some of these. To the point where, I have some commissions for about 10 items, potentially. So I don't think it's an issue of them not being better, it's needing to be more visible. And to do that, I kind of wanted to stay out of it from a meta perspective for the first few games, and when I saw that nothing was being done to promote them, I sort of said, fine, I'll do it myself. And hence started creating the Artisan Guild and trying to get the visibility of these items out there. And I remembered what I was going to say. One of the things I actively looked at between these two summits is I might straight up pay for people to change their investments to a mine or wilderness. Like,
Pay them as a supplier, basically.
no, as in I'll pay for the transfer cost because changing investment costs money.
Yeah.
So, it's a case of, hey, this is a thing. If we have the money, we can actually afford it to be changed. Let's go ahead with it. And that is one of the options I was looking at as a potential because it is known that this is a requirement. And yeah, so with regards to the, before of, am I looking to change my investment to a mine? No. Am I looking to help others change their investment to a mine? Yes. And unfortunately, keys are the only way to do that. So having a business or a mine adds keys to the game. It requires there to be investments of every type to function. Arguably, though, you don't need the military or naval investments for the game to function. You do need wildernesses and mines for the game to function. Every aspect of the game, in terms of like which ones you need more of, they all need to be there. And I'm wrong in saying that you don't need military investments on mines, but military investments on naval investments. I am wrong in that, but it is a case of like everything is required, and there is a recognizing of what there is and what there is needed, definitely. But yeah, I 100% was going to be looking at trying to talk to a few players and convince them to change their investments. I was already laying down the groundwork for that. But yes, it's... I don't really have much more to say about it. I kind of said what I needed.
There is something I'll address here in the comment of businesses are better because they just give you money, whereas with a mine or wilderness, you have to sell them to get money, to then have money to spend. I would counter that by saying when there are no wilderness or mineral resources, herbs, or crystal mana for you to spend your money on, the only thing left is to pay people to do things, bet it away, keep it, or bloody huck it at situations that let you pump money into things.
Yep.
Beyond that, you got nothing to buy. Now, admittedly, yes, I've just named if literally nothing was there, you have nothing to spend. But that's under the point. Like, having then money to spend by having a mine or wilderness and selling all your resources that you yourself may or may not need means then you now have money to go and buy the things you do need because it's another way to make money. Crystal Mana makes more only because there's such a demand for it. That's the only reason. If we were not in a wartime situation where we needed to pump out, or a major wartime situation I should say, when we need to pump out Crystal Mana and ceremonies like crazy, Crystal Mana is not going to be valued as much as it is.
Yep.
Currently. Yeah, it's simple as that. I think maybe the Crystal Mana game had be overtaken everything else a little bit too much, a smidge.
Well, considering last game, I heard that it was we saw a shortage of Crystal Mana, but it was just everyone was hoarding it and saying there was a shortage.
I did hear that a little bit. I'm not sure how true that is.
Yeah. Although again, Crystal Mana it's like Crystal Mana herbs do have a lot more applications than the minerals and stuff, right? Which in a weird way, like in terms of immediate, I should say, benefits. Herbs can be used to fix wounds, heal, and all that. Crystal Mana, its primary thing is ceremonies and regaining mana. While the minerals and the wilderness resources, they're used for artisan stuff. They're not too often used they're not too often used for other things
Hmm.
of that, which is why I'm like, I get the whole mines aren't appealing, but in a weird way that doesn't make them not worthwhile. Because again, like you said, Josh, in a weird way, mines are needed for the game to function. I still think if there was a few games or a summit where there were no artisans or there were no magic items being able to being made or whatever, the Concord could survive.
Right.
It's bad, but we could survive. Because again, you also have people who are getting HP or skills or spells or whatever from items. Again, which is why it's like that's why those heroes are they can probably contribute so much to like confluxes and stuff like that, because they're filling in their weaknesses with items.
Yep. And that's the thing. I think it's as was pointed out, I think by making them more visible as to their benefits, that will naturally swing the scale back in that direction. It might take a couple summits, but I'm confident that it's kind of a problem that will solve itself. But not it won't solve itself, but it will solve itself through efforts of actually recognizing and changing what's happening.
It'll resolve itself through exposure.
Yeah, and like I said, I'm doing it. I will probably be paying a few people to change their investments, but how that actually goes, we'll find out. We'll have to see. But I am talking, the nerd that has Avalanche and all the energy. Pretty much.
Yeah.
Artisan items are good.
No, just the message in chat, like that nerd has the Avalanche and all the energy.
Yeah.
Like, that shit's scary though.
Maybe speaking from experience, I feel.
But yeah, I got nothing more to really say on this. This is... this is interestingly like Bridge Club. As Bridge Club was a little whimsical and a little surprising in its existence, I think this was one as well, and just from this conversation alone has sparked... I'll be pointing out there's a bit more of an issue here on a meta level.
Yes.
Which is which again, like the conversation itself is interesting as well.
Yeah. The point was just brought up, minerals don't help in war. I would point out that they do, depending on what you're trying to do.
Yeah, I guess my thing for that comment is, if you're referring to the war as in the generals and admirals moving their armies and navies, like the overworld, like big picture war, minerals don't do too much. But also going on strategic confluxes, the big ones where half the player base are out there, that's when minerals are being used if players have items, because that's where the minerals go.
Yes.
Like, those items, like minerals, become extremely important. Because like I said before, then you won't have people like on their, if it's their first game, you won't have them rocking 10 HP and like with a shit of skills without items. Or like, again, like even me, I'm still rocking 8 HP with heavy armor. That's because I haven't sunk XP into Juggernaut, because I've done it into other things. It's going to take a while for me to even get to 10. And I'm already close enough to it.
Right.
So it is one of those things of like, items help increase our capabilities on a conflux level.
Yeah.
Which does drastically affect how the war goes. Like game 1, as it was mentioned back at the beginning of the stream, the Sir Amelia, the Warden, and the Miracle.
Like, I have plans to help with that.
Yeah.
And backing up the stream, yeah.
Yeah, it's like... the miracle was brought about because of something like the success of a conflux.
Yes.
Again, items will help with confluxes, thus the minerals will help with confluxes, and confluxes help with the war. So on, so
Yep. Exactly. So, no, it's definitely it's one of those cyclical things. They all run into each other.
yeah.
It'll just become, do we sort it or not?
Yeah, pretty much.
So, yeah. But I don't have anything more to say, really.
No, I have put one point in chat whilst you guys were talking, and then it's like different sects could also just commission artisans to make the things that let them their reliquaries that let them use two resources in place of one crystal mana. It's not as efficient, but it does deal with the crystal mana problem.
So I would advise against that simply because that's already been done. You can actually see in the motions, the Senate motions, I've already made a deal with the Senate. The Senate is paying for that to happen.
Cool.
Oh, nice.
All right.
So that is already happening. 2 are already made. The rest are coming. There is 1 for each sect, and each one uses a different resource. For anyone who's savvy, they might recognize what that might do to prices of things. If suddenly resources are now usable instead of crystal mana.
Well, good thing I'm not a part of the economy game. For a reason.
Yeah. That is fair enough.
Yep. I for now am a quiet little herb boy. For now, I'm still considering changing over to a naval investment.
Right. Speaking of your herbs, I might need to mug you and take your herbs for the hospital.
Yeah. So just so you're aware, I'm going to have extra this summit, and I plan on selling/giving some to the hospital anyway.
Wonderful.
So don't, and also I'm probably going to be working in the hospital, so keep your mitts away from me, boy. I will not hesitate to yeet you.
I will just yell for Dahab when I need a
herb or a hug. Yeah.
Oh no.
Everything's bad.
Herb or hug? Is that like cake or death?
Yep. Herb or hug.
Hug. Wait, no.
Sorry.
Bye soon.
Sorry. All I have herbs only hugs.
Oh god.
Actually, no. When the hospital gets defunded, herbs only hugs.
Yeah. That's
it
exactly.
I'm not a Corsair super. Stop it. Maybe we'll see.
I'm not gonna lie. The Gallad has no problems. I'm like, whoa, definitely. I wish Gallad had no problems.
I see.
But yeah, I got no more on this. Do we want to go to any closing remarks if we have them?
Sure.
There's lots of some good, lots of bad.
Yep.
Yeah, true. Yeah, I agree with that. It's the win. Yeah.
So your actions have consequences.
Yeah. So here's the interesting question: out of what we've seen here, what realm do you think is coming out of this Wins the World the worst?
And Dash.
I think.
I thought that was pretty apparent.
Yeah.
And Dash has come out the worst from the world. My question is, who do we think has come out the better? Who's benefited from the most from the Wins the World?
I would say Loronimir or Bordavar.
Yeah, that would be mine. Simply through, being omitted from a majority of it.
Correct. Yeah. That is kind of the telling sign. It's like whoever has the most shit has suffered. Whoever's not here the most, yeah.
Yeah, and
I'd agree. Like Loronimir or Bordavar. I thought possibly Greenwood. I'm like, actually no, they're kind of like a mid ground. They've had their own fair share of problems throughout the wins.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, it might be more it might be more on the side of Bordervar, to be honest.
I would
in terms
agree.
of Who got out? Because Loronimer, they are dealing with the Fool's Gold Fortress problem.
Yes.
And they technically dealt with the debt
Elsevier
problem and the Elsevier.
Yeah.
While Bordervar, like, we have a monster problem. We have a bridge problem. That's about it.
I'd point out that the bridge problem isn't a problem.
Yeah.
As much of
we are
opportunity
forgetting
between two.
We are forgetting you also have the Cloakmakers Guild that could end up being a thing, and you still have to defend that fortress being made for another year.
That's less of a Bordervar thing. That is typically more of a Concord thing. But I also I mean, because Mm-hmm. Well, I'm just there.
Yeah, I would agree. I think the Cobbers came out of this better overall.
Yeah.
Definitely. I'm going to see if I can make Cobber a thing for any Bordavarian. They're a Cobber, spelled with a K.
I see.
Oh yeah, I like that Cobber. Yeah.
It's really funny.
Fine with that. I'm absolutely fine with that.
Oh no.
Our only problem is Wolf's Den Brute. Yeah. Again, our biggest problem is the Wolf's Den Brute. Right. Technically, also the Boarheads clan. In terms of if they are our shit, but also, at worst, they piss off the Bordervarians enough where we actually attack them or attempt to, and then we get our shit mixed. Like.
Yeah, right.
To fair, the Onyx are attacking this game, but also
true.
I guess it's from the wins. Bordervar's gotten off pretty scot free in terms of what's going to happen at Summit. Everyone's still fucked.
Oh yeah, they're bringing the shit mixer.
On the Onyx, I don't want to hear any complaints when fire suddenly works really well.
I won't. I fucking like. So again, that's all. Oh no. Okay, hold on. Are we going?
Oh god, here we go.
Do we want to wrap up this stream, or are we going to trigger me into another rant? Because that's a choice both of you have to make. I
mean, I'm happy to I'll silently leave while you rant. I'm okay with that, and we can just have you rant into the silence.
Oh god!
You can just rant, and we'll slowly fade out as the Concord LARP music fades back in. The fire spell is amazing.
I'll summarize it bare minute. It's I think a lot of people the
timer has started.
Fire. I'm not going to take fire because I'm going to get prosecuted for it. And people are like, oh, fire's not that good because it doesn't do damage. It does against undead. Just don't be a dick about it. All right, end of rant.
Disappointed.
I could go more, but I said I'd keep it short, and for everyone's sanity, I'm going to keep it short.
Yeah.
On my perspective as someone that doesn't have the flame spell and likely will never be taking the spell unless I spot some hilarious cheese. What do you mean coward? I'm a non-com!
I'm sure my brother's going to make, was it the Sword of War, and just give it to you, and then you'll have it?
It doesn't have it listed.
Sword of War doesn't do it. Yeah, Sword of War won't do it.
I'd have to convince a headmaster to make a thing that has Arcane Flame or upgrade an existing thing to give it that.
Yeah. I thought the artifact would have just said all combat spells.
No, it lists all the combat spells, and that was before fire existed.
Fair.
But yeah,
close.
Yeah. If there ends up being if I find a funny little thing in the game that means I can take Arcane Fire and hilarious and stupid, like I have with other things, which I have talked about to some people, having a 13-minute bleed out timer and being immune to venom, for example.
Okay.
This is a casual example. Yeah, 100%. I'm always down to do silly, fun things that honestly do do no harm. It's just silly and fun, and is a fun mechanic interaction. Otherwise, I'm never taking Arcane Flame. I have no reason to.
Right. Fair enough.
I really don't care about the whole, like, you're committing a crime by knowing a spell is different than you have committed a crime by casting a spell.
Yeah.
Admittedly, we're talking about fire, and we're not talking about necromechanics or necromancy, which is a very big difference.
Yes.
But still.
Yes.
Still.
Yeah.
So yeah, closing remarks. Andash got pummeled in the winds. Bordovar kind of got off scot-free. Everyone else is in the middle dealing with their shit. Some
In
better than
various.
others.
Yeah. On the right side, there is one less enemy entirely.
Or at least one less enemy this summer.
Well, no, it's in Brother Ash. Not Brother Ash. Thorn?
No. Thorn is still alive.
Whichever one got wrecked at Resindolts.
That was Ash, but he's still alive.
Oh.
Yeah,
But
none of them are dead at all.
Yeah, we pushed back the Zergtal armies, so they're not a massive threat. They're still there.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, we're fighting
But
on
still
less
better than
immediate
nothing.
fronts.
Yeah. We have problems.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I am genuinely excited for this summit. I'm not as nervous as I had been in the past ones. I think I might just be used to it at this point. It also might be just the things I've planned. I think we're going to be fine overall. The Concord is, though it is a tangled mess of confusion, cultural differences, anger, belligerent rage, and rampant amounts of capitalism. It's strange does it on.
Yeah.
Somehow. I got nothing really to say beyond that. This was fun. We've been going for almost 7 hours.
Yeah.
I don't care. This has still been good. Like, yes, this is long as fuck. Everyone like watching, or that may be watching this back later. But like,
also thank you everyone for watching,
hundo.
and sticking through it. Like,
Yeah.
thank you. Good times.
Yeah. Definitely.
Yeah. I don't want to think about how long this is going to take to upload. This like it. Just trying to upload like a 4.5 hour-ish one last night was taking ages with my internet being weird.
Right.
So this one's probably going to take longer. So I may have to find an alternate internet source to do it, just to get it in a good time. Otherwise, it's just like, fuck it. I'll have it up in the next week, and it'll be fine. Well, I got nothing more really to say on this. This has been a big thing. There's a lot of fun. I think this is probably how I'm going to do it in the future for Winds of the World. Like, I'm not doing this shit by myself if I can help it. This is so much easier doing multiple people. Because otherwise, like, if this was me, this would have been 2 streams. Without a doubt.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Because I don't have the brain capacity to do this for Winds of the World by myself. I don't. I can't.
Luke. Okay, so sorry. Just as we're wrapping up, Luke for senator. Good luck.
Yeah,
100%.
agreed. Do it. Vote for me. Spend your money. Do it. Or we thought, right? Don't spend your keys on other senators. There's that too.
Alternatively, if you're from another realm and you think Luke / Daha would make a good senator, find him, give him your money, and he'll more than likely get it.
Also, do that.
That is an interesting point.
Don't do not come and give me your money to get me a senator, and then go, now do this thing for me. I don't know how well that's going to go for you. You can ask.
Yeah. Unfortunately, bribing doesn't quite work the same in Dash.
Correct. That is the downside.
And especially with me, I'm a very odd man when it comes to bribery. So attempt it if you wish. That's your choice.
All right. Sorry, I distracted once more. Again, it has been 7 hours. Let's.
Yeah.
I believe it is time.
Yep. Cool. That's it. This is fun. Thanks for watching and/or listening. If you enjoy this and you enjoy this kind of content and you want to be notified of it in the future and or show support to this stream, hit the follow button. Always helps. Big thank you. YouTube channel. That is a thing. There is a link to it on this Twitch page. Go check it out. Go subscribe. All previous episodes are there except for episode 5 with the retrospective series part 2 with Jake and Callum. That'll be up eventually. This one will be up eventually. Like, share, subscribe. You know, throw some shit in the comments. I don't know.
Don't force yourself.
No, you know what? Fuck it. Once this is up, if you feel inclined, just whack in the comments the word wins pain. Wins pain. Two separate words.
Wins pain.
Yep. Let's go with that. Cool. That's it. It's done. We're out.
All right.
Catch you later.
Thanks.
See you at Summit.
See you at Summit.